Trail. Why problems at the polls may bring late vote counts and put some results at risk. And just minutes from now, we're going to bring you the first Super Tuesday exit polls. Voters share what's on their minds as they cast their ballots, giving us a good sense of where things may be heading. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center. You're in the Situation Room. The first Super Tuesday results are in. Mike Huckabee has won West Virginia State Republican Convention. He received almost 52% of the votes cast, 47% for Mitt Romney. Huckabee has been doing some counting and tells voters across the country not to count him out.
Other candidates have had bigger budgets. But you know what? I'm almost tied in delegates with those who have spent 10, 15, 20 times what I have, and kind of tells me something. That it may be that it's time for the people to elect a president and not just the national media and the pundits to pick our president for us.
I'll be speaking with Mike Huckabee in the next hour live. John McCain was not competitive in West Virginia, but nationally he's the front runner and he's feeling it.
We are the greatest nation on earth. We will continue to lead, and we will be, as Ronald Reagan said, a shining city on a hill. We're going to win today, and we're going to win the nomination, and we're going to win the presidency.
But with more than 1,000 GOP delegates up for grabs today, Mitt Romney is hoping to put up some roadblocks.
I am the candidate who can stop John McCain. I can do that because of the strength I've got across the country, Midwest, Florida, California, Nevada, all of it, Maine, West Virginia. I'm glad you said that because you guys are key. It's important. If you want to become the nominee of our party, you have to show the nation that you can become the winner in the general election. And for that to be the case, you got to be competitive all over the country.
On this day of coast-to-coast contest, nearly 1,700 delegates are at stake for the Democrats, more than 80% of the total needed to clinch the nomination. In a very tight race, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton today made sure their own votes counted.
It feels really good. It's a very humbling and overwhelming experience to cast my vote today. And it's great to be home and see so many people whom I know here in the community and have a chance to talk with them. But it's a really extraordinary day. It's a great tribute to our country. So I hope a lot of people come out and vote today. Everybody will take the time and trouble.
Barack Obama cast his vote back home in Illinois. Despite all the delegates up for grabs today, Obama is not necessarily looking for immediate gratification. It sounds like he may be looking well beyond Super Tuesday.
I still think that Senator Clinton is the favorite. She had 20, 30-point leads in many of these states. We've been closing some ground. And my guess is we'll have a good night, and we'll probably end up having a split decision.
CNN's Suzanne Malveaux is joining us now from Chicago with more. She's covering the Obama campaign. What's his strategy, Suzanne, right now?
Well, already, Wolf, we're hearing the Obama campaign trying to lower those expectations. They already say they fully expect that Senator Clinton is going to win more states and more delegates. But they say if Obama can get within 100 delegates of Clinton and win some states, they will have reached their threshold for success and positioned themselves to win the nomination in the months to come.
The grand finale for the push ahead, a thunderous rally in Boston, winding up a multi-state blitz. Obama's counting on his message of change to deliver voters in more than 20 states. He's also already positioning himself to take on the likely Republican nominee, John McCain, blasting him for his stand on Iraq while touting his own Iraq policy.
It will not have us setting up permanent bases and a permanent occupation in Iraq for decades, which is not only what George Bush has suggested, but also John McCain.
Senator Obama, good to see you this morning.
He began Election Day at 5:20 in the morning with a media blitz, 15 interviews across 8 states, including the Spanish network Univision. He cast his vote in his home state of Illinois and took a break to play hoops. Now he's closely awaiting the returns. Aides say he's expected to win Illinois and has a good shot at Alabama and Georgia. They're also counting on the 6 caucus states to deliver, where open voting and strong ground organization will likely benefit Obama. The goal today to keep the race going after Tuesday by splitting the vote, including the delegate-rich state of California.
And Wolf, another goal is to try to win some of those Republican-dominated states, the red states, some support from those states to actually prove and demonstrate to voters that he would be stronger in winning the general election. But the general feeling among Obama's camp is that the longer this race goes, the stronger he'll be, and he'll be able to perform in some of those states that are continuing, Washington, Maryland, Virginia, that this is going to work in his advantage if they keep this race going. Wolf?
Suzanne, thanks very much. Suzanne's in Chicago watching all of this. Mitt Romney says he's the one to stop John McCain in the Republican race, but he watched Mike Huckabee grab all of West Virginia's delegates today. Hardly an auspicious start to Romney's Super Tuesday. Let's go live to Boston. CNN's Mary Snow picking up this part of the story. How's Romney handling his loss in West Virginia to Mike Huckabee?
You know, Wolf, it's clearly a disappointment. Mitt Romney returned to Massachusetts and was voting at his home when word came that Mike Huckabee had won West Virginia. Mitt Romney did not take any questions and react to it publicly. But behind the scenes, his campaign released a stinging statement suggesting that John McCain had cut a deal with Mike Huckabee in order to try to stop Romney. This is because in West Virginia at the convention, Romney was winning in the first round, and then in the second round, Huckabee emerged as the final victor. Mike Huckabee says there was no such deal that was cut. But earlier in the day, Mitt Romney had said that he went to West Virginia and addressed that convention, hoping that he would get an early contest in his corner. His biggest hope now will be out west. He went out there late last night at a last-minute trip for a rally. His campaign is enthusiastic about some of the results that they have been seeing in California. He believes that his conservative message is resonating with voters there. But, you know, he refused to engage today in any kind of what-if scenarios. He's been repeatedly asked, how many states, how many delegates do you need to win in order to stay viable in this race? He said there are a whole bunch of scenarios that he and his staff will be looking at and take a look at that tonight and tomorrow. But he's refusing to really lay it out on the line. Wolf? And
we'll be speaking with the winner of the West Virginia contest, Mike Huckabee. That's coming up in our next hour. Thanks very much for that, Mary. Let's go back to Jack. He's got the Cafferty file here at the CNN Election Center.
This is interesting. This was in the Wall Street Journal. I hope it's interesting. The economy, the war in Iraq, health care, immigration, terrorism, those are the issues on the minds of Americans as they cast ballots on this Super Tuesday. But the issues are not the issue this particular election day. The Wall Street Journal did a great piece this morning. Voters are placing a higher priority today on intangible qualities like leadership ability and governing style instead of ideas on issues. It's a reflection apparently on the country's mood at the moment. People are sick and tired of the partisan wars and the gridlock in Washington, D.C. They're looking for someone to rise above it all and lead. Now, there's a good idea. This is part of the reason why candidates like Barack Obama and John McCain are doing well. The Journal says, quoting now, to many voters, precisely what gets done seems less important than the prospect that something actually will get done, unquote. One pollster says on the Democratic side, there's been no correlation in exit polling between the issues people say are important and the candidate they vote for. And as for the Republicans, a recent poll found that the characteristic on which McCain, who's now the front runner, ranked the lowest was shares your position on the issues. Go figure. Of course, once we get past the primaries, this will all likely change, assuming that there are significant differences on top issues between the Republican and Democratic nominees. And if there aren't, they'll create some. That way we can have a fight. But for now, it looks like the American people are hungry for a candidate who can bridge the partisan divide and lead this country back onto the right track. The question is this: what matters more to you in this primary election, the issues or character, and why? Go to CNN.com/Cafferty file. Post a comment there on my blog. We'll read a few of them in a bit.
Are you surprised by the vitriol coming out against John McCain from some within the conservative base?
Yeah, a little bit.
That they would actually prefer Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama to John McCain.
I don't understand the psychology of making statements like that. Yeah, I can see the fact that they object to John McCain. He is liberal on some issues for a Republican. But to make a statement, I'd rather see Hillary as president so that a Democrat can take the rap. A Republican has been president for the last 7 years, and we're not exactly problem-free around here. Now, where do those dogs lie? On whose porch do they belong?
Jack, thank you.
Well, you're most welcome.
Did you read my blog today?
I've been very busy, Wolf,
okay,
but I will.
go back and read it. CNNPolitics.com.
Actually, I did. You ran 5 miles this morning. I didn't read it.
Oh, you didn't read it?
You ran 5 miles this morning.
I did.
They should get you a car.
No, I ran on a treadmill. On a treadmill.
Okay.
It's very soft. Good for my knees.
Okay.
Jack, thanks.
They made you run to work.
In just a few moments, we're going to be getting the first Super Tuesday exit polls. We're going to find out what voters are actually thinking as they're casting their ballots across the country and the driving issues behind today's turnout. Broken voting machines and no backup paper trail in case a recount is needed. Our Super Tuesday results at risk. And will it hurt the Democrats if they have to keep fighting it out for the nomination long past Super Tuesday? I'll be speaking live with the party chairman, Howard Dean. That's coming up and a lot more on this Super Tuesday right here in The Situation Room. Despite all the delegates up for grabs today on this Super Tuesday, it's quite possible that neither Barack Obama nor Hillary Clinton will grab enough to win the nomination. The Democratic race is close, and it could stay that way for quite a while. Joining us now is the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, the former governor, Howard Dean. Governor, thanks very much for coming in.
Will, thanks for having me on.
How worried are you that there could be a prolonged battle between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama at a time when the Republicans might get their nominee in place and they could start looking ahead?
I'm not worried yet. You know, we have two great candidates left in this race, and I dare say this is not going to be over certainly tonight and maybe not till for a month from now. But, you know, I think we need to let the voters choose before there's any machinations about deal-making or any of that stuff. This is a great time in politics right now. This is out of the hands of the pundits and out of the hands of the pollsters, and ordinary Americans get to vote on who their next president will be. I think it's wonderful, and I'm enjoying watching it. We're pretty unified. Our dilemma is we got people who like both candidates a lot, and they can't make up their mind, and that's a good dilemma to have.
Would it be a problem, though, when you say not yet, would it be a problem, let's say, if the Democrats are still fighting amongst themselves up to the convention in Denver at the end of the summer,
that would be
while the Republicans have their nominee in place?
That would be a problem for either party, and it's possible.
Explain what the problem would be. Why would that be a problem, let's say, for the Democrats?
The conventions are very late. We did that on purpose for a lot of arcane reasons having to do with federal matching funds. But you don't want to have a divided convention. There have been three divided conventions in my political lifetime, 68, 72, and 80, and they resulted in losses each time. So you don't want a bitterly divided convention and a lot of contentiousness. But now is not the time to have to, you know, obviously you think about that. But, you know, the first crack is the voters get to choose the nominee, and I think the voters will choose a nominee. I don't have any idea who it's going to be. And then we'll resolve some of these other difficulties and so forth and so on. But you know, people always talk about a brokered convention, particularly when you've got two really strong candidates at the end here. But we haven't had one since 1952, and I think the odds are not that we won't have one this time either.
Explain how it's possible, Governor, that American citizens in American Samoa will have a say in selecting the Democratic presidential nominee, but millions of Democrats, people who showed up to vote in Michigan and Florida, will have zero say in making that selection.
Well, it's two completely different issues. People in American Samoa are American citizens. And
I'm not questioning their citizenship. I'm saying that they will select delegates to the convention, but Florida Democrats and Michigan Democrats won't.
There's a timetable that everybody agreed on, and American Samoa kept the timetable.
And you're saying that,
as did 48 other states.
And the Democrats in Michigan and in Florida, they decided to move up their contest, their primaries. As a result, they're being completely punished. How worried are you that this disenfranchisement of these Democrats will hurt the party in these two critically important states, Michigan and Florida, going forward to the general election in November?
Look, at the end of the day, we want to unify the party, including Michigan and Florida. And that'll be my job. But right now, that's not on my horizon. Right now, we've got to get through the next couple of months of this continued contest. But at the end of the day, you know, the Credentials Committee will take another look at this, and because they'll be asked to by Michigan and Florida, and that's a huge committee of 180 people that will be elected at large from the whole country.
So what I hear you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Governor, is that when the dust settles, if it's a really close contest, it is still possible that Democrats in Florida and Michigan will be able to play a role in selecting the party's nominee.
Well, actually, that's exactly what I didn't say, Wolf, but I noticed you've got a propensity for putting...
So clarify.
I'll say what I said again. I'll say it's in my interest to have a unified party, including Michigan and Florida, and I dare say Michigan and Florida will ask for reinstatement, and the Credentials Committee, which will not be under my control, will make that decision at that time.
So it'll be up to the Credentials Committee.
It'll be up to the convention as a whole.
Because, you know, the Republicans, they punished their states that moved up early by stripping them of half of their delegates to the convention. The Democratic Party stripped them of all of their delegates. With hindsight, Governor, should you have gone the route of the Republicans?
The reason that we chose to do it our way, first of all, the Republican rules are set every convention, so they had no flexibility. The reason we chose to do it our way is we actually expected our candidates to campaign in those states, and the rules say that if you campaign in a state, you can't get any delegates out of it, and your delegates go to somebody else. So we actually thought that we were doing a favor by stripping all the delegates, because if you'd campaign in a state where there were delegates at stake, then you couldn't have gotten any. So it's an arcane rule. I think what everybody's learned is the next time we have a timetable, people will keep the timetable. But I also think that you know, you want everybody on board, including Florida and Michigan, at the end of the day. So you know, this will be revisited by the Credentials Committee, which I won't control, way down the line. But right now, you know, this is not the time to revisit it. Right now, we're focusing on all these states that are voting today, and then next week we'll be having Nebraska and Democrat the D.C., District of Columbia, Virginia, Maryland. The week after that will be Wisconsin and Washington State and so forth. So there's a lot of states that have to have their say. They haven't all had their say. But I think you got to be careful about making fun of American Samoa. You know, those folks are American citizens. They serve in our armed forces. They die for America. And I think every American ought to be represented at the convention.
I totally agree. And we have a lot of viewers in American Samoa watching us right now, and they are American citizens, just like you and me, Governor. Thanks very much for coming in. He's got a tough job, the chairman of the Democratic Party. Not easy at all. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Wolf.
And just coming in, we're getting the first Super Tuesday exit polls. You're going to find out what they are telling us about the biggest showdown yet in this race for the White House. Plus, crossing party lines. We'll show you which candidates claim they're bringing in voters from the other side. Stay with us. Lots more coming up on this Super Tuesday right here in the Situation Room. And just coming in to the Situation Room right now, the first Super Tuesday exit polls. This information usually gives us a pretty good sense of what's going on in the minds of voters as they cast their ballots. Let's bring in our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider. Bill, what are we learning from this first batch of exit polls?
Wolf, we're learning that there are some interesting divisions going on among Republican voters. Now, we're looking at Republican voters around the country in all the primary states that were having contests today. We put them together into one national poll of primary voters. Now, these are Republicans. We wanted to find out, there's a lot of competition for the conservative vote. So, what percentage of each candidate's supporters call themselves conservatives? Well, look at this. Romney voters, 80%. Say they are conservative around the country. Huckabee voters, just about the same, overwhelmingly conservative, 75%. But McCain voters, they are different. Only half, 49% of McCain voters describe themselves as conservatives, even though McCain made a very strong pitch to the conservative vote. So it looks like Romney and Huckabee are competing for conservative voters. So is McCain, but he didn't do so well with that constituency. Let's take a look at Democrats. What about Democrats who decided in the last 3 days? You want to know why this Democratic race is so close? Look at this. Last 3 days, Obama 47, Clinton 46, right down to the wire. So it looks like if the Democrats are as divided as they've been in just the recent deciders, this could be a very split contest and a very late vote. Now, how bitterly divided are Democrats? Are these two candidate supporters polarized so that there's virtually a civil war going on in the party? Actually, no. We asked Democrats, would you be satisfied if the nominee is Hillary Clinton? 72% said, sure, fine with them. What about if the nominee were Barack Obama? 71%, just about the same number, said Barack Obama, fine with them. You know, Wolf, when voters are split, as Democrats seem to be 50-50, it could mean that they're bitterly polarized, or it could mean that they like both of them and they're choosing a little bit at random. You know, both of them are okay. The latter looks like the case more than the former. Wolf?
All right, Bill, thanks very much. And Bill's going to be crunching a lot more of these exit poll numbers. He's going to be sharing all this information with you out there. As soon as it comes in, we'll share it with you. Remember, you can always go to cnnpolitics.com for more information. Bipartisan support. Many of the candidates want to claim it, but who really does have the power to draw voters across party lines? We'll have details of what they're saying. And find out what's next for Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama if neither of them emerges as the front runner after today's critical vote. And we're talking to election officials all across the country right now as we track some reports. There are some reports coming in, some voting problems out there. We're going to show you what's happening right now. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. To our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. Wall Street's worst day in more than 3 months. The Dow and the NASDAQ losing almost 3% each. The sell-off is triggered by a report showing business activity falling in January for the first time in 5 years. Plus, a Federal Reserve official sounding new alarms about recession and inflation. Also, the International Red Cross says hundreds of civilians have been killed in the attempted coup in the oil-rich African nation of Chad. And thousands of people trying to flee the violence are now trapped, with 2 bridges into neighboring Cameroon now blocked by soldiers. And a federal judge says President Bush cannot exempt the Navy from sonar restrictions off the California coast designed to protect whales. Environmentalists are cheering the ruling. The White House disagrees with the decision. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. We're just about 2.5 hours away from the polls closing in several key states, including delegate-rich Illinois and New Jersey and Massachusetts. Only 1.5 hours or so till they're closing in Georgia. We're watching all of this unfold with the best political team on television, including CNN's own Carol Costello. She's looking at the candidates' bipartisan claims. Carol's joining us now. What are they saying about this sensitive issue, Carol?
Oh, how times have changed, Wolf. I mean, reaching across party lines is suddenly a beautiful thing, unless, of course, you're Mitt Romney. It is a strategy that, if you listen to some candidates, is so appealing, it's attracting defectors. It's a strategy Barack Obama plays beautifully. He claims Republicans fed up with their own party are defecting.
They showed up one after one, and they weren't whispering anymore. They'd say, Barack, I'm a Republican. I have never voted Democratic in my life, but the country feels off course. And that's why I'm changing registrations, and I'm going to vote for you.
After the Iowa caucus, Obama's camp sent out a list of 268 Iowa Republicans and 68 New Hampshire Republicans who changed their party registration and promised to vote for a Democrat. But analysts say, big deal.
Obama is drawing a lot of independents. That is a legitimate claim. But to suggest that an enormous number of Republicans are changing party registrations and coming to his banner really just isn't true. I think he's confusing favorability ratings with votes.
But that isn't stopping him, or Hillary Clinton for that matter, from trying to convince voters they are such unifiers. Republican voters are not only willing to listen to them, but to vote for them. Here's Clinton on David Letterman.
You are dressed in red state red.
That's because I'm bringing the country together.
Oh, well, there you go.
Even Republican John McCain, who is struggling to win over conservatives, is playing the game. His supporters are more than willing to say enlightened Democratic voters will vote McCain.
No one can bring the American people together in these challenging times better than Senator John McCain.
But while the strategy may be brilliant for Obama or Clinton, McCain is being criticized by his GOP opponents for it. Mitt Romney disparagingly mentions McCain's bipartisan appeal every chance he gets.
Do you want a person as our nominee, somebody who fought for McCain-Feingold, for McCain-Kennedy, for McCain-Lieberman?
It's hard to say exactly how the strategy will play out today, but here's some food for thought. According to the University of Virginia, 5 or 6% of voters switch affiliations in every election. Example, in 2004, 6% of Republican voters cast a ballot for John Kerry.
And a sizable number of Democrats, 11% in fact, crossed party lines and voted for George W. Bush. You forgot about that, didn't you? Also keep this in mind. You might think that since the Republican Party is so fractured, that Republicans would cross over and vote Democrat. But they are far more likely, Wolf, to not vote at all.
Interesting, Carol. Very good piece. Thank you very much. With polls showing Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama in a very tight race, what does each of them need to do to declare Super Tuesday a success? Let's get some analysis, talk about that and more with two Democratic strategists. Paul Begala is a Clinton supporter. Jamal Simmons is an Obama supporter. Guys, thanks very much for coming in. Before we talk about that, do you think Democrats and Republicans right now really want their nominees to be able to work with the other side? The thrust of Carol's piece?
That Carol's piece was a very smart piece. I think Democrats do. Hillary Clinton, and I love her and I support her. I don't advise her, though. But I was advising Bob Casey when he ran for the Pennsylvania seat in the U.S. Senate in 2006. It drove me to distraction. She was introducing legislation with Rick Santorum, who's like 3 clicks to the right of Attila the Hun. He's the most conservative Republican out there. She was co-sponsoring bills with him, with Lindsey Graham, who helped impeach her husband. Barack tapped into that very early. He's running commercials, a very good one, where he has an Illinois state senator who's a Republican saying, I worked with Barack. He really did a good job in the state senate.
So you think Democrats want it? Do you agree?
Oh, I think Democrats want it, certainly. I think it's one of the reasons why Barack Obama has gotten to be so popular is people think he's not just going to do whatever the partisan thing is. He's going to go out there and do what he thinks is best. Sometimes it'll work with Republicans. Sometimes it'll be just Democrats, but he'll do the thing that he thinks is the right thing.
Define success, Paul, for Hillary Clinton tonight.
Well, I think each of these folks want to kind of dip into the other folks' basket. In other words, can Hillary hold her own, say, in Massachusetts, where Governor Deval Patrick, Senator John Kerry, most importantly Teddy Kennedy, are all supporting Barack? Can Barack dip into Hillary's backyard in New Jersey, where I've talked to New Jersey Democrats today? They say the turnout looks very, very high. Who knows? Maybe that's really good for Barack. Maybe he can surprise her in her backyard. So I think both of them, and the big enchilada is California. Whoever wins California, we're going to say one.
Not only the
one
popular
tonight.
vote, but more importantly, the delegates. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but both. You got it. One follows from the other, essentially. But we want to know, I think Democrats are going to look who can play there, because it's far away from home for both of these candidates. Very interesting and mixed electorate. Who wins California is going to win tonight.
All right, Jamal, define success.
Well, by all indications, Senator Clinton should be winning all these states. She should be winning a majority of the states. I won't say all, but she should be winning a majority of the states. Senator Obama is probably going to do very well in places like Georgia and Alabama and some other places, maybe Idaho, where he got 20,000 people the other day. But Senator Clinton should hold California. She's got a bunch of absentee ballots that probably will come in her favor, although I think if you look at today, you probably will see Barack Obama do very well in the election polling that happens today.
If Hillary Clinton were to lose California, popular vote and delegates, what would happen?
A huge blow to her campaign.
Would it be over?
Huge. It's not over because she's still Hillary Clinton, okay? Right. She's got, what did Christopher Marlowe, the poet, say, if we had world enough and time? I suspect she still has world enough and time. But it's an enormous thing. In her campaign, and our viewers know, I do not advise her campaign. I support her because I love her and I worked for her husband. I think she'd be a great president. But her campaign strategists have to be, they're about as nervous as a hooker in church today about whether they're going to win California, because they got to win it, don't you think?
And what about Barack Obama? What happens if he loses California?
I don't think anybody expects him to win California. You'll see how he does in delegates. We'll see how he does in the popular vote. I think if he stays within 100 delegates of her around the country, I think he'll be fine. And then he's just got to get back out there. And for the next 4 weeks, then he's got a very good calendar in front of him, from Wisconsin and Hawaii to the D.C., Virginia, Maryland primary, all those states that kind of roll out, which he ought to do very well in. So he's got to survive today and then win the next 3 or 4 weeks.
We'll put the schedule up on the screen: February 9th, February 10th, February 12th, February 19th, March 4th. There are a lot of contests coming up out there. Which ones are, assuming it's a relative tie today, no decisive, clear-cut front runner emerging among these two Democrats, which ones are you looking at down the road?
Well, I think in broad sweep, I think the next couple of weeks probably favor Barack. You have Louisiana, which has a huge African-American population. Maybe Nebraska goes for Hillary, who knows? But then there's the Potomac primary. Washington, D.C., Maryland.
A week from Tuesday.
Right. I think Obama's in a position to sweep those three. He's got the governor of Virginia, very popular Tim Kaine. He's got a lot of support in Washington, D.C., and then Maryland, probably a little bit more liberal Democratic state than some of Hillary's states.
And if it comes down to March 4th, you got Ohio, Rhode Island, Texas, Vermont.
Hillary's people think they're stronger there.
Right, so you got Ohio and Texas. You got Ohio and Texas, which are going to be big, huge, contests for both of these candidates. And if Barack Obama could plot a victory out of Ohio, I think this thing is just about over.
That's right.
You look at Texas, where he got 20,000 people in Austin the end of last year, or during the last campaign. I think you see there's some places where he has a foothold, but he's certainly got to win some of these primaries and keep gathering up these delegates.
Paul and Jamal, thanks guys very much. We're going to be watching this. If it goes on another month, you know what? Not so bad.
We'll be
Good
back.
for us. Some problems, though, at the polls happening. We're going to show you where those problems are. Issues are being discussed right now, what that could mean for today's crucial contest. Brian Todd watching all of this. Plus, you're going to find out why today's vote has the California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger recalling his wedding vows. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Mike Huckabee got a boost today with an early Super Tuesday victory in West Virginia, where he picked up all 18 delegates. Let's go to CNN's Dan Lothian. He's watching this part of the story for us from Huckabee headquarters down in Little Rock, Arkansas. So what's the mood where you are, Dan?
Well, Wolf, they're obviously feeling very good about that win in West Virginia. But what's interesting is there's already some controversy about that win. The Romney campaign is accusing the McCain campaign of cutting some kind of a backroom deal with Huckabee in order to keep Romney from winning in West Virginia. Huckabee calling all of this nonsense. He says the reason he was able to win there is because there were a lot of hard-working volunteers.
Former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee beaming after his first win in West Virginia.
It was a great win for us, and I think gives us some real sort of wind to our backs as we go into tonight.
Huckabee, a minister, knows better than anyone how important it is to close out his message with a powerful argument. And today, it's simple. Don't count me out.
Other candidates have had bigger budgets. But you know what? I'm almost tied in delegates with those who have spent 10, 15, 20 times what I have.
At the GOP convention in Charleston, West Virginia, Huckabee stressed his conservative credentials, laid out his vision for the country, and tried to give still undecided voters a reason to support him.
That it's time for the people to elect a president, and not just the national media and the pundits to pick our president for us.
Huckabee, who then flew to his home state of Arkansas to vote, is fighting to keep the Republican contest from becoming a two-man race. In the past few days, he's been challenging Mitt Romney after the former Massachusetts governor suggested that Super Tuesday would narrow the field and give him the advantage.
Huckabee obviously will be watching some key southern states. That's where he believes he can do well tonight. Again, his campaign feeling very good about the delegate count up to this point, about the crowds that they're seeing out there on the campaign trail. And they're hoping that all of that will translate into votes tonight. Wolf?
And we'll be speaking live with Mike Huckabee. That's coming up in the next hour from Little Rock. Dan Lothian, thanks very much. Super Tuesday may slip into Wednesday, and voting problems could spark some controversy that could last even longer. Let's go to Brian Todd. He's looking into this part of the story. What are you learning, Brian?
Well, Wolf, a couple of prominent citizens' rights groups are concerned about potential irregularities, and they're monitoring the process very closely. They flagged 6 states which they say are at high risk, specifically for problems with voting machines. 6 a.m. on Super Tuesday, engine company number 2 in Hoboken, New Jersey. Early bird voters show up to avoid the morning rush and cast their ballots, but the 2 machines are down.
This one is not doing anything at all.
These frustrated voters had to wait, along with their governor, John Corzine, for one of the machines to be booted up. A state official tells us one machine was back up in 25 minutes, but one stayed down for 2 hours until a replacement arrived.
Machines don't work and no one knows what they're doing.
I always come early to vote, and I have plans tonight, which I obviously need to cancel because I want to vote.
Some of these voters had to use emergency paper ballots, but state officials say no votes were lost. Still, New Jersey is one of 6 Super Tuesday primary states listed by the citizens lobbying group Common Cause as being the most at risk for having results compromised because of problems with machines.
I think today the most urgent issue is machine malfunction, but we're also concerned about tampering. I think there's a lot of fear out there that some of these machines can be hacked into, particularly if you don't have some verifiable paper trail that goes along with it.
No paper trail, and, says Bob Edgar, if machines in those states break, there's no other way for officials to retrieve voting data. Another state listed as high risk, Georgia. In Atlanta, bloggers posted with a local paper to complain about machines not working, electronic registration problems, and long lines. But officials in Georgia say things are mostly running smoothly with voting machines. No major problems. A couple of isolated incidents there of long lines and problems with check-ins. We did contact election officials in all 6 of those states flagged by Common Cause as high risk. Most of them dispute that designation. They say they're having no widespread problems with voting machines. They say they've tested these machines thoroughly. They've made them as tamper-proof as possible. Wolf?
I spoke to some people who were waiting for at least an hour in line in Brooklyn earlier today to be able to cast their vote, but they were anxious to do so. Brian, thanks very much for that. Some interesting news coming out of Virginia right now, where enthusiastic voters appear to have jumped the gun. Let's go back to Carol Costello. What's going on, Carol?
Well, you know, we just have to share this with you because this is how exciting people find this election. In Virginia, people have been turning out in polling places across the state. The only problem is the Virginia primary is until next Tuesday. The Board of Elections in Virginia got 400 calls by noon from angry people wondering why their polling place was closed. And of course, they had to explain to them that Democrats and Republicans voted the Virginia primary next Tuesday, not this Tuesday.
And next Tuesday in Maryland as well. I know that's where you live, that's where I live, and the District of Columbia. They're calling it the Beltway contest next Tuesday in Washington. Not this coming Tuesday, a week from Tuesday.
Right.
Sorry. Thanks very much for that. We'll get back to Carol shortly. A Republican governor married to a member of the Kennedy clan. They're voting for different candidates on Super Tuesday. Is that a problem? We're going to hear what Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has to say. And I'll ask Mike Huckabee about his big win in West Virginia. What did that add up to? Did it create some more bad blood between him and Mitt Romney? My interview with Mike Huckabee coming up shortly. Stay with us. You're in The Situation. Like many married couples, California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger and his wife Maria Shriver have a politically mixed marriage. He's endorsed Republican candidate John McCain. Shriver, a niece of John F. Kennedy, she's backing Democrat Barack Obama. Schwarzenegger joked about it as the couple cast their ballots in L.A. earlier this morning.
It's never an argument. I think that Maria has, always been a Democrat, and she has always chosen her candidates, and I always have been a Republican and chosen my candidates. We respect each other's point of view, and remember, when I got married, I made it very clear when I was in front of the altar. I said, I take this woman in sickness and in health. That's her sickness, okay?
He's going to be in trouble for that. All right, let's bring in Jack Cafferty. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger. He can say whatever he wants.
I guess. I know what would happen to me if I said something like that. Question this hour is, what matters more to you in this primary election, issues or character, and why? Carl writes, character is far more important than issues. In addition to character, our next leader needs to have curiosity, be creative, be able to communicate, have courage, conviction, be good at alliteration, charisma, be competent, and have common sense, all lacking in the current White House. Select your candidate carefully this time. Phil writes, on the Democratic side, a vote for one candidate's issue is essentially a vote for the others. What citizens should be looking for is each candidate's leadership character. Obama will bring a passive leadership that he thinks will spark change through unity and compromise. Clinton realizes the truth, promises a fight against our conservative government. At this point in time, Clinton's leadership character wins her my vote. Andrew writes, I'm a conservative. I voted for George Bush. I count myself as a person who's dismayed and disgusted at the state of the U.S., in the world, and in our capital. I disagree with Obama on most issues, but I'm supporting him because I think it is more important to have someone in Washington with whom I can civilly disagree than continue to see the nonsense that's been our national direction and leadership. Christy in Missouri writes, this time around I'd have to say character, and I don't mean he's a nice guy or does he like interns. I mean, can he work with all the crazy factions and achieve some sort of consortium that can begin to heal the nation and get some issue, any issue, resolved? We don't need a Democrat or Republican. We need an American who can say to hell with these bratty party cliques and represent all of the people. Jonathan writes, the character of a candidate, very important detail, which is more than likely why Rudy Giuliani is no longer with us. However, character doesn't make the economy any better, and it doesn't bring the troops home any sooner. By far, a candidate's stance on the issues is more important. And Darren writes, if you ask me, Jack, they're all characters, and they all have issues.
Check. Thank you very much. Don't go far away. Lou Dobbs is watching all of these late developments unfold on this Super Tuesday. He's standing by to join us live. We'll get his take on what's going on. Plus, Mike Huckabee, he's also standing by to join us live. We'll talk about his victory today in the West Virginia Republican contest. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Bringing Lou Dobbs, get his take on what's going on. It's a Super Tuesday, and you know what the great thing about this Super Tuesday is, Lou? We don't know what the results are going to be. We have no clue who's going to be a winner, a loser, and that's exciting.
And that is the ultimate excitement, and we know that each one of these candidates is, you know, they're on pins and needles right now as we approach the first closing in Georgia, now a little over an hour away. But the reality is that this election looks so close that we're going to perhaps see this in both parties, despite what Senator McCain says on the Republican side, and as Senators Clinton and Obama try to manage expectations on the Democratic side. It looks like there is a very real possibility, it's perhaps an outside chance, that both of these races could move to the convention. And that would be startling history indeed.
We haven't seen that in a long time. You know, if somebody would have said to me months ago, you know what, I live in Maryland, outside of Washington, D.C., or in Virginia, or the District of Columbia, your primaries are going to take place a week from today, and they potentially could actually have a role to play in selecting delegates. I would have thought they were crazy because, you know, they front-loaded it so much. We thought for sure it'd be over by today.
Everybody has been, all of the pundits and the savants, the gurus, have been whining and moaning about all of these early primaries and all of the votes that are going to come on Super Tuesday. Well, guess what? We're at Super Tuesday. Nothing's clear. It looks like a tight race, and it looks like the system's going to work. Perhaps for the first time in a long time, we're going to see a presidential presidential campaign process actually work to create national consensus around some issues. Now these candidates might just have to start focusing out loud, talking directly to the American people about the real issues we face.
I know you and your team have done a lot of reporting on voting irregularities and the ballots and the machines, electronic voting. We all remember what happened back in 2000. It seems a long time ago with the butterfly ballots and the hanging chads. Over these past 7 years, based on everything you know, have the problems that we witnessed then over the years, have they basically been worked out, or is there still a fundamental problem out there after all this time?
There are huge issues that remain, Wolf, as we've been reporting on my broadcast. The fact is Colorado decided to just simply decertify the electronic voting machines without paper trails. Other states are following suit. But right now, it looks like 13 states potentially are going to be facing problems because they don't have verifiable paper trails. And in 2008, that's simply unacceptable. Some of these states will have the opportunity to fix it by November of this year for the presidential election. But right now, 13 states in the primary contest, their results could be suspect. Why is it possible
that we can always get a little paper trail with our Visa or MasterCard, but we can't get a paper trail with a ballot?
I suppose the best answer is, when's the last time the federal government worked? It's not working any better on this level because it set standards and put together the process by which these electronic voting machines were pushed out to the voting districts, to the states. The state voting officials in most states have been very, very responsible. But right now, we're facing a real problem.
You're worried about this?
Oh, I'm definitely worried about it. I think nearly everyone who's following this issue is extremely worried about it because the vulnerabilities to our system, the integrity of our electoral system is at stake.
Who's going to be with us throughout the night? We got a lot of coverage coming up. I hope you worked out today. You got your exercise because this is going to be a long, long night.
I just want to stay within hailing distance of you because you set the standard for
you know what? You got to pace
hours.
yourself. He's part of the best political team on television. And happening now, tonight's the big night, Super Tuesday, the most important day so far in this presidential election. Voters across the United States are casting their ballots, and we could have some results within the next hour. Plus, the Democrats could come out of Super Tuesday with a split decision. We'll take a look at the expectations for Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. And will John McCain carve out a clear path to the Republican nomination? We're looking at efforts to try to knock him down by his rivals and by his conservative critics. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center, along with the best political team on television. And you're in the Situation Room. In cities and towns across the United States, votes are being cast right now. Ballots are being counted. It's the closest thing we have to a national presidential primary. On the Democratic side, contests in 22 states and American Samoa. And it's all about delegates. Almost 1,700 delegates are at stake, a major chunk of the 2,025 needed for the nomination. For the Republicans, more than 1,000 delegates are at stake in primaries and caucuses in 21 states. The ones highlighted here in bright red are winner take all. Whoever gets the most votes gets all the delegates in the state. The 5 top candidates all cast their votes today in their home states for what is already an historic presidential election. The best political team on television is covering every moment of Super Tuesday from all across the nation. Let's begin with our Suzanne Malveaux. She's joining us live in Chicago now with more on Barack Obama's campaign. Suzanne?
Well, Wolf, I just came from a briefing from Obama's campaign manager, David Plouffe, and he says they are in for a long, hard fight here. He says this is going to be a daunting night. They always believed that it would, but they believe they have the better, superior ground operation on Obama's side, and they also say they believe that Clinton has what they call our ceiling issues, rather that she gets support, a certain amount of support, and then it flattens. They believe that Obama can overcome those ceiling issues by taking the independents and the Republicans. A lot of downplaying expectations, Wolf, already. The Obama team saying they expect that clearly Senator Clinton will have more states and more delegates. But if Obama comes within 100 delegates of Clinton and wins some states, that will be considered a success.
The grand finale for the push ahead, a thunderous rally in Boston, winding up a multi-state blitz. Obama's counting on his message of change to deliver voters in more than 20 states. He's also already positioning himself to take on the likely Republican nominee, John McCain, blasting him for his stand on Iraq while touting his own Iraq policy.
It will not have us setting up permanent bases and a permanent occupation in Iraq for decades, which is not only what George Bush has suggested, but also John McCain.
Senator Obama, good to see you this morning.
He began Election Day at 5:20 in the morning with a media blitz, 15 interviews across 8 states, including the Spanish network Univision. He cast his vote in his home state of Illinois. Now he's closely awaiting the returns.
I still think that Senator Clinton is the favorite. She had 20, 30-point leads in many of these states. We've been closing some ground. And my guess is we'll have a good night.
Aides say he's expected to win Illinois and has a good shot at Alabama and Georgia. They're also counting on the 6 caucus states to deliver, where open voting and strong ground organization will likely benefit Obama. The goal today to keep the race going after Tuesday by splitting the vote, including the delegate-rich state of California.
And Wolf, obviously the Obama campaign, the campaign manager also responding to the challenge of 4 additional debates from the Clinton camp. They said they've had already 18 debates. They're not saying yes or no. They're happy to oblige. But in Plouffe's words, he said they are not going to let the Clinton campaign dictate what they do from now on. Wolf?
All right, Suzanne, thanks very much. With less than an hour to go before the next round of polls close, Hillary Clinton is trying to stay upbeat and at the same time keep a lid on her Super Tuesday expectations. Let's head over there. Our senior political correspondent, Candy Crowley, is watching all of this happen right here in Manhattan. That's where she's going to be awaiting the results.
Absolutely. And on this one thing, they agree with the Obama camp. They believe tonight will be a split decision.
Clinton's strategists believe by the time the counting is done, she'll still have a lead in delegates, but not enough to call it a day. At the polls voting this morning, she was pretty chipper.
It feels really good.
One insider describes a campaign as cautiously optimistic based on, quote, anecdotal turnout from our people. Our people for the Clinton campaign is women, Hispanics, and working-class voters. The more those groups turn out, the better her delegate count at the end of the evening.
Thank you so much. Say hello to everybody.
She's working it till the end with a round of morning talk shows, followed by an unending stream of radio and satellite television interviews beaming into primary states. She is only too pleased to get in a last pitch.
I want to put the American people first again. And, you know, I think there is a lot of reason for people to worry that the president just doesn't pay attention. And I want them to know that I get it, and I'll be there for them if they are willing to go out and vote for me today. And I hope everybody watching will do that.
Battling it out on the ground, the Clinton campaign says they called more than 12 million voters last night, and more than 250,000 people watched her national town hall meeting via her website. While flexing their turnout muscle, Clintonites are also busy ratcheting up expectations for Obama, suggesting that California, a Clinton stronghold, is doable for him. Ditto Massachusetts, which once seemed like Clinton territory, but where Obama enjoys the support of the governor and both U.S. senators who are giving it their all.
The next president of the United States, Barack Obama!
Eons ago, when Clinton reigned supreme in the polls with no opponent in her rearview mirror, Super Tuesday looked like the end of it. This afternoon, Clinton's top strategist said they think Super Tuesday results will be inconclusive. It's a step, said one, but not the end.
And as Suzanne said, Wolf, they have accepted 4 debate invitations here at the Clinton campaign. Of course, they believe that's her strong suit. They would very much like Obama to follow suit. Wolf?
We'll see if he does. Thanks very much for that, Candy. John McCain is hoping to come out of Super Tuesday without any doubt that he's going to be the GOP nominee, but his rivals are hoping to knock him down, if not out. Let's go out to Dana Bash. She's in McCain's home state of Arizona right now. That's one of the battlegrounds unfolding right now. Just wrapped up a meeting out in California. He's really got a lot at stake out there, Dana.
He does, and he's quite worried about it. Of course, it is the biggest state, 170 delegates, and John McCain has not been spending a lot of time in California. That's why he took one last trip to California. But tonight, the McCain campaign, they're looking east to where you are, Wolf, into New Jersey and New York, those winner-take-all states, to start their success, what they hope is success.
Thank you. We're going to carry New York for John McCain.
New York City, not exactly a Republican bastion, but that was John McCain's point as he started Super Tuesday, telling GOP voters he's their best shot at beating a Democrat.
We're going to win New York today, and we're going to win New York in the general election.
His urgent appeal that Iraq is the biggest dividing line with Democrats, and he's the Republican to make their case.
And there was times when people said, no, we've got to get out. We've got to set timetables for withdrawal. And I can tell you right now that the 2 leading Democrats want to wave the white flag.
But in West Virginia, Mitt Romney tried to trip the frontrunner by pounding away at his weakness, saying McCain is too liberal to be their nominee.
Do you want to have a person as your nominee, someone who voted against the Bush tax cuts? A person who voted against the marriage amendment?
Romney got some 11th hour help with that from a powerful conservative voice. Focus on the Family's James Dobson announced he could never vote for John McCain, giving a statement to Romney supporter Laura Ingraham to read on her radio show.
I am convinced Senator McCain is not a conservative, and in fact has gone out of his way to stick his thumb in the eyes of those who are.
Meanwhile, struggling GOP candidate Mike Huckabee, who does have conservative appeal, appeared to give a thinly veiled boost to McCain in speaking about the threat of terrorism.
These are fanatics that are absolutely willing to kill every last one of us. Your next president had better understand that threat.
And there was another bit of evidence of this McCain-Huckabee alliance intended to try to beat Mitt Romney, and that happened in West Virginia. Wolf, Mike Huckabee actually won West Virginia's 18 delegates today, and it happened because of a convention there. The convention awards the delegates. Mitt Romney was doing well, and it turned out after that first round of voting, John McCain's voters went over to Mike Huckabee in order to take away any kind of win in West Virginia for Mitt Romney.
And we're going to be talking to the first winner of the day, Mike Huckabee. That's coming up shortly right here in the Situation Room. Dana, thanks. Let's bring in Jack. He's got the Cafferty foul.
He was winning until he lost. That's a bare-knuckled game, isn't it?
But he did win in West Virginia.
I understand. But, I mean, Romney was ahead.
Romney was ahead, but
all of a
then
sudden it's like, what happened?
Politics.
President Bush is searching for a legacy. How about this? He may be the reason that there is unprecedented interest around the world in this year's U.S. presidential election. After Bush's 8 years in the White House, people around the globe are seizing on this election's theme of change. Experts say America's image is on the line here. People overseas want somebody who can restore faith in the United States, along with our legitimacy overseas. They're hoping the next president will be someone they can work with. That'd be a switch, wouldn't it? Of all the candidates, Barack Obama's generating a lot of buzz abroad. Some Germans are calling him the Black JFK. Many Africans also like Obama. Of course, his father was Kenyan. In Japan, the media are closely following both Obama and Hillary Clinton, pointing out that either candidate could make history. Israelis seem to prefer Clinton because of her experience and her husband's relationship with the Jewish state. A lot of Europeans also are nostalgic for Bill Clinton's presidency, and they support Hillary as well. When it comes to the Republicans, the Europeans aren't nearly as excited about them. They think Romney and Huckabee are too religious and McCain is too old. Russian leaders, however, like the idea of another Republican president, as long as it's not John McCain, who's been very critical of the Russian president, Vladimir Putin. And an Iraqi political analyst suggests that a Republican president will probably remain more committed to Iraq. So here's the question. Why do you think there's so much interest around the world in this year's U.S. presidential race? You can go to CNN.com/Cafferty File and post a comment on my blog. It's a big story all around.
And the Situation Room is seen live around the world, and you and I, we get a ton of email from viewers around the world. We know they're interested in this.
Oh, yeah, it's a big, big story everywhere.
Jack, thanks very much. Sure. Jack's going to be back with the best political team on television shortly. And as Dana just told us, Mike Huckabee has picked up those 18 delegates today in West Virginia. He's saying don't count them out of the race yet.
It may be that it's time for the people to elect a president, and not just the national media and the pundits to pick our president for us.
Coming up next, my live interview with Mike Huckabee here in the Situation Room. We'll speak to him momentarily. Also, we're about 50 minutes away from the closing of the polls in Georgia. Coming up, the issues that are most important to this key southern state. And the CIA reveals just which terrorist subjects have actually gone through the interrogation method called waterboarding. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. Mike Huckabee got a boost today with an early Super Tuesday win in West Virginia. He picked up all 18 delegates at that state's GOP convention. Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, is joining us now from Little Rock. Governor, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you very much, Wolf.
You seem to have combined with the Romney against Romney with the McCain folks to win in West Virginia, and the Romney people, as you know, are not happy about this alliance that you forged with John McCain's team in West Virginia. What do you say about that?
Well, yesterday he was chiding me. He said not to whine. Today he's changed his position on whining, and today he's for whining. So once again, Mitt has been able to take both sides of all issues, including whining.
What do you make of all this criticism of John McCain coming in from some elements of the conservative base out there, especially some of the radio talk show hosts like Rush Limbaugh, who are complaining that if necessary, they would actually vote for Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama rather than John McCain. What do you make of this?
Look, I differ with Senator McCain on a few issues like immigration, stem cell research, the Human Life Amendment, and McCain-Feingold. But I'm going to vote for John McCain if I'm the one who doesn't get the nomination. I think that's absurd to be talking about I'd vote for Hillary Clinton before that. And it really does show that if you would go vote for Hillary or Barack Obama before you would John McCain, then you can't say that you're truly committed to a conservative viewpoint or to the conservative cause or to the Republican Party. I think I'll end up being the nominee. I know I may be one of the few people in the country who believe that, but I still believe in miracles. And today I was singing the song, Almost Heaven, West Virginia. They did me a big favor today, and we're looking good across the South, and I think it's going to be a day when it's all over. Nobody's going to have the nomination locked up, and the game is still on. So you're in this beyond Super Tuesday. Is that what I'm hearing? Oh, absolutely. I mean, this game is not over until somebody gets 1,191 delegates. It's a delegate count. And so many times I've seen some of the pundits try to say, okay, this guy won this state, somebody else won another state. It's not about winning states. It's about winning delegates. And the states give you a good buzz and a good feeling. But somebody has to have 1,191 delegates. And going into today, we'd only had 8% of the delegates even chosen, which meant 92% were still up for grabs. Now, we'll be a little further down the road after tonight, but we're still not going to have a nominee by the end of today.
You say you would vote, obviously, for John McCain if he got the party's nomination. Will you say the same thing about Mitt Romney?
I'll vote for the Republican nominee. I've said that all along. I'm a Republican. When I look at any of us against any of the guys on the other side, I know that even though I have sharp differences with some of my own colleagues, I have even sharper differences with the idea of the tax increases we would see with Hillary or Obama, the taking down of our military that we would see with either of them, changes in health care that would put more control in government hands and less in my own. There are a number of issues. For example, the sanctity of life. Any of the Republicans are going to be better on the human life question than any of the Democrats, that's for sure. And if that issue is important to me, how on earth could I say that I would sacrifice my convictions about life, the Second Amendment, about taxes, about marriage, and a host of other things to go vote for a Democrat? I mean, it just doesn't make sense that a true person of conviction would be willing to vote far across the aisle if those things are important. Now, there are a lot of people in the center, Wolf, that may not be as committed to pro-life Second Amendment, and if that's the case, then yeah, they could switch over and vote because they're going to be voting more on personality. But for those of us for whom politics is about deep principles and convictions, there's just some places we won't go.
Give me we only have 30 seconds, Governor, but give me a final thought. As voters are still voting out there, Republicans going to the polls, what do you want them to focus on in making the case for yourself as opposed to John McCain and Mitt Romney?
I think consistency. I'm not a person who's had to reinvent myself to be president, but I'm also a person who has got the right experience and the most experience running a government, making the tough decisions, which is what presidents do. We've got fine people running for president, but I think at the end of the day, I bring the most in terms of both experience, stamina, and preparation to the job. And, you know, I hope people will go vote for me if they still have a chance. And if they haven't voted and they're not going to vote for me, I hope they'll just stay at home, watch TV, give it up. Just don't even bother getting out.
All right, Mike Huckabee, the former governor of Arkansas, good luck.
Thanks a lot, Wolf. Great to be back with you.
On both sides of the presidential race, it could be a very close one, and campaigns need money to survive. Who's making the most and who might need a cash boost also? Stop and take a look at these dramatic photos. Look at this. A child is tossed from a burning building. You're going to find out what happened to the toddler. That's coming up right here in the Situation Room. We'll get back to our Super Tuesday coverage in just a moment. First of all, let's check back with Carol Costello. She's monitoring other stories incoming to the Situation Room right now. Carol, what do you have?
Well, Wolf, the Director of National Intelligence, Michael McConnell, is warning Congress that al-Qaeda affiliates may be planning to spread out and launch attacks outside of Iraq. At that very same hearing, CIA Director Michael Hayden, for the first time, named 3 al-Qaeda suspects who were waterboarded. But Hayden says the CIA hasn't used the technique, which many consider torture, in almost 5 years. In the meantime, Britain's Prince Andrew says the United States could have avoided problems in Iraq if it had learned from the Brits' experiences there as a colonial power. A big sell-off on Wall Street today. Oh, the Dow Industrials fell 370 points. Some experts are declaring the U.S. is now in a recession. The pessimism due to a new report showing that for the first time in almost 5 years, the service sector declined in January. Now, the service sector is the biggest part of the U.S. economy because it includes the retail, transportation, healthcare, finance, real estate, and construction industries. And you know, it's a picture that just makes your heart stop. These photos show a 9-month-old girl falling from an apartment fire in Germany. Her parents were forced to toss her out of a 4th-floor window because the family was trapped by flames. A police officer caught her, and the baby girl is doing just fine. The girl's father also got out okay. Her mother, though, is in the hospital, but she is alive. The fire did kill at least 9 other people, Wolf.
Oh, thank God for that. What a picture. Our heart stopped a little bit just watching it. All right, Carol,
and what
thanks.
a good catch.
Yeah, great catch. Thank God for that police officer. Carol Costello, thank you. The first exit poll results are coming into the Situation Room right now. It's the battle between change and experience. Which way are the voters leaning? Bill Schneider standing by to share some of these early numbers with you. Also, getting the most votes versus getting the most delegates. They don't necessarily go hand in hand. You're going to find out how to tell who's winning, plus the critical battle for campaign cash. We'll show you whose war chest is brimming and who may soon be pinching pennies. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. To our viewers, you're in the Situation Room happening now. We're only about 30 minutes or so away from the polls closing in Georgia. 87 Democratic delegates are up for grabs, 72 on the Republican side. We're going to show you some new exit poll information just coming in to the Situation Room. Also, delegates versus votes. How can you tell who's really winning in some of today's contests? And he may be Hillary Clinton's most unlikely supporter. That would be Rush Limbaugh. Why he'd rather see her in the White House than Republican John McCain. All of this, plus the best political team on television. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. So what do voters really think about two arguments presented in this campaign, experience versus change? Our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider, is joining us now with a closer look at some exit poll numbers that are coming in. Fascinating information, Bill. What are we picking up?
We're picking up that change was Obama's theme, and his voters got it. When we asked them what was the most important quality Obama voters were looking for, and this is our nationwide poll, this is voters in all the primary states together who voted today, they said change. 3/4 of them, 74%. That's what they were looking for. Experience almost didn't register. Just 3% of those who voted for Obama said experience mattered to them. Now, what about Hillary Clinton voters? She said she wanted change too, but the top quality for her supporters around the country was experience. Almost half of them said that's what they were looking for. They found her to be a candidate of experience. Change registers here, 29%, but it falls behind experience. She, of course, made the argument very often that she offered change as well as Obama. Let's shift to the Republicans. What were the top qualities for the various Republican supporters? And here, we just have them listed for each supporter. For the Mike Huckabee supporters, they wanted a candidate who shares their values. For the Mitt Romney supporters, a candidate who shares their values. Both of them competed among those famous values voters in the Republican Party. But McCain voters were different. They supported John McCain, they said, because they were looking for a candidate with experience. McCain is 71 years old. He's been in Washington a long time, and he has a great life story. Experience is his calling card. Wolf?
Bill, thanks very much for that. Joining us now to talk about these exit poll numbers and a lot more, our senior political analyst, Gloria Borger, Jack Cafferty, and our own senior analyst, Jeff Toobin, all part of the best political team on television. Change versus experience. A lot of Democrats out there, they really want change right now.
Yeah, and did you see the marks that Obama's, the exit voters, the exit polls gave Obama on experience? 3%. So, I mean, he got overwhelming for change, very low, and she, Hillary, kind of split those two qualities.
This is consistent all across what we've
absolutely.
seen so far. The Democrats especially, they want change more than they necessarily want experience.
And the Republicans seem to like experience, and so that could be obviously setting up the general election. Wolf?
We have a wide disparity between Barack Obama, if he's the nominee, and John McCain, not just in age, but you have John McCain, who's been in the Senate for 20+ years, and Barack Obama, who's been there for 4. I mean, that is a big difference. But Democrats clearly just don't care.
A lot of Democrats take a look at the experience that many of the president's top advisors had, whether it's Dick Cheney or Donald Rumsfeld, and they say not necessarily all that important, all those 30 or 40 or 50 years of experience.
They make a good point, don't they, when you take a look at how those careers have turned out and how popular people like Dick Cheney are today. I just think the mood of the country is so turned off on the status quo that, that Pinocchio could get elected if he said, I'm going to change things.
Well, Obama's argument is that it's not about experience, it's about judgment. And that while Hillary Clinton may have more so-called experience, although he doesn't even give on that one, he says he had the judgment to be against the war, whereas she did not. And she says, I have the experience to know how to make change. And we'll see if the voters buy that one tonight.
How will we define victory tonight? First of all, on the Democratic side.
That is a very hard question, and you can be sure that the candidates are going to try to define it in the terms that helps them. There are two issues here. There's who wins the popular vote in all of these states. That is clearly one measure. The other measure, of course, is who wins the most delegates, and those might be different. And that is going to be the struggle. I think, it's our obligation to point out to people that obviously the delegates are what determines the nomination. But in terms of momentum going forward, who wins each state is obviously going to have quite an impact as well.
I think whoever wins California on the Democratic side can say they won, and they're going to say they won, whether in fact they did or not.
Because that's the biggest prize out there.
Of course,
sure.
and they get, what, a 35% premium based on winning the popular vote in terms of delegates.
Well, what if somebody wins California, the popular vote, narrowly, let's say, right, but at the same time there's roughly an even split among the delegates?
Well, I think there'll probably be an even split at the end of the night among the delegates. I don't see either Obama or Hillary running away with the delegate count at the end of the night. It looks like, for example, in New Jersey, Obama's giving Hillary a run in her backyard. She's running well in New York. I think at the end of the night, there's going to be pretty close to a dead heat. But I still think the winner in California can say, I won.
I think so, too. I think there's going to be a colossal argument over electability. And there's going to be a lot of spin talking about that because California, more than any other state, makes the case for electability, particularly for a Democrat, but also for a Republican like John McCain, to see if he can finally get those Republican voters. If a candidate, however, runs the table and wins 15 out of 22 states, you're going to have to say they have some momentum. But I don't think you can make any serious judgment unless that happens until you hear about California.
Well, but the thing is, they are going to have to just go on and on and on. You've got Louisiana over the weekend, and then the Potomac primary next Tuesday. And I think the schedule, by and large, shapes up pretty well for Obama because Louisiana, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, the next four really do look like good states for him.
He's also got a lot of money. That's going to help.
And he's raised a lot more money in January than Hillary Clinton, which suggests either she's tapped out with all of her big-time contributors earlier or he's got something going on.
Yep.
Guys, stand by. We're going to continue this conversation. He's one of her oldest and sharpest critics. So why is Rush Limbaugh saying he'd rather see Hillary Clinton win the election than John McCain? And why is there so much interest around the world in the U.S. presidential race? Jack Cafferty will be back with your email. Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room. The conservative radio talk show host Rush Limbaugh is underscoring his deep dislike of John McCain, saying he'd rather see Hillary Clinton win the election. Let's get back to the best political team on television. Jack, I'll read to you what Rush told Howard Kurtz of the Washington Post in today's Washington Post. If I believe the country will suffer with either Hillary, Obama, or McCain, I would just as soon the Democrats take the hit rather than a Republican causing the debacle. And I would prefer not to have conservative Republicans in the Congress paralyzed by having to support, out of party loyalty, a Republican president who is not conservative. What do you think?
What is wrong with him? No, I'll tell you, you know what it is? They hate McCain because McCain's a liberal. But the problems that this country, that the next president's going to have to deal with, have accrued on the watch of a conservative, evangelical Republican named George W. Bush. The war, the economy headed into recession, nothing done about entitlement programs, 50 million people without health care, immigration hasn't been touched. Rush Limbaugh is talking about the problems that a Democrat will have to deal with. They're created by the incumbent Republican president we have now. So I don't know what Rush is. Maybe
John McCain would take issue that he's a liberal, but go ahead.
I mean, he has an over an 80% rating from the American Conservative Union, so that's not a, that's not a liberal. I think what's going to be interesting to watch tonight, Wolf, is whether Rush Limbaugh and other conservatives, like James Dobson, for example, have an impact on these voters who would either go to Mike Huckabee, for example, rather than vote for John McCain, or go to Mitt Romney, who's been positioning himself as the real conservative in this race. They may have an impact, or they may not. We don't know.
Limbaugh and those, the talk show screamers are also trying to preserve their own importance. Because if John McCain can prove that he can get elected president without them, who cares about them?
Well, but I would argue John McCain might be good for them because they can keep listeners,
Well, but they like to be powerful. And if they are no longer the kingmakers, if John McCain can get the nomination and get elected president with Rush Limbaugh screaming about how terrible he is, who cares about Rush Limbaugh anymore?
But the legacy of conservative, evangelical, right-wing Republican base is the whole list of things that I talked about a minute ago. I mean, the country's up to here with that
But it's not monolithic anymore. Yeah. That's the point. No one person carries that power. Can I remind you that Pat Robertson endorsed Rudy Giuliani, and that went absolutely nowhere.
Didn't do him a lot of good.
Did not do him a lot of good.
Either one of them, actually.
So evangelical conservatives care about a lot of things. They care about the environment. They care about the war. They care about the death penalty. They care about lots of issues. And sometimes they disagree with conservative leaders in their party, like Rush Limbaugh.
Because of Bush, they have no clout this time around.
But that's a change from 2004.
Absolutely.
The converse, though, of what you said earlier is that if, in fact, John McCain does not sort of wrap it up tonight, they will then say, you know what? Yep. Our influence among the conservative radio talk show hosts is a lot more serious than some of these Republicans think.
But they still have yet to settle on a candidate to challenge John McCain.
And a lot more settling on sort of on Romney to a certain degree.
But Huckabee's still there, making McCain's nomination that much more likely.
Than Romney is.
On the social issues, not necessarily on the economic issues.
But on the social issues,
on the social issues,
much more appealing to the right wing.
Right, absolutely. Define victory for the Republicans tonight.
Well, I think it's easier to define victory for the Republicans because there are more winner-take-all contests. So if you win a few big states, you can gather enough delegates to put you on the road to victory. And that's exactly what John McCain is looking for.
Because New York and New Jersey, those are winner-take-all.
Yep,
California is not necessarily the same way. All right, guys, thanks very much. You're not going. We're going to be here all night. Jack, stand by for a second. I want to go to Chad Myers. There's a breaking news story we're following down in Memphis. Tornadoes, Chad?
Yes, actually one hit about 15 minutes ago in Bartlett, just to the north and northeast of Memphis. Now one is on the ground in the southwestern and southeastern suburbs of Memphis. This has been confirmed on the ground, making damage in northern Mississippi, and it is still on the ground, moving into Memphis at this time. Over into Clinton, Arkansas, a major tornado on the ground in your county, moving right up into the Clinton town. Maybe 25,000 people in this warned area. We do know that this is a large tornado on the ground, Wolf. You need to be taking cover if you see a big storm in your area. All these storms could be rotating tonight.
Chad, thanks very much. Chad Myers watching these sort of the extreme weather story unfolding right now. We'll update our viewers as we get more information. With primaries and caucuses taking place coast to coast today, we've been receiving reports from viewers all across the country who are voting. In fact, reports even around the world. Let's go to our internet reporter, Abby Tatton, to show us some of these pictures. What are we seeing, Abby?
Well, if we're still getting these in the last couple of hours before the polls close, let's go first to California, where the pictures we've been seeing a lot of are Obama supporters getting their message out today. This is from John Lara, who's in the northern part of the state, but this kind of thing above the highway seems to be a theme today. This is from Hollywood, California, where Adam Lorbeson in this picture, he was stuck in traffic. The Obama supporters making sure that everyone who was on Highway 101 waiting there this morning could see who they were supporting. It's a slightly less congested view out here in Colorado, where caucuses are going to be starting in a couple of hours. Diane Campbell says despite shoulder height of snow, she's still going to try and get out there and caucus for Mitt Romney. She thinks she has to walk the 1.5 miles to get there. We're also getting pictures coming in from around the world. Democrats abroad have started their voting today. 33 countries. There are 7 votes at stake at the convention in Denver. This is the Foreign Correspondents Club in Bangkok, Thailand, where they had about 200 people vote. The pictures are all coming in at cnnpolitics.com, and that's where we're going to be looking to see the results come in a couple of hours. Wolf?
Abby, thanks for that. Let's bring back Jack. He's got the Cafferty file. Jack.
Question this hour is why is there so much interest around the world in this year's U.S. presidential race? And there is a tremendous amount. Garrison writes, the world's more interested in the presidential race because we've increased our interest in the world. We've mucked around so much in other countries' business that the outcomes of our elections have a direct bearing on their own futures. We need to take off our knee-high boots that we use to wait around in other people's business and start paying more attention to our own fiscal backyards. Philip in Germany, hi. Hi, Philip. In my European opinion, the people around the world are so interested in this year's race because they want a change in the U.S. Most Europeans are against the politics of Mr. Bush, and they're against the politics of the war. Brendan writes, our standing in the world's shaken. The world's looking to us to elect a president that can restore the once great view of America and the American people. Gabriel writes, as a Canadian, I feel my attention drawn to this election because I've seen how George Bush has not only crippled the states but ruined relations with Canada in many ways. David in Malta writes, I come from a very small country and most Maltese are living this election as if it's happening over here. America defines what happens around us, directly or indirectly. Democrats speak to the world. I'm afraid Republicans fight it. Judy writes, because the world wants to see if we're brave enough to elect a woman president like other parts of the world have. It's certainly time. Look at Lady Thatcher. There's also Germany led by a woman, and of course there are others. Why not us? And Arlene writes, the world's captivated by the 08 presidential race in this country because it's a circus, and everybody loves a circus. This is your circus today.
We got a ringmaster coming up. Thanks very much, Jack, for that. We're in the final hours of Super Tuesday voting right now. The polls in Georgia, by the way, will be closing just in a few minutes, right at the top of the hour. Coming up, we'll take a look at our multi-touch screen to show you what Huckabee and Romney have to do to stay in the race. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. We're still here in the Situation Room. We're counting down to the closing of the polls in Georgia. 9 minutes and 34 seconds to go. West Virginia has already had their convention. Mike Huckabee picking up all 18 Republican delegates there. Georgia about to close an important contest in the South. It'll give us an indication what is going to be happening in the South later tonight for Democrats and Republicans. Let's head over to John King. He's watching all of this unfold, specifically the Huckabee-Romney factor, which was very significant in West Virginia, we just saw a little while ago. But what's going on big time right now?
Well, a lot of talk going into the night, Wolf, that it's a chance for John McCain to take command of the Republican race. So the flip side of that is how would either Romney or Huckabee stop him? So let's look at the various scenarios. Number one, let's start with Governor Romney. He has to win his home state of Massachusetts. John McCain went up there yesterday. Most Republicans think Romney is safe there, but that's one to watch early. Romney needs to win that to prove he's viable. Then, as you said, West Virginia, that was a state Romney wanted to win. Huckabee wins that, so that's a disappointment in the Romney campaign. So where do they go next? Very much hoping that they can win down here in Georgia. And as you just noted, we will get results early on that one. So for Mitt Romney, you believe your conservative message, I'm the conservative alternative to John McCain. He hopes to sell that in Georgia. Then the next big test for Governor Romney is right here, the bellwether state of Missouri. Same for Huckabee. All three Republican candidates hotly contesting Missouri, hotly contesting Georgia. Those will be key to watch. And then Governor Huckabee's not playing out here, but Governor Romney is. So if you're Romney, that's very big for you.
That's the big prize tonight, California.
Very big. And I want to clear the board quickly so we can go through Huckabee, and I'll use red for Huckabee. If you're Huckabee, you've already won West Virginia. You're off to a good start tonight. To make the case that you're not just a player in the race, but you can be a player for the nomination, he needs to do much better across the South. That would be Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and his native Arkansas. For Huckabee to get back in the race.
We assume he'll win Arkansas.
We assume he will. We'll see what the votes come in. But to prove that he's not just a factor in the race, but a player in the race, he has to do better than that. Has to pick up these southern states. Tennessee would be good. Again, he's tried very hard here. Strong evangelical base in southern Missouri. He's campaigned a bit in Oklahoma, and he's campaigned a bit up here for social conservatives in Minnesota. Those are the states, if you're Mike Huckabee, to be more than a player, but to be a factor, you want to do better. You want to move over to Oklahoma and Minnesota, and Missouri, again, is the huge prize, Wolf, for all of the Republicans as we start to make our way across.
And let's take a look at the Democrats now, because Georgia is an important state for Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, too.
Georgia's huge for the Democrats in the sense that if you're Barack Obama, remember, you won South Carolina, and the lighter shaded states, we should say, are the states that have already voted. Those states have already voted. Barack Obama won South Carolina based on overwhelming African-American turnout. He has the potential to copy that right here in Georgia and Alabama. If Barack Obama is going to have a good night, he needs to start in Georgia with a win, Alabama in a win. Smaller African-American population in Tennessee. Arkansas, of course, Hillary Clinton, before she was the first lady and a senator from New York, was the first lady of Arkansas. So one would assume her old supporters will take care of Arkansas for her. But again, you come back to this same state. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about Missouri tonight. It is a bellwether state. It is very representative of all the ideological ranges in both parties. A heavily African-American city in St. Louis, rural Democrats out here, evangelicals in the Republican Party. So we're going to come back to Missouri over and over again tonight in both races, Wolf. And of course, ultimately, we get out to California.
Well, let's talk about California on the Democratic side for a second, because as important as the popular vote is going to be, and it's going to be very, very important, the delegates for the Democrats, the way they proportion and decide who gets those delegates is going to be really significant.
And that's why I pulled this out, Wolf, because California will be 53 different races. These are the congressional districts, those little lines you see inside. And let's assume that, let's say, it's hypothetical, it's early, let's say Senator Clinton wins the vote statewide. Someone would say, wow, she's won California. Well, that's not necessarily a big deal, because the delegate map can change based on congressional districts. Now, Senator Obama is the darker blue, Senator Clinton is the lighter blue. Let's watch how this works. If Senator Obama is winning the congressional races, and look at the delegate number, if he's winning the congressional districts, he's mounting up delegates even if she's won the statewide vote. So it could have a huge impact. Watch those numbers on top. Depending on how you do the congressional, doesn't matter who wins statewide. It's all by congressional district, and how the congressional districts go is how the delegate numbers end up at the end of the night.
It'll be a decision that all of us have to make, everyone out there in the country who actually won California, if there's a split decision. One of the candidates wins the popular vote, but another candidate actually gets more delegates.
And we are more likely to know who wins the popular vote first, not definitely, but you might hear, if you're watching at home, you might hear Wolf Blitzer tonight say Hillary Clinton has won statewide in California, but Wolf Blitzer will be very smart to say right after that, but that's not the most significant question. The question is who gets the delegates, and to do that, it's much more complicated. 53 congressional districts, it's 53 different contests, Wolf. It's complicated, so it makes it fascinating.
And what's fascinating, especially about California, is we've seen these Republican candidates go into heavily Democratic districts, like in San Francisco, for example, and Democratic candidates go into heavily Republican districts in Orange County, for example, because they know that those congressional districts are significant in terms of racking up delegates.
Absolutely right, and you can pick a winner. You can say it's the same thing. You could say Governor Romney wins the state, but the whole thing can move based on how the congressional districts go. So you're right. You had Mike Huckabee up in San Francisco, Nancy Pelosi's district, probably the most liberal congressional district in the country, the man who's the most culturally conservative Republican candidate up campaigning in there. So it's district by district by district, and you have to remember that as the night goes on. And again, see, watch this. Watch, if you turn this, watch the delegate numbers. So that's Mike Huckabee. There's John McCain. Goes up. All depends on congressional districts. You see how the state just switched? State just switched from a McCain state, Romney state to a McCain state. So we'll know the statewide winner, Wolf, but the math is done in each of these districts, and that will affect the numbers that matter,
and it's going to take a while to get that. Let's go to the finish line right now and show us what we're going to need to see.
You want to get to the finish line? Yeah. Let's stay with our delegate map. If you want to get, here's your finish line, right here. There's your finish line, okay? So let's start giving.
I'm on the Democrats.
We're on the Republicans right now. We're on the Republicans right now. You have to start giving away states to make it happen and to move the votes over. We're stuck on the telestrator here. You start moving states over to give that to McCain. Let's say he wins that. There we go. Got to give that to him. You see the line moving?
Yep.
That's picking up delegates. You start winning states, and I'm just doing this hypothetically just to show you how this works. This is not to say Senator McCain would win these states, but you watch that happen, and this is based on proportion. It's in the states that are proportional, he's getting a proportion of the delegates.
So what we hear you saying, and our viewers should get ready for this finish line, to that finish line right there, and that will be the winner of the nomination.
And we can say with pretty near certainty, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans will get somebody to the finish line. The question at the end of the night will be who's closest to the finish line. Senator McCain is hoping to get way out like this so that the other candidates start thinking, if McCain is here and the other guys are back here, and I should have done that in a different color, the idea would be we can't catch him. That is the dynamic Senator McCain wants at the end of the night. But to do that, he better win Missouri. He's going to have to do well in California. We got a ways to go.
We got a lot to look at here. I want to bring in Lou Dobbs because he's got the best political team on television. We're, about 2 minutes away, Lou, from the polls closing in Georgia.
Absolutely. 2 minutes and now 11 seconds from the closing of those polls. And intervening time, we're going to introduce our team here, the best political team in television, and that is, there's just no hyperbole in that whatsoever. Joined by David Gergen and Jeffrey Toobin, and we're joined also by Gloria Borgia. We're going to have John King and Wolf Blitzer rejoin us, if you will, and back here the illustrious Bill Bennett, the inimitable Roland Martin, Jamal Simmons. I'm out of superlatives, and Paul Begala, our good friends and analysts also. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Snyder will be joining us here in just a matter of moments to carry us through this evening of an incredible night in which we're going to see 1,020 Republican delegates set as a result of the caucuses and primaries held on this Super Tuesday. 1,681 Democratic delegates settled. We don't, however, think any of that will settle this race, but we'll see as the hours proceed here on election night on CNN. So, Wolf, back to you. We're ready to go.
I know. It's going to be exciting all around. Lou's got the best political team on television. We're watching all of this unfold. Less than a minute or so now until they actually close the polls in Georgia. Georgia, a critical state because it could set some trends. What to see, as we just saw from John King and other critical states in the South that are voting, and their polls will be closing later at the top of the next hour, not 7 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll watch what happens in Alabama and Tennessee, and then we're going to be moving out. But Georgia is a state like South Carolina, which does have a significant African-American population on the Democratic side, and we're going to see what happens in Georgia momentarily. There's no doubt that Mike Huckabee has been looking at his native South to try to score some points on this night. So let's stand by for the polls closing in Georgia. And based on our exit poll, CNN can now project that Barack Obama will win the Georgia primary and the Democratic presidential nomination in Georgia. Barack Obama will beat Hillary Clinton in Georgia. That's based on our exit polls that we saw come forward throughout this day. Barack Obama, the winner in Georgia. On the Republican side, right now, it's a three-man race. We cannot yet make a projection on the Republican side between John McCain, Mitt Romney, and Mike Huckabee, but we're going to have to wait. We'll wait to see the actual votes being tallied. As the votes come in, we'll get more information. We'll be able to potentially make a projection down the road. But right now, it's a three-way race between McCain, Romney, and Huckabee. It is a win. It is a win for, though, on the Democratic side, for Barack Obama in Georgia. Here are all the states, by the way, that are up tonight. Super Tuesday wins. You take a look at all of these yellow states out there are the states that are voting tonight. As you see, Georgia now, Georgia will be a win for Barack Obama. We have not yet been able to allocate delegates in Georgia because on the Democratic side, it's proportionate depending on congressional districts. But right now, on the Democratic side, you can see a win for Barack Obama in Georgia, just as he won in South Carolina not that long ago. On the Republican side, so far tonight, we can see Mike Huckabee, that red over there, that's Mike Huckabee. In West Virginia, there was a convention, a Republican convention earlier the day in West Virginia. Mike Huckabee gets the winner-take-all, 18 delegates in West Virginia. A good start for him on this day. We'll see how he can do throughout the South as the polls close in these other southern states. Once again, on the Republican side, it's a three-way race between McCain, Romney, and Huckabee in Georgia. Let's go to Lou Dobbs and the best political team on television. We can assess right now a win for Barack Obama in Georgia, just as he won in South Carolina.
Just as he won in South Carolina, just as had been expected by most that he would win in Georgia. David Gergen, the three-person race that Wolf just articulated in Georgia. Your thoughts?
Well, it suggests it could be an interesting night for Republicans. That Romney is holding better, I think, than some people thought. He is going to be competing with Huckabee in a lot of those southern states, and Huckabee's got a good chance to take some of those southern states from him. If Huckabee were not in this race, I think you would have a much more even race now between McCain and Romney. But I think it's going to be a long night on the Republican side too. It's not as obvious from what we're seeing early on and what we're hearing that this is a big McCain sweep.
Do you concur, Jeffrey?
Well, I do, but the paradox here is that Mike Huckabee is almost like an entry in horse racing with John McCain. I mean, the fact that Huckabee keeps showing strength means there is no single alternative to John McCain in the Republican primaries, which means that's good for McCain. So even though he's not winning, which of course he would like to win, that is McCain, the fact that it's not one single candidate coalescing as the opposition, the conservative opposition, is ultimately good for him.
And it's not good for Mitt Romney, obviously, because Huckabee takes votes away from Mitt Romney. So that's good for John McCain.
Yeah, but one of the things we're looking for tonight is whether, since John McCain seems almost crowned, whether Republicans are going to rally to him in these various states tonight. And if their votes go elsewhere, it suggests he's got a ways to go to rally the party, to be an enthusiastic nominee of the party.
Well, let's try to get some better sense of what's happened in Georgia. Let's try to also, at the same time, see how that may project out to the 23 other states, 22 now, with West Virginia decided in caucus. Let's turn to John King and his magic board and insightful analysis as always. John.
Well, Wolf, as you see right now, this is the state of Georgia, and it is fully white on our board because no votes have come in yet. We're looking at the Republican race here, and you see the different colors you'll see through the night for the candidates as the board starts to full in. What are we looking for in Georgia? It's a very competitive race, we know, between the three Republican candidates, Romney, McCain, and Huckabee. And if you're Mike Huckabee, you're looking over here and down here. Social conservative vote, mostly in this part of the state. I want to take this off for a little second. I want to pull out to the west of Atlanta in Douglas County, Cobb County, and here in Fulton County, which is 10% of the state population. If John McCain wins Georgia, it is most likely to be out here, where you have a more moderate suburban vote. That's one of the things we'll watch early on. And as you shrink the state back down, Lou, as you can see, Georgia's a big state. If you look at, there's some military installations in Georgia. This is a place where Mitt Romney has gone down and challenged McCain as a conservative. You see more Republican territory out here. Obviously, Atlanta's the big city. That is where Barack Obama was a factor in the Democratic race. But as you look at the Republican race, normally Fulton County tells you where the state is going, Cobb County, which is down here as well, and the social conservative vote is out here in the eastern Georgia, southern Georgia. If Mike Huckabee is making a play for Georgia, we'll see his color. And again, here's the different colors of the candidates. We'll see that as it fills in. But the polls have just closed. We have 0% reporting so far. So we'll watch these colors and watch as the states fill in. And this could be, it's a competitive state with all three candidates. There have been a few other places where we've had that. All three have competed in Missouri, a state like Georgia. We have a social conservative element, also a suburban element in the Republican Party. So as we watch this tonight and watch how this map fills in, it may be instructive as we move further on to some of the other more competitive battlegrounds, Lou.
John, thank you very much. Let's turn now to Bill Bennett. A three-person race in Georgia, Mitt Romney, Mike Huckabee, and Senator John McCain. As you expected it?
Although it's a must for Romney, Lou, Romney really needs Georgia. People expected that if he got Georgia and Missouri, California, then he lives to fight another day. So he's hoping for Georgia. Interesting thing, by the way, on the Huckabee. Earlier today, reported once on CNN, not much around though, Gallup released a poll, a second choice for Huckabee voters.
Right.
McCain.
Right.
Surprising people. You saw it. It really surprised me because there's been this argument that if Huckabee would drop out, all the votes would go to Romney. Maybe not.
It is interesting and perplexing at the same time because all of the savants had that duality created. We want to point out again these numbers. The reason you're seeing some zeros up there in terms of precincts reporting, we're still at the very early stages of the counting. The projections for Senator Barack Obama as the victor in Georgia based on those early patterns, but still the numbers very, very early. Gloria, you were about to say?
Well, I would just want to comment on what Bill said. What we see time and time again, when people say they're voting for John McCain or they like John McCain or those Huckabee voters would not go to Romney, they would go to John McCain. It is because of who he is as a person. They like that. And they like him, it seems, from looking at our exit polls over these last weeks, they seem to like him more than they like Mitt Romney. So it's not really a surprise to me that some of those Huckabee voters who think that he's authentic and a breath of fresh air would then say, okay, McCain would be my second choice because I believe that he tells me the truth. That's been his campaign.
Terrific. Well, let's turn now to our colleague, in fact, our newest colleague and team member on the best political team on television, Campbell Brown, who's going to bring us to all of our correspondents covering this race nationwide. Campbell Brown.
Thank you very much, Lou. We are checking in now with our correspondents who are stationed all across the country at campaign headquarters and at the polling stations as well. And why don't we start with Candy Crowley, who is here in New York at the Clinton headquarters. And Candy, set the scene for us there tonight.
Well, the theme tonight is it's going to be very close. You cannot talk to anyone in this campaign that doesn't say, we think we're going to come out of here kind of divided. They believe that Illinois will go for Barack, obviously his home state. They believe New York, by and large, will be theirs, keeping in mind that these are proportional here, so they'll each get some delegates. Then they move into some of these swing states, New Mexico, Missouri, they're looking at. The Clinton campaign is hoping for Arizona, looking a little south. Tennessee is another one they're eyeing. But the core of the Clinton campaign has always been, for this night, New York, New Jersey, California, and Arkansas, where, of course, she was First Lady. So those are the ones they're watching very closely. But they have left nothing to chance here. She has been out all day doing satellite interviews in all of these key states. But as far as I can tell, they are saying the same thing we are saying, which is it's going to be a really long night, Campbell.
All right, Candy Crowley for us at Clinton headquarters. And let's turn now to Suzanne Malveaux, who is at Obama headquarters. And the talk, Suzanne, as you well know, has been all about the Obama momentum. What's the level of confidence there tonight?
It's somewhat subdued, if you will. They are really trying to lower the expectations here. They say it's all about moving beyond this night. Of course, the Georgia victory was it was not a surprise. They expected it. A high African-American community reflects somewhat what we saw in South Carolina. They also expect to have a good shot in Alabama, and it is obvious, it's clear that they do believe they're going to win the home state of Illinois. But take a close look this evening at those caucus states. There's 6 states, and that's what they're hoping, that these going to perform well, because these are open contest, gives people a chance, independents, Republicans, to weigh in here. Also, it's really where you see that ground organization of real strength of the Obama campaign at work. So look at states like Idaho, Minnesota, Kansas, Alaska, Colorado, these type of places where they believe they're going to perform strong. But again, they do believe that Senator Clinton is going to come out ahead with the states and the delegates, but they say if they get within 100 delegates and win some states, they're in good shape to move on. Campbell?
All right, Suzanne Malveaux at Obama headquarters in Chicago. And let's check in on the Republicans now and go to the McCain headquarters. Dana Bash is there. What's the feeling there tonight, Dana?
Well, John McCain tonight, Campbell, is one conflicted man. On the one hand, in one breath, he says, we're going to win the nomination, we're going to win the White House. And the next, he says, wait a minute, I've seen this movie before, I'm not so sure. But, you know, they really are, in reality, banking on something that hasn't existed up to now in the Republican race, and that is momentum. John McCain is hoping that his big wins in South Carolina, New Hampshire, and Florida, and his big poll numbers right now nationally really will give him a good night tonight. What they're looking at in terms of the map, they're looking east first. He spent a lot of time in New York, where you are, in New Jersey. They're hoping for some big wins in those winner-take-all states. They're not so sure about the enchilada, if you will, of California, which is a lot more complicated. It was very close there. But McCain is somebody who understands. He says that he was, left for political dead not too long ago. He understands that it's only because of a change, at least at this point, a perception on the ground in Iraq, that he is even viable at all right now. He's been trying to make the case all day, even more intensely over the past few hours, that to Republican voters, that is still the dividing line between Republicans and Democrats, and he is the best person to beat Democrats on that issue of Iraq. But he still has kind of a revolt going on among conservatives, as you know, Campbell, and that is something that is going to be a big challenge to McCain if he does, in fact, get the nomination to unite his party.
All right, Dana Bash for us in Phoenix tonight. And from John McCain's headquarters, let's go to Boston to his rival, Mitt Romney, former Massachusetts governor's headquarters, and Mary Snow is there. Mary?
And Campbell, the mood here is one of anxiousness. This is really Mitt Romney's last chance to prove that he is a solid competitor to John McCain. He's been saying this is a two-man race, but he was disappointed when Mike Huckabee beat him in West Virginia, and Mitt Romney traveled to West Virginia to try and win that state. Now the campaign is looking south. They're hoping that his conservative message will do well in Georgia, but really the hopes are on California, and it's going to be a late night as his campaign is eagerly awaiting to see if his conservative message has resonated with voters there. They're hoping it will. They've been encouraged, and of course, Campbell, he has to win Massachusetts, his home state. Senator John McCain was here in recent days. This is a must-win for him. Campbell?
All right, Mary. And finally, to the state that is getting an enormous amount of attention tonight, we've got Jessica Yellen, who is in California, with us for an update. She's on the Election Express. Jessica?
Campbell, Californians know that all eyes are on them because this state is the delegate jackpot. Throughout the day, there have been allegations of voting irregularities in various precincts. One precinct in Los Angeles opened 4.5 hours late. The Obama campaign in San Francisco sent out an email to supporters warning them that some unaffiliated voters who are supposed to be allowed to vote Democratic were being turned away or not told how to vote for Democrats in their precincts. The Clinton campaign responded quickly with emails of their own saying that these irregularities are being overplayed. Bottom line, this just demonstrates just how hotly contested this state is. Now, the stakes are definitely high here for the Republicans, 170 delegates at stake for them, and John McCain made a visit here this afternoon, but they are even higher for the Democrats, 370 delegates at stake. And for the longest time, this has been Clinton country. Bill Clinton was so popular here. But in recent weeks, Barack Obama has been able to narrow what was a very healthy lead for Senator Clinton. The Clinton camp thinks they are still strong among Latinos and among working women voters. But Barack Obama has gotten a slew of high-profile endorsements lately from the LA Times, from a La Opinión, a Spanish-language paper, and from the state's First Lady, Maria Shriver. So it is just incredibly close in this state. As you've heard John King explain earlier, the delegates here are apportioned by district, so it should be very long. This night should go on well into the wee hours as they try to count out who gets how many delegates. Campbell?
Yeah, a very late night out there. All right, Jessica Yellen for us. Jessica, thanks very much. And we should mention we'll be checking in throughout the night with all of our correspondents. And we want to go back now to Lou and the panel.
Campbell, thank you very much. And we want to remind you that as of right now, Mike Huckabee has won the caucus, the convention in West Virginia, 18 delegates there. And CNN has declared Senator Barack Obama to be the winner of the Georgia primary. And right now we have a three-man race in the Republican primary, literally too close to call, very early in the counting, but that counting will accelerate over the next hour or two, and we'll be bringing you all of the latest results, the very best analysis of this Super Tuesday primary election. And even as we now take a break, you can catch up on all of the politics over the course of the next minute or so by going to CNN.com. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and CNN has projected Senator Barack Obama the winner on the Democratic primary in Georgia. We are set for a number of poll closings within the next hour. Let's go to my colleague Wolf Blitzer to bring us up to date. Wolf?
It's going to be exciting as this evening continues, Lou. Let's take a look and see what's coming up at the top of the hour. We have, as Lou just pointed out, projected that Barack Obama has won the Georgia Democratic primary. It's a three-man race on the Republican side right now in Georgia. We're waiting for the numbers with the actual votes to come in based on the exit polls. We can only tell you it's a three-man race right now. Coming up in about 41 minutes or so at the top of the hour, polls will be closing in all of these states in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Massachusetts, Missouri, New Jersey, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, states that will be very, very important in helping to determine who will be the Democratic and the Republican presidential nominees. In Alabama, for example, be important to see if Barack Obama on the Democratic side can continue that southern momentum. South Carolina, he won. Now we've projected he will win in Georgia. Let's see how he does in Alabama against Hillary Clinton. And in Missouri, that's a very important state for both the Democratic presidential candidates as well as the Republican presidential candidates. We'll wait to see if we can make any projections at the top of the hour based on the extensive exit polling we've been doing throughout the day. Stand by about 40 minutes or so from now. We'll get back to the 8 p.m. Eastern poll closings. Lou?
Looking forward to that and fascinating results there as we look at those southern states, those Midwestern states that are going to be critical to both the Huckabee strategy and the Obama strategy. With the polls having closed in Georgia, Senator Barack Obama, CNN has projected him the winner. Let's take a look at what the Democratic voters in the primary in Georgia were thinking. Bill Snyder and Soledad O'Brien have an analysis of those exit polls as they're now available. Soledad and Bill.
Yeah, you know, the best way to look at that, of course, is to take a closer look at the exit polls. So we broke it down by race, gender, and age to see where the voters went. So let's start with race first and foremost. African-American voters.
African-American voters were a majority of the voters in Georgia, and they predictably supported the African-American candidate, Barack Obama. 88%. Hillary Clinton, that has to be a disappointing showing, just 11% of the African-American vote. But the white vote in Georgia, now here's a surprise. They did vote, among white voters in Georgia, they did vote for Hillary Clinton, 57%. But Barack Obama got a big chunk of the white vote. 39% of the white vote is a lot more of the white vote than he got in South Carolina.
Which is around 25%.
It's about 25%.
And you said that might be a big problem if he wasn't able to raise those numbers.
And he raised those numbers. This is a southern white vote. He got almost 40% of it. So that shows he's made real headway with white voters, even in the South.
All right, let's break it down by gender. White men.
There is a gender gap, and the white men, here it is, Democrats in Georgia, white men were just about tied. Look at that. Clinton just narrowly edging out Barack Obama by 3 points. Now let's take a look at white women, and this is where Hillary Clinton, I believe, is going to do better. There it is. Hillary Clinton, a clear edge there. It was about 50-50 among men, but she clearly dominates the vote among white women. I should point out we see a gender gap among white voters in Georgia. We don't see a gender gap among African-American voters. They all voted for Barack Obama.
All right, let's talk about age, because what we had seen before was younger voters were going for Barack Obama.
And certainly that's true in Georgia. There's a big differential here by age. Look at this. The younger you are, the more likely you are to vote for Obama. Those under 30, over 3/4 for Obama. Those 30 to 44, just about 3/4. And that was almost half the voters. There was a big turnout of younger voters. Older voters went for less for Obama, and you have to get to those voters who were 60 and older, which where they split the vote evenly between Obama and Clinton. That's the only age group where she made some real progress, and she could only split the vote with Obama in the over 60 category.
Now, they had also mentioned that they expected a huge voter turnout overall. I think before 2004 it was something like 600,000 people turned out. This time around, they were predicting maybe 1 million voters.
That's right. There are a lot of new voters in Georgia, as there are in many states, and a lot of them were young voters. And we see here the young vote really paid off for Barack Obama.
I should mention that you can find more of your analysis at CNN.com. They can follow the race online, of course, as well. We got to take a short break. We're back right after this. Stay with us.
As you see, 9 states, polls there will be closing in just over half an hour in those 9 states. We've got results now from Georgia. Senator Barack Obama projected by CNN to be the winner of the Democratic primary, and by so far it looks like very strong numbers, and a 3-man race in the Republican primary in Georgia. Let's turn to my colleague right now, Roland Martin. Roland, those rather interesting exit polls on the Democratic side. Senator Obama looks extraordinarily strong. He was expected to win in Georgia, but those numbers are huge.
Looks strong, especially among young voters. 18 to 39 made up 37% of the voters. He destroyed her in those categories. In fact, if you look at the numbers, among those 18-24, he gets 81%. 25-29, he gets 70%. 25-29, I mean 70%. I mean, those are amazing numbers. And so you're talking about people who more than likely have not been involved in the political process in the past several years.
The big positive for Senator Clinton in your judgment?
Well, I think the big positive for her is a matter of how do I maintain winning congressional districts? I mean, so you could talk about winning a state, but the question is, where did she win in Georgia? Was she able to pull certain delegates out? But she also knew going in that she wasn't going to compete strongly there. Her base was really Northeast.
Jamal Simmons, the Republicans, it's a three-man race. This thing is really very, very close. What do you think is going to be determinant, taking your very best judgment from what we've been able to divide? We don't care that it's early for you. You've got to divide.
Right. It's a little bit early, but I think we'll see what happens with Romney. Huckabee looks like he's holding on. He's not going anywhere. Romney's holding on. McCain is not. It looks like he's not dominating the way everyone thought he was so far. But, you know, again, it's early. We'll see what happens later tonight.
Let me ask you the same question I asked Roland Martin, Paul Begala. What is the great positive, if there is one, in the state of Georgia for Senator Clinton?
That the primary's over. That's the only positive. No, she got her butt kicked there. There's nothing good that comes from getting your rear end whipped like that. But so she's got to rock on. You know, she'll go down the street to Arkansas, where she was the first lady. I'm sure she hopes to do better there. But, you know, you can't. What did LBJ say from Texas? You can't shine a cow patty. I'm cleaning it up here because we're a family network.
Yes, you did.
But I ain't going to shine that one, man.
But a very accurate.
You know, Lou, on this whole issue of Huckabee and Romney and McCain, I think the thing we're overlooking is the whole notion with conservatives of also electability. This whole assumption that somehow they will leave Huckabee and go to Romney, you can't deny the reality of electability. That was one of the issues early on with Senator Clinton versus Obama. Will Democrats see her as more electable than Obama? I think that also plays a part in it. Gloria made an excellent point. Likability is key, but electability as well in November matters.
The problem with that, it seems to me, Bill, is electability, likability, we don't know about until after the election.
Well, no, I think a lot of people have said with, I asked some top Democrat consultants, I won't say who they are, who they'd least like to run against, and it was unanimous. McCain is the guy they'd least like to run against, because he draws, you know. You could conceivably have Bob and Bill Bennett voting for the same presidential candidate for the first time in American history. That's worth a party anyway.
I mean, look, I even have my callers saying I'm considering McCain, and I'm talking to a nearly all-black audience on WVON in Chicago. So when you hear people say that, in terms of that he is the kind of Republican candidate that is unlike what you've seen in the past, that's an interesting thought.
And I said might, but there is this weird thing going on. Conservatives right now, very, very angry at McCain. Will they settle down? I don't know.
I'm still trying to sort through the idea that Ann Coulter would vote for Senator Hillary Clinton. That may be the lead for the past week.
Let's ask that question again after the election's over.
I'm sorry?
Let's ask that question again.
We're going to be asking a lot of questions throughout this night.
That's what that was.
That requires a professional. None of us is. So.
Well, I know a professional right now is taking a look at these early numbers. We've got some additional numbers for you. Wolf Blitzer, bring us up to date.
Lou, thanks very much. Let's take a closer look and see the actual votes that are coming in from Georgia right now. Remember, we're standing by for many more states to be closing at the top of the hour, about a half an hour or so from now. Right now, here's what we're seeing in Georgia. Less than 1% of the vote is actually in Georgia. On the Democratic side, Barack Obama with 64%. We've projected that he will be the winner. Hillary Clinton at 30%. Barack Obama doing very, very well in Georgia, and we project he will be the winner. Let's actually take a look at the hard numbers that we have in Georgia right now. And as you can see, it's a tiny, tiny percentage. 1,375 for Obama, 641 for Clinton. But take a look at the delegate estimates right now that we're seeing. Among the delegates, Georgia has 87 delegates at stake today, 16 superdelegates who are elected officials and other party leaders. But this is a proportional distribution of the actual delegates. Right now, we're projecting that Barack Obama, we've already allocated, will have about 12 if you include the superdelegates, to Hillary Clinton's 5 in these delegate estimates that we have. But remember, this is early in this delegate process. 87 delegates are at stake today in Georgia. We're watching this all-important delegate estimate as we continue through the night. Let's take a look at what's happening right now on the Republican side. We have not been able to project a winner. We see a three-man race, though, right now with less than 1% of the precincts reporting. McCain with 36%, Huckabee and Romney both with 30%, Ron Paul coming in with 3%. Let's take a look. This is very, very early. As I said, less than 1% of the precincts reporting. McCain with 660 569 votes to Mike Huckabee's 568, 556 for Romney, 53 for Ron Paul. In terms of the delegate estimates, we have not been able to make a projection yet on how many delegates each of these Republican candidates will get. There are 72 delegates at stake in Georgia right now on the Republican side, 3 super delegates as well. Remember, we're watching the delegates as we estimate the delegates. This is the all-important part of this story. We'll take a quick break. Much more of our special coverage. We're counting down to the top of the hour when polls will be closing in several more states. Perhaps we'll be able to make some projections then. Stay with us. You're watching our live coverage from the CNN Election Center. Democrats and the Republicans. So let's pause and get ready. And look at this. We can now project that on the Republican side, John McCain will carry Connecticut and its 27 delegates. John McCain, winner take all. We project he will win in Connecticut. Massachusetts, the home state of Mitt Romney. We project that Mitt Romney will carry his home state of Massachusetts. Illinois, let's take a look at Illinois right now. We can project that John McCain will carry Illinois, an important win for him in Illinois. On these other states, though, right now on the Republican side, we cannot make any projections, whether in Tennessee, New Jersey, Delaware, Oklahoma, some of these other states. We cannot project a winner, but Illinois, an important win for John McCain. Let's walk back and take a look on the Democratic side. Right now, we can project a winner in his home state of Illinois, Barack Obama. This is not a great surprise. He represents Illinois in the United States Senate. We project he will carry Illinois, and we also are projecting that Hillary Clinton will carry Oklahoma. This is a state she's devoted some energy to. She will win in Oklahoma. We can project based on the extensive exit polling that we've been doing. But in the other states, the other 7 states that are closing at this hour, we cannot yet make any projections, whether in New Jersey or Massachusetts, Tennessee, Missouri, Alabama, or Delaware, or Connecticut for that matter. We do project, as you see, the check mark next to Barack Obama in Illinois and the check mark next to Hillary Clinton in Oklahoma. So this process moving forward right now, important projections at the top of this hour. But as we get more votes, we'll be able to make some more projections based on the actual voting results that are coming in precinct by precinct in these states. Let's take a look at what we know so far on this Super Tuesday. These wins, the dark blue is Barack Obama. The light blue is for Hillary Clinton. We've projected so far, based on our early estimates, Barack Obama so far is going to get 14 delegates, and Hillary Clinton will get 4. But remember, it takes a lot longer to determine how many delegates in each state, especially on the Democratic side, will accrue for these 2 presidential candidates, because all of the delegates in every one of these states on the Democratic side are proportionally distributed based on their congressional districts. And you can see, even as I've been speaking, we've now moved up our estimate to 30 delegates for Barack Obama. Hillary Clinton, 4. But remember, needed to be nominated on the Democratic side, 2,025 delegates. And you can see the yellow states are the states in play today, and so far we've projected that Barack Obama will win in Georgia. We've projected he will win in Illinois as well. That is his home state. Hillary Clinton, we've projected, will carry Oklahoma. This is all relatively early in the process. Let's take a look at the Republican side right now. John McCain is the dark red. The lighter red is Mike Huckabee. The sort of brownish is Mitt Romney, and we've projected that John McCain will carry Connecticut and Illinois, and Mitt Romney will carry his home state of Massachusetts, as you can see right now. In terms of the delegates, which is all important, obviously, as we go towards the Republican convention in St. Paul later in the summer. 27 delegates we projected. So far, early estimate, these numbers are going to change very rapidly as the night goes on. 18 for Huckabee. So far, 0 for Mitt Romney, even though we've projected Massachusetts will go for him. That's a state where they're going to have to divide up those delegates based on some complicated formula involving proportionality. Lou is going to be back in a little while later tonight. But let's go to Anderson Cooper. He's got the best political team on television watching all of this. So another win for Obama in his home state of Illinois, a win for Hillary Clinton in Oklahoma, 2 wins for McCain in Connecticut and Illinois, 1 win for Romney in Massachusetts. That's what we've been able to project so far. Remember, Barack Obama has already been projected the winner in Georgia. We can't tell on the Republican side yet in Georgia who will be the winner. That's a close race shaping up right now.
Well, let's just talk to the best political team. Any surprises so far?
I think one of the questions, I wouldn't call it a surprise, is that why was John McCain spending all that time in Massachusetts? Mitt Romney has won the state, and as we move on throughout the night, the McCain campaign was confident all week. The question is whether they went overboard in their confidence and spent too much time in Massachusetts and New York that might have been better spent in Georgia, Missouri, Oklahoma.
If Mitt Romney had not won Massachusetts, though, that would have been a slap in the face.
If Mitt Romney had not run Massachusetts, you would be anticipating that John McCain would be running the board tonight. Now, this is so far as it's supposed to go. You have some expectations going in. Romney's supposed to get Massachusetts. McCain was supposed to get Connecticut. So right now we're as expected. But that very contested race in Georgia, the Republican Party in Georgia is not unlike the Republican Party in Missouri. So as we watch Georgia and Missouri, 2 big winner-take-all Republican states that are going to say a lot about whether McCain comes out of this night with momentum, whether Romney comes back, or whether Romney and Huckabee are sort of fighting, if you will, to be the alternative.
Connecticut is a good win for John McCain. Rudy Giuliani was with him the whole way there. These are voters who valued McCain's experience. They also said he says what he believes. And so it's kind of the theme of the evening of the McCain voters continue along this path of voting for him because of who he is, not necessarily because of what he believes on the issues.
We had 9 states close at 8 o'clock. We only had a handful of projections. All these races are really close on both sides. This was supposed to be the day that the nominations were sealed in both parties. I think the fact that so many races are so close suggests that this race, at least on the Democratic side and probably on the Republican side too, is just going to go on well past Super Tuesday.
Let me echo that, because there are a block of states on the East Coast that 2 weeks ago we would have assumed would have been called at 8 o'clock like that for Hillary Clinton. Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, they all seem safely, certainly the first 3 all seem safely in her camp by double digits. And now the fact we can't call it suggests there's been a huge tightening of this race, and it does suggest that maybe the rest of the night, we'll have to wait and see what comes in, but it does suggest this is much tighter than anyone would have anticipated 2 weeks ago.
Let's go over to Bill Schneider and Soledad O'Brien crunching some numbers on why John McCain did so well in the state of Connecticut. Soledad?
Yeah, Anderson, and of course you look to the exit polls to try to figure that out. One interesting thing that we've seen again and again, we saw it a moment ago, we were talking about it in the state of Georgia. Negative opinion of President Bush made a big difference in this race.
Among Republicans, that is. Here in Connecticut, Republicans were 50-50 on President Bush. Half of them don't like him. And look at how they voted. If you didn't like President Bush, majority of them voted for John McCain. McCain does well in state after state among Republicans who are voting for change.
How did he do among conservatives? Because this could be a problem.
This could be a problem among conservatives. Remember, he carried Connecticut. A majority of the voters there are conservative, and McCain and Romney split the conservative vote. McCain narrowly edging out Romney 42-41, with Huckabee only 10%. But it shows that McCain does not dominate that conservative vote at this point. He's splitting it with Mitt Romney.
And it kind of raises an interesting question. Where would that 10% that went to Huckabee, where would that have gone? All right, let's take a look at moderates, which of course have, so far that we've seen, been supporting McCain. Where'd they go in Connecticut?
And they did support McCain in Connecticut. This is why John McCain won Connecticut. 44% of the voters in the Republican primary described themselves as moderate. McCain overwhelmingly dominated the moderate vote in Connecticut. That is what gave him his victory in Connecticut. And you know what? I'm not sure he's thrilled by that, to have won Connecticut, because he won the moderate vote. That's not such a terrific thing for a lot of Republicans.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh is certainly going to be looking at that. It's like, congratulations, maybe, for him.
Right, exactly.
In a nutshell, while he won, Anderson, back to you.
Soledad, thanks very much. It is remarkable, Barack Obama in the state of Georgia. I know you guys have talked about this before in the last hour, but the growth among white male voters for Barack Obama, they have to be very happy about that tonight.
Oh, they're already sending emails to all of us.
Oh my God.
They've noticed too.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, they're thrilled because they think that they've improved on the results in South Carolina. And this was very important for Barack Obama if he's going to be a national candidate and appeal beyond the South and beyond the states he could really do a lot of retail politics in. He's running a national race.
And could be at least a snapshot of where the Edwards vote is going. Now, in a rural southern state, okay, so that's one of the questions we'll want to watch, see if it carries out in other states.
We've got another projection for that. Let's go to Wolf. Wolf.
Anderson, thanks very much. We're now ready to project that New Jersey on the Republican side will go to John McCain. John McCain will carry New Jersey, an important state for him. 52 delegates at stake. He had a lot of support from most of the Republican establishment in New Jersey, as well as in neighboring New York State, including the former mayor, of New York, Rudy Giuliani. 52 delegates at stake. This is one of those states on the Republican side where the winner takes all. So this is a nice win for John McCain in New Jersey right now. 52 delegates going for him. As we take a look at what's happening on this front so far during this hour, we've projected that John McCain will carry Connecticut, John McCain will carry Illinois, John McCain will carry New Jersey, and Mitt Romney will carry his home state of Massachusetts right now. Let's take a look at the map as we see it right now, and take a look at the delegates that we're estimating, and this number will fluctuate dramatically. Remember, 1,191 delegates are needed to nominate the Republican presidential candidate at their convention in St. Paul. So far, we've projected that McCain gets on this Super Tuesday 79, the 52 in New Jersey, a huge addition for him. Huckabee with 18 and 5 for Mitt Romney, but there are still some significant contests, a lot of significant contests out there right now, so we're going to watch all of this very closely. But an important win. He was expected to win in New Jersey, John McCain. There are a lot of moderate Republicans in this northeastern state, right alongside New York, so it's an important win for him nevertheless. Let's take a look at Georgia right now. 6% of the precincts have now reported, and Mike Huckabee is ahead. He's maintaining that slight advantage over John McCain with 37% for Mike Huckabee, 34% for McCain. Romney with 25%, Ron Paul 3%. If we look at the actual numbers that have come in, remember, these are small percentages, only 6% of the precincts coming in. But if we take a look at the numbers in Georgia coming in right now, 16,500 for Huckabee to 14,893 for McCain, 11,187 for Romney, and Ron Paul with 1,146. And these are the first numbers that are just coming in from New Jersey right now as well on the Democratic side. Let me show you what we have. Less than 1% of the precincts so far reporting in New Jersey. Hillary Clinton was 63% to Barack Obama's 22%. But if we zoom in and take a look at the actual numbers that have come in from New Jersey so far, you can see it's a tiny, tiny number, 1,300 or so for Hillary Clinton, 472 for Barack Obama. New Jersey, an important race. By the way, in the delegate estimates, you can take a look and see right now, we've already allocated 10 of the delegates to Hillary Clinton, 0 for Barack Obama, because all 10 of those are what are called super delegates. These are delegates who are not distributed based on the voting that's happening today in New Jersey. These are elected officials, whether the senators, representatives from New Jersey, or the governor, other high-ranking officials in the Democratic Party. So as a result of that, we've estimated that 10 of those super delegates will go to Hillary Clinton, and we'll see what's going on that front. But the headline right now is that New Jersey, we're projecting will go for Romney.
And John King, you were pointing out, of course, we're seeing McCain in New Jersey, we're seeing him in the state of Connecticut, but the real test is as we move further west.
Right. I mean, very important for John McCain. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He needs to win the big winner-take-all states up in the Northeast. We're still waiting on New York. He needs New York, getting New Jersey, getting Connecticut. Delaware is also on his map. We're waiting on Delaware. But the question for John McCain is, can he sustain it as the count moves out of the more moderate some would say even liberal Republican Northeast to the south, and then into the Midwest and out into California. So this is what John McCain needs. But Romney has strength out in the Mountain West. We're going to have a big fight over Georgia and Missouri. So he's off to a good start, but a long way to go.
I want to bring in Bill Bennett in the back row here. Bill, the battle for John McCain moving forward, if he does very well tonight. I mean, there were some very personal attacks against him today. James Dobson on the Laura Ingraham radio show saying, I'm convinced Senator McCain is not a conservative and in fact has gone out of his way to stick his thumb in the eyes of those who are. He has at times sounded more like a member of the other party. I will not vote for Senator John McCain as a matter of conscience. How does he make inroads among those conservatives?
Well, he's going to CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee, this week, Thursday. He's going to address them. It's a big meeting. It'll get a lot of attention. And he needs to reach out. He needs to say the right things, but he also needs to tell people to look at his record. Frankly, I think these folks, and a lot of them are my best friends, need to move a little forward on their own. There's a kind of Trotskyism going on here, you know, purification of the party. Here's an interesting thing. Connecticut just came in for McCain. 42-41 conservatives for McCain. I didn't know there were conservatives in Connecticut. I'm thrilled to hear it, and I'd love to meet them, really, on some occasion. But could it have something to do with Joe Lieberman's endorsement of McCain in Connecticut? And here's the thing I want people to think about, if they're conservatives particularly. Everybody loves Joe Lieberman on the conservative side. The talk show host can't get enough of Joe Lieberman. Hey, Joe, will you join the Republican Party? If he did, he would be to the left of John McCain. So what exactly is this objection to John McCain, other than he sometimes takes pleasure, you know, in going against the orthodoxy? But I think reality, if he gets the nomination, reality sets in. The Dobson thing was very unfortunate.
It's sort of like you have a conservative checklist. Okay, if you really have a conservative checklist, I think you probably have, let's say if you had 6, 8 points, you probably have 4 you like about McCain, 4 you don't like about McCain. And so this whole notion that somehow he's a liberal, you know, it's crazy. On the issue of life, when I hear James Dobson talk about, you know, this guy is not a conservative, you have to ask yourself the most important question. If you had Senator John McCain running against Senator Hillary Clinton, who do you want appointing justice to the Supreme Court? That is what it made. And I think John, at some point, Dobson, you would think he would probably say, I probably want McCain making those choices versus Senator Hillary Clinton. I think that they're desperately trying to revive and resuscitate Ronald Reagan. No offense to the former president. He's not Lazarus. He's not coming back. At some point, as a party, they are facing what the Democrats faced in '92. A lot of liberals didn't like Bill Clinton in '92, Southern governor. They felt he was tied to the DLC, but they had to move on from Jimmy Carter and Walter Mondale because at some point, your party does have to grow.
Just make a quick comment. Ronald Reagan wasn't Ronald Reagan either before he became Ronald Reagan, if you will. And the Ronald Reagan that we now revere did some things which really violated the orthodoxy. I don't want to list them because I won't be able to answer all the mail.
Paul wants you to.
But he did a lot of things that, you know, that you wouldn't have on the checkoff list if you were a conservative.
We're going to take a short break, but before we do, let's go to Wolf Blitzer to look at the latest numbers. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Anderson. I want to show our viewers what's going on right now in some of these states where the polls closed at 8 p.m. Just a little while ago. First of all, on the Democratic side, remember the Democrats are blue, the Republicans are red. Tennessee, let's take a look at Tennessee right now. We have not been able to project a winner. Look at this. Less than 1% of the precincts are actually in. Hillary Clinton so far with 47% to Barack Obama's 44%. Tennessee, an important state right now. Connecticut, let's take a look on the Democratic side to Connecticut right now. 3% of the precincts are actually in. Hillary Clinton with 47% to Barack Obama's 50%. So very close race shaping up potentially, at least right now, with 3% of the precincts in. Let's take a look and walk over to the Republican side, Georgia. First of all, let's take a closer look and see what's going on there in Georgia. The Georgia closed at 7 p.m. Eastern, and we see a 3-man race unfolding in Georgia right now. But we'll show you that shortly. Mike Huckabee still having a slight advantage. Oklahoma. Let's take a look at Oklahoma right now with 41 delegates at stake. 1% of the precincts reporting. McCain with 42%. Huckabee's 30%, Romney's 22%, Ron Paul 4%. Tennessee, let's take a look at Tennessee as well. Tennessee closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. Less than 1% of the vote is in. McCain with 35% to Mitt Romney's 25%, Mike Huckabee's 22%, Ron Paul 6%. Remember, if you take a look at the colors, the dark red is McCain, the light red, almost pink, is Huckabee, is sort of the dark brown, if you will, Mitt Romney, and sort of burgundy, if you will, Ron Paul. You can always go to cnnpolitics.com, and you're going to get this precise numbers updated second by second. If you're watching us, a good place to have something good to have on your lap would be your laptop, cnnpolitics.com. It'll walk you through all of these states, all of the numbers coming in real time. We'll take another quick break. We're standing by for more polls to close at the bottom of the hour, at the top of the hour. Much more of our coverage coming up from the CNN Election Center. We'll be right back. About 7 minutes to go, 7 minutes and 30 seconds till the polls close. In Arkansas, this is an important state for two of the various presidential candidates. Hillary Clinton was the first lady of Arkansas, while her husband Bill Clinton was the governor for many terms. Mike Huckabee spent 10.5 years as the governor of Arkansas. We'll see how they're doing in 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Arkansas will be closing, and then at the top of the hour, another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states will be closing, including New York State. We're watching all of this very closely. Let's throw it over to Campbell Brown as we continue our coverage. Welcome, Campbell.
Thanks, Wolf. We want to check in now with our correspondents who are stationed around the country at the campaign headquarters, also at some of the polling stations. And let's start with Candy Crowley, who is here in New York with Hillary Clinton's campaign. And Candy, called now for Obama, Georgia and Illinois, Oklahoma for Hillary Clinton. What's been the reaction in particular to Georgia there at the Clinton headquarters?
Well, the reaction has been, listen, we never really made a great play for Georgia. He had more people in there. He spent more money on ads, $500,000. We just had some radio ads. We never went up on TV. He was in there earlier with more people. It did leave out that both Bill and Hillary Clinton were in Georgia last week. Nonetheless, you know, they're sort of painting this as we expected it, and so we move on. Oklahoma, they say, wow, listen, you know, Barack Obama has been saying all along that he's the only one that can play in Republican states. Well, here's a red state, and she's done very well. Obviously, she's done very well among Democrats in Oklahoma, but nonetheless, that's the sort of spin that you get on nights like this, Campbell.
And Suzanne, who is at Obama headquarters in Illinois, same sort of expectations game coming from the Obama campaign, downplaying expectations to the extent possible. But give us a reality check. What are they really anticipating?
Well, what they're hoping for is they come at least within 100 delegates of Clinton and win some states. That will be a successful evening for them. But I have to say, when it comes to Georgia here, one thing that you have to realize here is that Barack Obama did work hard for that state, that you can't take it for granted, the African-American vote. That was a state where you saw Barack Obama as well as Senator Clinton participating in these marches for Martin Luther King, commemorating the holiday. But also, too, you had a civil rights icon, Congressman John Lewis of Georgia, backing Clinton. You also had the former mayor of Atlanta, Andrew Young, backing Clinton. So this really is an indication, like we saw in South Carolina, of the majority of African Americans really rejecting the black establishment, the civil rights establishment, and going for the candidate of their choosing.
All right, Suzanne, at a very rowdy Obama headquarters in Illinois. And let's go now to Republicans and Dana Bash, who is at McCain headquarters in Phoenix. And Dana, talk us through a couple of things. First of all, Illinois going to McCain, a toss-up state, and then Connecticut, where McCain was drawing moderates. What's been the reaction tonight?
Well, I just got an email from somebody in the McCain campaign who said perfect so far. They think that this is, at least so far, going according to plan, which has been to lock up some of the early states that are going to call in the Northeast, like New Jersey, like Connecticut. We are still waiting to hear about New York. But like you said, sort of there's some of those states where there are some maybe more natural McCain voters, those voters who tend to be more moderate. Now, what McCain has been trying to do, it's been interesting with these states, he's been trying to say, you know what, I'm not just going to come here as the Republican candidate for the nomination. I'm going to be here as the Republican nominee for the general election. So the case he's been trying to make, Campbell, is that as a Republican Party, he should be the guy that they want because he can perhaps broaden the party and make some of these states that have really been pretty blue in recent years more competitive for Republicans in the general election. Unclear if he can really do that, but he says if anybody can in the Republican Party at this point, it's him.
All right, Dana Bash, who's out in Phoenix for us at McCain headquarters. And let's go now to Mary Snow. Mary's at Romney headquarters. And Mary, we've been looking at the numbers in Georgia. Huckabee running extremely strong there. We also saw what happened in West Virginia today. How frustrated is the Romney Romney campaign, rather, that Huckabee has stayed in the race, frankly?
Yeah, Campbell, everyone is very guarded at this point. West Virginia was certainly a disappointment, and Mitt Romney felt that he was picking up momentum in Georgia. He went there yesterday to campaign. So there's a lot of caution watching those states, because he has been making the case that he is the conservative candidate of the Republican Party. Very subdued crowd here tonight. There was some signs of life finally after Massachusetts results came in. It was not a surprise that Mitt Romney would win there. But if he didn't, that would have been a big blow, because John McCain has been campaigning there in the past couple of days. All eyes right now are on California. People here are pinning their hopes on California, hoping that he will do well there. And the only projection that they're making tonight is that it's going to be a very long night. Campbell?
All right, Mary Snow at Romney campaign headquarters. And let's go now to Dan Lothian, finally, who is at the Huckabee headquarters. And Dan, we've been watching the numbers. As I mentioned before, Georgia running very strong, also West Virginia earlier today. But you know the charge that Huckabee has been a spoiler in this race, has not allowed this to be a two-man race. What are they saying there tonight?
Well, that's right, and that is what has been really heating up over the past couple of days, as Romney has really been talking so much about really turning this into a two-person race. Mr. Huckabee, though, saying, that's really arrogant for anyone to think that this really should become a two-person race. He says he's still strong. He believes he can pick up some good delegates, specifically in the southern states where he has been spending so much time, certainly here in Arkansas and Tennessee, in Georgia. And so he says, this is not a time to start talking about a two-person race. He still has a long way to go in this campaign. They're very confident. They feel that they're doing well, and they are also very happy about the support that they've been getting from folks, voters here in Arkansas and across the South. So they're hoping that all of that can certainly translate into some votes tonight. Campbell?
All right. Dan Lothian for us at Huckabee headquarters in Little Rock. And let's go back to Wolf now for more on the numbers.
Thanks very much, Campbell, for that. It's interesting. Arkansas is one of those states that closes its polls on the half hour. That's coming up at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, less than a minute from now. Arkansas, the home state for Hillary Rodham Clinton. She was the first lady from Arkansas for a long time. Arguably, her home state is really Illinois, where she was born and raised, but she spent a lot of time in Arkansas when her husband Bill Clinton was the governor. Mike Huckabee spent 10.5 years as the governor of Arkansas, so he's obviously very, very well known in that state. On the Republican side, Hillary Clinton, very well known. On the Democratic side, Barack Obama had made a little bit of a inroad in Arkansas, tried a little bit to score some points there, but Hillary Clinton is still very, very popular in Arkansas right now, and as a result, a lot of people are assuming that she was going to be doing very, very well. And right now, we're ready to make the projection. And no great surprise here, Hillary Clinton will carry the Democratic presidential nomination in Arkansas, where she was the first lady for a long time. 47 delegates are at stake, but they will be divided up proportionately depending on how Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama do in the various congressional districts there. Also, no surprise on the Republican side, Mike Huckabee, the longtime former governor of Arkansas. He will be the winner in Arkansas. 34 delegates are at stake in Arkansas. 3 superdelegates, 31 delegates that are chosen today, and they're not necessarily winner-take-all in Arkansas. They're divided up in a very complicated formula involving some of those congressional districts, but still an important victory for Mike Huckabee in Arkansas. Had he not won in Arkansas, had Hillary Clinton not won in Arkansas, it would have been very, very embarrassing for these two presidential candidates. As a result, they do what was widely expected. Important wins for them because it allows their momentum to continue. And Mike Huckabee, after winning in West Virginia earlier in the day, winner take all, 18 delegates there. He's doing rather well in Georgia right now, a 3-man race underway on the Republican side. In Georgia, we have not been able to project a winner in Georgia, but in Arkansas, that you can see that sort of light pink there, that's Mike Huckabee winning in Arkansas. The yellow states are the states that are in play right now on this Super Tuesday. The dark red, the states that we've projected that John McCain will win, including Illinois and New Jersey and Connecticut. Sort of the light red or pink are states that Mitt Romney we've projected. Excuse me, the dark brown is Mitt Romney. The light pink is Mike Huckabee. That's on the Republican side right now. Let me back up and take a look at the Democratic side right now. You can see the dark blue is states that Hillary Clinton has won, and the lighter blue, Barack Obama. Tennessee. Let's take a close look at Tennessee right now. 3% of the precincts have reported. 85 delegates are at stake in this state. We have not been able to project a winner yet, but with only 3% of the precincts in, now we did project it. Now we just projected, even as I'm speaking right now, we can project the winner in Tennessee. Hillary Clinton, based on the exit polls that we had, as well as the hard numbers, 3% of the precincts coming in, and we've looked closely at those precincts. We've projected that Hillary Clinton will carry Tennessee on the Democratic side. Even as I was speaking right now, Barack Obama only 34% with 3% of the precincts. Take a look at this. Actual votes that have come in. Hillary Clinton with 26,701. Barack Obama 17,075. Barack Obama was hoping to do well in Tennessee, but Hillary Clinton, we have now projected literally within the past few seconds that she will carry Tennessee. It's a very, very interesting development because Barack Obama had been doing very well in some of those other southern states, including South Carolina, we saw earlier, and as well as Georgia. On the Republican side in Georgia, 18% of the precincts have now reported. Mike Huckabee maintaining a slight advantage over John McCain, 34%. McCain, 31%. Ron Romney also at 31%. Ron Paul, 3%. Let's take a look. Let's drill into the numbers and see what they actually are, with 18% of the precincts reporting. Huckabee ahead with 60,827. McCain, 56,135. Romney, 54,525. And Ron Paul, 4,700 or so. So Georgia still very much in play right now. A three-man race underway, 34 to 31% for Romney and McCain. That's obviously a very, very close race. And by the way, CNNpolitics.com, you can keep track of all of these races, state by state, on the Republican side, the Democratic side, and you'll see the numbers coming in real time as they come in. We're going to be updating that website, CNNpolitics.com. Let's go back to Anderson. He's got some analysis.
Let's talk about Tennessee for Hillary Clinton with 54%. David Gergen, were you surprised by that?
You know, something very interesting is going on here tonight, because there are a block of 4 states in which Arkansas becomes very pivotal. It's that southern state, and to its east is Tennessee, to its west is Oklahoma, and to its north is Missouri. And she's doing very well in all 4 of those states. I think it has a lot to do with the Clinton influence, the Clinton name in that region of the country. It's having an overlap effect, it seems to me, in Tennessee. We've seen it in Oklahoma, and we may now see it in Missouri, which is a very, very important, critical state. So I just find that quite fascinating how that's going to play out tonight.
I think Tennessee is a very good win for her. She spent a lot of advertising dollars in the state of Tennessee, and there are fewer African American voters in Tennessee than there are in other southern states, and so they felt that was also a target of opportunity for them, as opposed to Georgia, Alabama.
We got to take a short break. We have a lot more numbers coming up, a lot more projections to make in the hours ahead. Stay tuned. Our coverage continues right after this break.
We're 21 minutes or so away from the top of the hour, when polls will be closing in these states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Minnesota, New Mexico, New York, and North Dakota. The biggest prize in that block, New York State. We're watching it very closely. You see a D after some of those states. Those are Democratic contests only. Democratic contest in Kansas, that's a Democratic caucus. In New Mexico, that's a Democratic primary. And in North Dakota, that's a Democratic caucus right there. It's closing in about 20 minutes or so from now. We'll watch to see what's happening there, and we'll see if we can make any projections in that state, in those states right now. 7 states, the biggest prize, New York State for the Democrats and the Republicans. Let's take a look at some actual votes that are coming in on the Democratic and Republican side. We'll start off on the Democratic side in Tennessee. Let's take a look and see what's happening in Tennessee right now. We've projected that Hillary Clinton is the winner in Tennessee, 54% with 3% of the precincts reporting to 34% for Barack Obama. 85 total delegates in Tennessee, including the super delegates. In Connecticut, we have not been able to make a projection on the Democratic side yet. Right now, with 16% of the precincts reporting, Obama with 50% to Clinton 48%. 60 delegates at stake right there in Connecticut. Massachusetts. Let's take a look at Massachusetts right now. Do we have Massachusetts in this list over here? I don't see it, but Massachusetts. Well, let's take a look at Alabama instead of Massachusetts. Right now, 60 delegates are at stake. We have not projected a winner in Alabama, but Barack Obama is doing very, very well with 71% to 28% for Hillary Clinton. But remember, this is only 6% of the precincts are in. If you look at the real numbers, 23,000 or so for Obama, 8,900 for Hillary Clinton. 6% of the precincts, though, only 6%. So we're taking a closer look at Alabama. New Jersey. Let's look at New Jersey, because this is an important state coming up for the Democrats. Only 1% of the precincts have reported Hillary Clinton with 58% to Barack Obama 37%. She really needs this state. 8,600 votes so far for her to 5,400 for Obama. Right next door to New York State, she had a lot of the party establishment and working for her there. Let's take a look at some of the Republican states right now. We'll start off with Tennessee. 3% of the precincts have reported. McCain with 35%, Huckabee 25%, Romney 22%. Only 3%, though, of the precincts have reported. 13,300 for McCain, 9,500 for Huckabee, 8,300 for Romney. Ron Paul with 2,046 in Tennessee. Let's take a look at Oklahoma. Do we have Oklahoma? Yes, we do. John McCain winning so far, 39% to Huckabee's 31%, Romney's 23%, but this only 4% of the precincts are in Oklahoma. Alabama, 6% of the precincts are in. Very close race so far. McCain 39%, Huckabee 38%, Romney 18%. You're seeing Alabama with 6% of the precincts in. McCain has 8,300 votes, the Huckabee's 8,100, and Romney 3,700 or so votes. In Missouri, a really important state out there, winner take all in Missouri. McCain right now with 1% of the precincts in, 34% to Romney's 26%, Mike Huckabee's 24%. And if you take a look at the real numbers, this is very, very early and clearly will change as this night goes on. Missouri being a critical state, though. In Georgia, for the Republican side, we haven't been able to project a winner. We see a 3-man race underway with 22% of the precincts now reporting. Huckabee maintaining a slight advantage, 34% to McCain's 32% to Romney's 30%. 71,700 for Huckabee to 65,759 for McCain. Romney 61,781. Ron Paul with 5,600 right now. Georgia is shaping up as a really, really close contest for these Republicans. Let's go over to John King. He's going to have a closer look at Georgia for us right now. Show us what's happening based on the precincts that have reported. What, about a quarter of the precincts are now in, John?
That's right. Well, for up to about 23% of the vote counted, and you see a very, very, very close contest. 34% for Governor Huckabee, 32% for Senator McCain, 30% for Governor Romney. This is something we have not seen in a while, not since out in Iowa. The peach is Mike Huckabee. He's doing very well as you see these counties come in. He's doing very well up there. The brighter red is McCain. He's doing very well, too. You would look at this map and you would say, wow, Governor Romney's in trouble. He's only winning in a few places. But you win by winning where the votes are. And, Wolf, this, 25% of the population of Georgia lives right here, and that is where Governor Romney is picking up counties. Now, the question is, if he continues this trend in the area around Atlanta, let's look at DeKalb County, 8% of the state's population. Governor Romney is carrying the county right now, but only 5% in. And look, it's a very narrow margin, just a little bit here over Senator McCain. So let's go next door. Another county that Governor Romney is winning, and he needs Georgia. His comeback strategy counts on Georgia. 72% of the population here in Gwinnett County. Again, he's winning it, narrow margins over Huckabee and McCain in third place in that county. Let's come over here a little bit to the west of Atlanta, Cobb County, a little over 7% of the state population. Romney with a bigger lead here, almost 10 points over, 8 points over McCain, 10 points over Huckabee. If you look at this map, you would say, wow, it's a Huckabee state or a McCain state, but Governor Romney can win it if he wins here, where the population is, again, 25% of the state population is right there, but he needs bigger margins in those counties probably than what he's getting right now. If you're the Romney camp, you're waiting for Fulton County to come in, these other counties right around Atlanta. But this shows you, Wolf, what we're looking at tonight. I'm going to clear this out so you can look at it again. In a close three-way race all up and down Georgia, and we will look for the same thing when we get to Missouri. You have these candidates fighting it out. Culturally conservative areas here and here. McCain doing well here. You have some military installations down along the coast, much like we saw up in South Carolina. McCain and Romney splitting so far here. The key to the state is going to be these counties right here where you find the suburban Republicans. Again, Governor Romney, even though throughout the state it is Huckabee and McCain racking up the counties, Romney so far is holding his own and actually winning narrowly in the counties where most of the people are. So if he can continue that trend, it could come down to a question of are his margins over Huckabee and McCain in these populous counties enough to offset clearly McCain and Huckabee advantages just about everywhere else in the state, Wolf.
John King, thanks very much. You can project another win for John McCain right now in Delaware. 18 delegates at stake. It's a winner-take-all. It's a winner-take-all contest in the state of Delaware, and CNN is projecting that John McCain will carry Delaware. There was a fight underway in that state. McCain was expected to do well with a large number of moderate Republicans in Delaware, but there was a serious fight there. John McCain, though, we can now project will win, and as I said, this is a winner-take-all state in Delaware, so John McCain picks up another win in Delaware right now. We're standing by. Many more polls are closing at the top of the hour, less than 15 minutes from now, about 14 minutes or so, 13 and a half minutes to be exact. Polls closing in those states, you see them right there, 7 of them. Let's see if we can make some projections at the top of the hour. Stay with us. Stay with CNNPolitics.com for incoming information. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Under 10 minutes now till the top of the hour. Polls will be closing in those 7 states: Arizona, Colorado, a Democratic caucus in Kansas, Minnesota, a Democratic primary in New Mexico, in New York, and North Dakota. At the top of the hour, we'll be watching to see if we can project any winners in those states. Let's take a look at some of the wins so far on this day that we have projected right now. And we can take a look at the Hillary Clinton wins first of all. So far, we've projected that Hillary Clinton will win in Oklahoma, in Tennessee, and in her home state, arguably, at least some people would argue, of Arkansas, even though she was born and raised in Illinois. She spent a lot of time as the First Lady of Arkansas. She now represents New York State in the United States Senate. Those are the 3 wins for Hillary Clinton we've projected so far tonight. On the Obama wins on this Super Tuesday, so far we've projected that he will carry Georgia as well as his home state of Illinois. That's what's happened so far today. We're watching all of this very, very closely. Now let's take a look at the Republicans so far on this day. Who's won what so far? We'll start off with Mitt Romney over here. So far, we've projected that Mitt Romney will carry his home state of Massachusetts, and that's the sole projected win so far for Romney today. John McCain has a few more wins. We've projected he will carry Massachusetts, New Jersey, Delaware, as well as Illinois, 4 states. Excuse me, Connecticut, I'm sorry. Let me repeat. Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Illinois projected wins for John McCain. Mike Huckabee, earlier in the day at the Republican convention in West Virginia, we projected his win there. He actually did win. That's no longer a projection. And we project he will carry his home state of Arkansas. He was governor there for more than 10 years. Those are the wins so far on this Super Tuesday. Let's see what's happening online right now. Abby Tatton is standing by. She's watching this situation unfold, and the online activity, Abby, is enormous.
Well, this is at cnnpolitics.com, where as we're getting the information, it's being updated here as well. I'm going to scroll down to the main page here that's showing you race by race, what state by state, what is coming in right now, the states that have already been projected by CNN, and the ones about to close in just a few minutes. You're going to see these pages update when we go to them, and you're also going to look at these pages here for the delegate counts, this being updated all the time as the results come in. But of course, we've got a couple of hours for some of the polls out there. CNN.com Live has cameras around the country. Take a look at this picture here. This is a polling station in Los Angeles. We've still got a couple of hours to go there. Wolf?
Abby, thanks very much. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go until the polls close in these 7 states. We're going to be watching New York State very closely because that's a bonanza, a potential bonanza of delegates. But we'll watch all of these states. Their polls close in 6.5 minutes or so. We're standing by here at the CNN Election Center. Much more of our coverage right after this.
About 3 minutes to go before the top of the hour. Just a quick reset. We are here in Election Center. Campbell Brown, our newest member of the best political team on television, new anchor of our 8 o'clock show, is monitoring developments from the field tonight. Bill Schneider and Soledad O'Brien are watching the exit polls, crunching the numbers for us. Will Blitzer, of course, is covering all the action, and we're here with the best political team, David Gergen, Jeffrey Toobin, Gloria Borger, and the backbench, a deep backbench. Here we got Bill Bennett. No second class in the backbench. Roland Martin, Jamal Simmons, and Paul Begala. Paul Begala, you are a Hillary Clinton supporter. What gives you hope for Hillary Clinton, and what makes you worried about her tonight?
Well, earlier this evening, I said that there was just no good news out of Georgia for Hillary, because there's not. A lot of good news in Tennessee. She won the John Edwards vote in Tennessee. In fact, if I was a Barack Obama supporter, I'd be very concerned. Barack did 24% of the white vote in South Carolina, 24% in Tennessee. No growth. Hillary moved her white vote.
But huge growth in Georgia for Barack Obama.
Yes, he campaigned hard there. Didn't campaign hard enough, apparently, in Tennessee. Now, he spent about $300,000. He had a presence there. He had some ads on them, pulled them down. But he's got to be concerned now. Hillary moved 27 points among white voters in Tennessee. I think it's because she focused on the economy. She had a town hall meeting focused on the economy instead of all the issues in the world. 3,500 people showed up in Nashville.
Democratic strategist Jamal Simmons, you're an Obama supporter. Your thoughts?
I'll give you one caveat on Tennessee. What happened in Memphis today, but there were tornadoes in Memphis today. So what you saw was only 18% of the vote came out of the Memphis area. Barack Obama was winning there about 67 to 25. So the Memphis vote didn't actually show up, and there are a big chunk of Democrats there in Shelby County. So I don't think Obama would have won it because he didn't campaign very hard, but that number might have been a little bit closer.
Anderson, women made up 59% of all voters in Tennessee. White women made up 40% of that electorate, and so she won 72%. She did very well among no other group dominated in that category, but also among young voters. She won 4 out of 6 age categories in Tennessee. She hasn't done that in many other states. I think that's also was key. But again, white women, they put her over the top in Tennessee. Simple as that.
About 1 minute to projections. Bill Bennett, your some thoughts?
I know nothing about Democrats in Tennessee.
Well, talk to me about John McCain. For John McCain from Mitt Romney, the good news, the bad news.
He's I think McCain's on course, but still the 2 crucial states before California, at least I think crucial, Georgia and Missouri. And so as John King was talking about the Atlanta suburbs, they come in strongly for Romney. That's a big deal. And Missouri, we're waiting to see. Big stuff.
And John
King earlier, actually, John King said the bid board. Let's right now go back to Wolf with some, going to have some projections soon.
Coming up right at the top of the hour, Anderson, we're taking a look at some polls that are closing in 7 states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Minnesota, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota. You see the D at the behind Kansas, New Mexico, and North Dakota. Those are Democratic contests only in those 3 states. The other states, Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and New York, have both Democratic and Republican caucuses. We're ready to get to the top of the hour. CNN projects that Hillary Clinton will carry her home state of New York. Hillary Clinton carrying New York State, a lot of delegates at stake in New York. But remember, she carries the state, but those delegates will be distributed according to congressional districts proportionately. Doesn't necessarily mean she'll get all of those delegates. 281 delegates are up for grabs in New York State. And there you can see Hillary Clinton headquarters right here in Manhattan. They're celebrating that she has carried New York State. She's represented New York State since she was elected in the Senate and then re-elected to the United States Senate. Barack Obama had been making some inroads in New York State, but Hillary Clinton manages to hold on. We project she will carry her home state of New York, just as she carried her other home state of Arkansas within the half hour, within the earlier half hour. Hillary Clinton needed New York. It would have been hugely, hugely embarrassing for her if she had lost New York State, just as Barack Obama carried his home state of Illinois in the last hour. Hillary Clinton carries New York State right now, and we'll see how those delegates are distributed over the course of the next few hours. Another win for Hillary Clinton in New York State right now. We cannot make other projections in these states based on the exit polling information that we've received in the course of this day, meaning we can't make any projections right now in Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Minnesota, or New Mexico. Interesting that we can't make those projections yet. We're going to have to wait to get some real numbers from the ballots coming in from those states, and hopefully we'll be able to make some projections at that point. Right now, I want to take a closer look at Tennessee. On the Republican side right now, John King is watching this state for us. John, show us what we're seeing happening in Tennessee with almost 10% of the precincts reporting.
Wolf, this map is going to look a lot like the Georgia map we showed you before, where you had mostly McCain and Huckabee counties filling in. And as you said, we're just about to get to 10%. We're at 9% reporting. Right now, you have Senator McCain with the lead, Huckabee in second place, Governor Romney running a third here. This is one of the places, of course, if you're Governor Huckabee and you want to get back in the game, you want to have a big night here in Tennessee. But look at what's happening. You have down here, you have Knoxville over here. Knoxville's in this part of the state. Senator McCain is doing very well over here. Chattanooga is down here. And then you go to the home of country music and the home of the blues over here. So we're still waiting to see. But again, you see, Romney is winning in the suburbs around Nashville, but they're simply not big enough, Wolf. There's not enough people in these counties. It's only 2% of the population here. So we need to see what happens in Davidson County. That's 10% of the state. But as you look at the state so far, you're seeing this just like we saw in Georgia, mostly McCain and Huckabee counties. A lot of the vote is out in here, so we're still waiting on it. But we got to come back to the statewide numbers, which is just up at 9%. But this looking good for John McCain right here. Governor Huckabee wanted Tennessee. Of course, Governor Romney would like to have it. At the moment, with 10%, the numbers are trending in a way that McCain likes because of where he is getting the votes. But it's very early here in Tennessee. We'll pull back out to the national map. You were just talking about one of the places we'd like to take a look here. Look at Massachusetts. This is the Democratic race. You're in the blue now. Obama is the darker blue, Clinton the lighter blue, just starting to come in. Just starting to come in all at 16% reporting, Senator Clinton running ahead, but we're at a place where, of course, the votes are in here. Almost 10% of the population of the city of Boston. We have nothing there yet. Worth noting as the night goes on, if this is close, while Barack Obama had most of the big-name politicians in the state, had Senator Kerry, had Senator Kennedy, had the new governor, Deval Patrick, the mayor of Boston, Thomas Menino, was working for Hillary Clinton. So we're still waiting to see what happens in the city of Boston. She campaigned there yesterday. Again, Wolf, we just saw it on the Republican side in Tennessee. Now we see it here on the Democratic side, filling in. These states are incredibly competitive, which is one of the reasons we have to wait and let the votes come in. You see them filling in as we go. The vote count starting to come in. But what you want to see in Massachusetts is here, where most of the people are. Could be interesting up here. Remember New Hampshire, Hillary Clinton won in Manchester among blue-collar workers. You have up in this area up here in the Lawrence, Massachusetts area, a lot of blue-collar workers up there. We'll see how she does up there. And then smaller pockets of population out here, the city of Worcester, city of Springfield, out in the western part of the state. We'll see how that shapes up. But this looks like a very competitive contest. And if you're Senator Clinton, you would love to take this away from Senator Obama. There's been so much buzz about the Ted Kennedy endorsement, how much that means. She would love to win Massachusetts. So we're up to 16% right now, and she is ahead. There's still a lot of counting to do. We'll keep watching.
Well, let me ask you, John, if in fact she does carry Massachusetts, how much of an embarrassment would that be for Ted Kennedy, the senior senator from Massachusetts who's endorsed Barack Obama?
Well, certainly, if Hillary Clinton carries Massachusetts, it is a great psychological and symbolic victory for Senator Clinton. Not a lot of delegates in Massachusetts, and again, Democratic rules, so they will be awarded proportionally, but she would love to say that she won Massachusetts and overcame all those endorsements that went Obama's way. Senator Kennedy's counter-argument might be that he was used mostly out in other parts of the country, campaigning out in California, campaigning in places where they thought he could help with the union vote and the Latino vote. So the Kennedy impact, if there is one, is yet to be fully assessed until, A, we get the final numbers in Massachusetts, but then when we get further out to the west in California. But no doubt about it, if Senator Clinton could win this state, she would love that for bragging rights.
And as important as the popular votes are in all of these states, the delegates potentially could be even more important. John, thanks very much. I want to remind our viewers, if they want to see the results coming in county by county, state by state, they could go to cnnpolitics.com and click on the right little tab over there, and you'll get all this information, real-time information, cnnpolitics.com. Let's also take a look at what we know right now. Super Tuesday wins on the Democratic side right now. If you take a look, you see the yellow, those are the states in play on this Super Tuesday, and we have not been able to project winners yet. The dark blue are the states that have been won by Barack Obama so far on this day. That would be Illinois and Georgia. The light blue are the states that have been carried by Hillary Clinton, and this top of this hour, we've just projected that she will carry her home state of New York, which has a lot of delegates potentially there, although they'll be divided proportionately. We've earlier projected she will carry Tennessee, Arkansas, as well as Oklahoma. So we're watching all of this. Let's pause for a second. We can now project that Senator Barack Obama will carry the state of Delaware. The total delegates there, including the superdelegates, 23 delegates. But Barack Obama will carry Delaware, a state that was earlier represented in this contest by its longtime Senator Joe Biden. He dropped out, hasn't endorsed any of the candidates, at least not yet. But Barack Obama will be added to the winners column in the state of Delaware, a state that both of these candidates had competed in, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. But based on the exit polls that we have right now, based on the actual numbers that are coming in, Barack Obama will carry Delaware. You can see his headquarters out in Chicago, where they're getting this information right now. Maybe they're getting it from us, and they can see that Barack Obama will carry Delaware. So add Delaware to the column of the winning column for Senator Barack Obama of Illinois, and there's a lot of enthusiastic faces you can see out there in Chicago right now getting ready. At some point later tonight, we expect to hear from all of the candidates, the Republican candidates, the Democratic candidates, and we're going to try to bring you all of their remarks as this long night goes on. But it's way too early right now to hear from these candidates because they're waiting, as all of us are, for more and more of these states to come in. Let's take a look and see what we have in terms of the race for the nomination right now in terms of delegates. Remember, on the Democratic side, to be the Democratic presidential nominee, you need 2,025 votes right there, 2,025 delegates, I should say. And right now, our CNN estimate is that Hillary Clinton has 279 delegates so far. Barack Obama has 210. And if you look a little bit closer, you can see that in terms of the delegates that she's won, we've projected she has won 86 delegates so far. She has 193 super delegates, as they're called. Those are delegates who are high-ranking party officials, members of Congress, governors, and others. Barack Obama, his 210 delegates comprised of 104 that he's actually won and 106 super delegates. Remember, this is a close contest so far. 2,025, that's the magic number to be the Democratic presidential nominee. There's a different magic number on the Republican side. They need 1,191 delegates to their convention in St. Paul to be the Republican presidential nominee. And so far, this is the CNN estimate for the race. Huckabee so far has 54. We've listed all the candidates in alphabetical order from top to bottom. McCain has 208. Ron Paul has 6 delegates. Romney 99 and uncommitted 9. If you take a look at McCain, though, he's got 192 delegates. We've projected that he estimated that he has won 16 superdelegates. By the way, there are far fewer superdelegates on the Republican side than the Democratic side. Mitt Romney so far second with 99 delegates. He's 190. He has 9 superdelegates. Mike Huckabee third, 51 delegates. He's won 3 superdelegates for a total of 54. And Ron Paul has so far won 6 delegates, no superdelegates. Remember, though, the magic number, 1,191. You can keep track of all of this online. Once again, I can't stress it too much, CNNpolitics.com. These numbers are going to be changing very quickly as we're able to determine who's going to be getting those proportionate delegates on the Republican and the Democratic side. We'll take another quick break. Much more of our coverage coming up from the CNN Election Center. An exciting night unfolding right here. Welcome back to the CNN Election Center. We're watching these results come in, the votes come in from states all over the United States. And I want to alert our viewers who are lucky enough to be watching us in high definition right now. We're going to put some numbers on the sides of your panel. Only the viewers watching this in high definition will be able to see it. On the left side, you'll see the Democrats, the estimated delegate count that we are having for the Democrats. On the right side, you'll see the Republicans, the estimated overall delegate count. Those numbers will be changing, and remember the numbers they need in order to get the respective Democratic and Republican presidential nomination. Just an added bonus for those of you watching us in high definition right now. Let's take a look at some states right now where we have not yet been able to make some projections. In Connecticut, on the Democratic side, it looks like a relatively close contest with 29% of the vote now in Barack Obama with 51% to 47% for Hillary Clinton, 54,900 or so for Obama, 51,100 for Clinton. That's in Connecticut. Too close for us to make a projection right now. In Massachusetts, 25% of the vote is in. Look at this. Hillary Clinton maintaining her lead in Massachusetts, 58% to 39% for Obama, 173,000 or so for Clinton, 115 for Obama. Still waiting for some votes in Boston, a significant number of votes in Boston, but that's Massachusetts. Alabama right now, 17% of the precincts have reported 60 delegates at stake. Obama with 69% to Clinton, 30%, 17%, 100,000 or so for Obama, 43,500 for Hillary Clinton. And in Missouri, this is a major prize. The candidates have been competing aggressively here. 6% of the precincts reporting Hillary Clinton with 56% to Barack Obama's 37%. We haven't projected a winner there yet. 24% of the precincts in New Jersey have reported Hillary Clinton with 56% to Barack Obama's 42%. 148,000 votes for Hillary Clinton, 110,000 or so for Barack Obama. 127 delegates at stake right now in New Jersey. Let's move over to the Republicans. And we've been watching this Georgia race now for the past several hours. The polls there closed at 7 p.m. Eastern. Almost half of the precincts have now reported 45% or so. Mike Huckabee still maintaining his edge, 35% to John McCain's 32%. Mitt Romney at 29%. Look at the real numbers, 147,500 for Huckabee. McCain, 133,500 for him, 121,400 for Mitt Romney. Ron Paul with 11,000. Missouri, we have not been able to project the winner in Missouri yet either. 6% of the precincts are in. Mike Huckabee with 36% to John McCain's 30%. Mitt Romney 24%. 58 delegates at stake. Missouri is very important for the Republicans. Winner take all. Tennessee, haven't been able to project the winner there with 15% of the precincts now in. 55 delegates at play. McCain, a slight advantage over Mike Huckabee, 34% to 30%. 34,400 for McCain. Huckabee 30,800. Mitt Romney 21,600. Ron Paul 5,600. That's Tennessee. In Alabama, 15% of the precincts have now reported McCain with 42% to Huckabee's 33%, Mitt Romney 20%. We have not been able to project a winner in Alabama, 15% of the precincts. Look at the hard numbers, 38,000 to 29,000. McCain over Huckabee, 18,000 for Romney. Oklahoma, another close contest emerging right now. 41 delegates at stake. Almost 30% of the precincts have reported. McCain maintaining a slight advantage over Huckabee, 37% to 34%. Romney coming in third so far with 23%. If we take a look at the numbers, though, in Oklahoma, you'll see the actual numbers coming in. Actually, we don't have that right here, but you can always go to cnnpolitics.com and get these numbers. They're changing minute by minute. Here they are. 27,500 for McCain, 25,100 for Huckabee. Oklahoma, a very close contest emerging right now. Anderson Cooper has got the best political team on television.
A lot of numbers to watch, a lot of states to talk about. Gloria Borger, New York, obviously going for, this time projected for Senator Hillary Clinton. Not really a big surprise. Would have been a major loss for her had she not won the state of New York, which she represents.
Not a big surprise, but if you take a look at these numbers, Anderson, what was really just jumped out at me is the Latino vote. New York is an interesting test of the Latino vote. Hillary Clinton got 64% of the Latino vote in Nevada. Tonight in New York, she got 74% of the Latino vote to Obama's 25%. So the big question is, could he make inroads with the Latino community? This is a number I'm sure they're not happy with. Also, women. If she's going to win, she needs to win with women big. And tonight in New York, she almost doubled Obama's vote with white women. And if that continues to be a pattern, that's going to be very good for Hillary Clinton.
There was certainly also something we saw in the state of Georgia where Obama did very well with white men. With white women, Senator Clinton did much better. And of course, the Latino vote, very important in California. We'll see what happens there. Those polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern time. Jeff Toobin, you saying for McCain, not an overwhelming night, but slow and steady.
And inexorable. I mean, he keeps winning these states that have winner-take-all. And there simply aren't enough states out there to catch up. But at the end of tonight, you know, the outstanding big states are Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, but most of the states are done. And I just, even though he's not really winning overwhelmingly, he is winning, and he's winning in most of the states. And I just think his opponents are running out of time, and there is no one single opponent. Huckabee and Romney are splitting the anti-McCain vote.
I wanted to follow up on something what Gloria is saying. You know, we've long talked about the Democratic Party being the mommy party and the Republicans being the daddy party. But what's really striking in these numbers that I've seen so far tonight...
David, I'm sorry, excuse me. We have a projection. I just want to give that to Wolf. Wolf?
CNN now projects that John McCain will carry the Empire State. That would be New York State. A huge bonanza of potential votes, delegates out there. It's a winner-take-all state. 101 delegates at stake for the Republicans in New York. This was an important victory for John McCain. He worked hard. He had a lot of endorsements, including from Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor who dropped out of this presidential race. John McCain, our projected winner in New York State, a very important win for him tonight. Take a look at the votes that have actually come in, 0%, a little bit less than 1% of the precincts reporting. It's very, very early, but McCain already at 52% to Romney's 24%, Huckabee's 12%, a tiny, tiny number are in of actual hard numbers, 621 votes for McCain to 281 for Romney. But based on our exit polls, based on what we're seeing right now, CNN projects that John McCain will carry New York State, another win for John McCain. Anderson, we were just talking about, Jeff Toobin was just mentioning how McCain is racking them up, and certainly New York is a big prize.
It's certainly a big prize, 101 delegates there. David Gergen, let's go back to you. You interrupted you.
Yeah, well, I think Jeff was right about he's marching. The mommy party, daddy party deal. If you look at the exit polls in almost all these states, on the Democratic side, the people who are voting, only about 42, 43, 44% of the people who vote are men. Most of the people who vote are women. On the Republican side, it's just the opposite. About 53%, 54% in most states are men versus women. And that percentage, that heavy tilt toward women voters, on the Democratic side is a huge strength for Hillary Clinton tonight. Consistently in state after state, she does really well among women, especially white women. And I think that is more than anything else is propelling her forward in this race.
And that's what was so interesting in California, where you had the governor's wife, Maria Shriver, come out, Oprah Winfrey, Caroline Kennedy, trying to say to women, it's okay to change your minds and vote for Barack Obama and at the last minute, and we'll see if that works.
But in the general election, you got a closer gender break on the voting.
Let's go to Bill Bennett.
Yeah, two things. One, yes, I agree with the upfront panel number one, I guess, about the seeming inexorability, though it's not there yet. But no, I mean, notice if Romney were chalking up these states, you know, we'd be saying, wow, holy smokes. May 21st, I just checked the date on my BlackBerry. I was in New York. I was asked to kind of MC the New York State Republican Party dinner. All the candidates were invited. Rudy Giuliani came. It was Giuliani Central. I mean, signs, everything. One other candidate showed up, John McCain. He came in, he gave a talk. People were polite. He walked out. People said it was nice of McCain to come, kind of sad, you know, lonely figure, came in by himself. Tonight he wins I mean, you're going to cut down Forrest writing the story of this election with all the players on both sides. It's extraordinary. I mean, that was Giuliani. It was Giuliani Central. John McCain wins that primary tonight. Big time going away.
Yeah. We talked earlier about Latino voters. In the debate in Los Angeles, Senator Obama really tried to hone in on Latino voters. Look at Illinois, his home state. According to our exit polls, he won 52% Latino vote. They made up 16% of those who voted. That's a serious problem. One of their issues they've had is that they've not been able to really get any inroads there. He tried to get inroads with the comment about supporting driver's licenses.
He did get a major endorsement from a Spanish-language paper in California.
Based upon that issue, but again, they have not had a successful strategy in being able to break through that barrier. Now, the question is, with the states moving forward, when you talk about District of Columbia, when you talk about Virginia, when you talk about those, Louisiana, Mississippi, will that matter? But again, they have a Latino problem. When he only wins 52% of Latinos in his home state, that's a problem.
Jamal Simmons, Obama supporter, what does that mean for California?
Well, one of the issues here, though, is time. You know, Barack Obama does better over time. As people get to know him, as they get to see him, he's airing ads, people start to get comfortable. So what you'll see over the next round of states coming up, is that he'll have more time, he will have been out there longer, and I think those numbers will change.
Jamal,
so we'll see what
he's from Illinois. He is the junior senator from the state of Illinois. If you only win 52% of the Latino vote in your home state, you have a Latino problem.
Sure he does. Sure he does. And nobody doubts that. But I mean, I think they're addressing it, and I think over time, and we hit a lot of those states already today.
Paul Begala, is Obama running out of time?
No. No, and nor is he running out of money. This thing's going to rock on. But there are Latinos and there are Latinos, okay? There's no monolith of Latinos. Very true. It's like saying Catholic vote. Catholic votes include people who are right on everything like me, people like Bill Bennett who are wrong on everything, okay? We're both in the same Holy Mother Church, right? Latinos in New York, they tend to be disproportionately Puerto Ricanos, Dominicans, Central Americans. In California, they tend to be more Mexican Americans and from Central America. So we got to be very careful about these facile. But you're right, Barack still has a problem in his home state.
It's going to play a role in Texas, though. In Texas, you talk about West Texas, you talk about Corpus Christi, Brownsville, Houston, Dallas. You've had some black-brown friction there over the last 15 years in school districts and when it comes to City Hall. Trust me, they need to watch out for that in the state of Texas.
We got to take a quick break. There have been some serious tornadoes in the Arkansas-Tennessee border area. We're going to talk about that with Chad Myers when we come back from this short break. Stay tuned.
CNN projects that Alabama will go for Barack Obama. Barack Obama, the Democratic presidential candidate, will carry the state of Alabama, an important win in the South for Barack Obama. This coming on the heels of his win in South Carolina, his win in Georgia. Barack Obama will carry Alabama. Right now we have 24% of the vote in Alabama is now in. He's got a decisive lead, 64% for Obama to Hillary Clinton's 34%. He's been doing very, very well in the southern states that have large African-American populations, Alabama being one of them, and Alabama, a state going in Barack Obama's corner, an important win for Barack Obama in Alabama right now. We're going to continue to watch all of this, but there's an incredible weather unfolding along the border between Arkansas and Tennessee right now. Chad Myers is watching this story for us, and it's having an impact on voting out there as well, Chad. First of all, tell our viewers what's going on. Tornadoes.
Tornadoes. So far, Wolf, 24 confirmed reports of tornado damage. One of the biggest ones was Jackson, Tennessee. Jackson, Tennessee, 86 people injured, 50 at a retirement home, 36 at Union College. Now, the whole thing started really in Memphis. Here's some pictures from northeastern Memphis as the storm began to roll through. This is what one of our storm spotters, our eye reporters, saw as he was traveling actually away from the storm. That was a good direction, but could see the funnel cloud there in the path. Now, about an hour later, the real storm came through with at least an EF3, maybe larger tornado that hit a mall. This mall, the Hickory Ridge Mall, took a direct hit right near the Sears store. People were trapped inside, but now they believe that everybody is out. That's great news. But we still have 10 tornado warnings going on right now. And this number here behind me, the number of lightning strikes in the past hour, over 30,000 lightning strikes in the past hour. Now, we do know that Highland, Arkansas, the fire department completely destroyed there. Other tornadoes have been on the ground for a long length of time. These are long-lived tornadoes on the ground, very large tornadoes. Memphis, especially the south and the southwest side, hit first, and then the south and the southeast side picked up. One town we're worried about right now is Centerville, Tennessee. You're about 25 minutes from a major tornado that's on the ground right now. Now, the next destination, if it keeps going, Wolf, is Nashville. That's an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes away. This has been a long-track tornado. Here is the storm that rolled through Jackson in Tennessee. You can see how close it is to Memphis. Memphis, you already got hit twice. And there is more weather, more tornado warnings still to your southwest, more weather headed your way. If you're out there trying to clean up, realize more severe weather with more tornado warnings on the way in the next 25 or 30 minutes. Can you imagine, Wolf, getting hit 3 times in one night by tornado warnings?
And Chad, we've got a statement from the Tennessee Secretary of State saying that he was forced to close some polling places in the western part of the state after severe destruction from tornadoes. Local authorities were able to relocate our workers. A couple of precincts, he says, were affected. I don't think it affected, he says, a large number of votes. We also have a statement, Chad, from the former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, who's watching all of this unfold. The news of these deadly tornadoes, he says, brings back many memories of dealing with numerous tornadoes during my tenure as governor. And Janet and I know all too well the horrors faced by those in a tornado's path. While we hope tonight is a time for us to celebrate election results, we are reminded that nothing is as important as the lives of these fellow Arkansans, and our hearts go out to their families. Chad, we'll stay on top of this weather story, severe weather tornadoes in Arkansas and Tennessee. You'll be with us all night for that. Let's walk over to John King. He's watching Georgia unfold right now. It's a real horse race there in Georgia between Romney, McCain, and Huckabee.
It's a remarkable race, Wolf. Let me pull the Georgia map out a little bit. You see the cities pop in as we stretch the map out a little bit. 53% in. It's a very close race. Governor Huckabee is winning right now. But look at the map. Remember the colors. The dark is Romney. The bright red is McCain. The more peach color would be Mike Huckabee. County by county, Mike Huckabee and John McCain. And this is we're at an interesting point in the Republican race. Governor Romney is making the case to conservative Republicans that he is the conservative alternative to John McCain. Well, the South is the ideological and the geographical base of the Republican Party. If you want to make the case that you are the Republican candidate, the more conservative Republican candidate, one of the key proving grounds is the South. And look at this. Governor Romney is winning just a smattering of counties so far in Georgia. These are the key suburban counties around Atlanta, but he's winning only a smattering of the counties in Georgia. South Carolina, of course, has already voted. He didn't carry any counties in South Carolina. He's winning just a few counties so far in Georgia. Let's come over to Alabama. No Romney counties anywhere on the board as yet. And if we shrink the map down and go to Tennessee, Romney doing fairly well up around the Nashville area, but still mostly Huckabee and McCain. So mostly Huckabee and McCain in Tennessee. Mostly Huckabee and McCain in Georgia. It was all Huckabee and McCain in South Carolina. If you are Mitt Romney and you're trying to make the case that you are the conservative candidate for the Republican Party, it is a much harder case to make if you cannot rack up any victories in the South, which is the ideological base of the party. So still some votes being counted, but increasingly a tougher case, Wolf, for Mitt Romney to make going forward if he cannot show any success in the South. And again, as you watch Georgia, we're up to 55% now. Governor Romney running third. It's a fascinating race. The key to this race right now, if you're looking at it, John McCain is winning where he needed to along the coast and the military communities. Right now, the key as we watch Georgia, Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is, it's 10% of the population, only 5% of the precincts in so far. Senator McCain running a big lead in that area right now. We need to watch to see if this holds, because if there is a comeback, again, we've said this earlier, 25% of the state's population lives right there in that circle. We're still waiting on Fulton County for those results. Right now, Governor Huckabee leading statewide. When you pull on out, if that is to change, it will happen when the results come in up in Fulton County, Wolf.
John King will watch Georgia, a very, very important state for this Republican contest. We'll watch it together with you. On the Democratic side, Georgia went for Barack Obama. We projected that shortly after 7 p.m. when the polls closed in the state of Georgia. In about 23 minutes, 3 more states will be closing their polls. Idaho, where there's a Democratic contest underway, Utah, and North Dakota, where there's a Republican contest underway. Much more of our coverage from the CNN Election Center. Remember, go to cnnpolitics.com. That's where you can get all the information, state by state, county by county, the hard numbers coming in all the time. cnnpolitics.com. We'll be right back.
And less than 20 minutes to polls closing in Idaho, Utah, and North Dakota. Alabama now, we have called for Obama, as well as New York, Delaware, Connecticut, New Jersey, Illinois, all for John McCain, for Senator Clinton, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Arkansas, and New York, Mike Huckabee, West Virginia, and Arkansas. Gloria Borger, any surprises for you? What are you watching right now?
No, I'm just kind of watching a trend that's developing in these on the Republican side. And while John McCain seems to be being slow and steady, slow and steady, slow and steady, the one thing you see is that people who care about personal qualities vote for John McCain. In the state of New York, the people who cared more about the issues voted for Mitt Romney. People who identified themselves as conservative, 41% for Romney, 39% for McCain. This is something that we have seen replayed throughout these primaries.
And as we await those candidates, they'll be speaking to their supporters. We'll let you know what's going on in the all-important delegate race. It's 10 p.m. on the East Coast. The polls in Utah have closed, and we can now project that Mitt Romney will carry the Republican contest in Utah. This is not a big surprise. Mitt Romney, the only Mormon running for president right now. There's a huge Mormon population in Utah. He's got strong roots there as well, having worked on the Winter Olympic Games out in Utah. So no great surprise. Mitt Romney will carry Utah, another state that goes in the Romney goes in the Romney column. You can see their supporters there. Mitt Romney is in Boston tonight, his home state. He's already been projected to carry Massachusetts, but Utah will go in Romney's column as well. There are several key states, though, that are really up for grabs right now on the Republican side. We've not yet been able to project the winner in Georgia, not yet able to project the winner in Missouri or Oklahoma or Tennessee, and certainly the states that closed an hour or so ago, 9 p.m. on the East Coast. We haven't been able to project winners on the Republican side in Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Minnesota, New Mexico. We did project John McCain the winner in New York State. So we're watching all of this unfold. We've got the exit poll information, but we're waiting when it's too close to make a projection. We're waiting for the real numbers to come in. That would be the actual ballots that are cast and the official tallies that come in. We'll stand by and wait to hear from some of the candidates this hour. They'll be speaking to their supporters. We expect to hear from Mitt Romney and Mike Huckabee, maybe even Barack Obama. Anderson Cooper's got the best political team on television.
Given what we know that's happening on the Democratic side between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, strategies for both sides moving forward?
Well, number one, the biggest question mark is still California, because we're going to have to apportion these delegates. We're seeing who wins the states. We still don't know who's winning congressional district by congressional district within the very complicated Democratic rules. But the way it's going so far, it looks like we're going to be sitting here going CD by CD in California to see who has the most delegates. But assuming the numbers stay relatively consistent, we're going to wake up tomorrow. One of them is going to have a narrow lead. So far, you would think Senator Clinton's having the better night, but there's a long way to go as we go across the country. One of them is going to have a narrow lead. We know Senator Obama has the resources, and we're going to go hand to hand. We have Pennsylvania, we have Ohio, we have Texas. We still have a lot of business to do.
And the Obama campaign is already talking about California. They're sending out talking points to some members of our political team, and they say that, of course, obviously the polls are still open, but that a candidate could lose by 6 points in California and still only get 18 fewer delegates. So think about that. This talking point, again, is from the Obama people, but we can't emphasize enough this congressional district by congressional district kind of race. On the Republican side, of course, many more winner-take-all states, and so someone like a John McCain could really become the presumptive nominee.
It's so interesting that as this evening goes on, the attempt to shape opinions of folks like you, I mean, from the Obama camp, from the Clinton camp, they've already had, it's all over your BlackBerries, they've already had conference calls on the Clinton camp talking about the way they see the numbers tonight.
But one thing Obama does have going for him is that the more time he spends somewhere, the better he does generally. He is less well known than Hillary Clinton. He has run effective campaigns. He's actually the opposite of Rudy Giuliani. The more time Giuliani spent anywhere, the less he went down, the worse he did. Obama's the opposite, and with fewer targets, that gives him a better chance and likely more money than Hillary Clinton.
That's true, but at some point people do vote, and they voted tonight, and it does seem to me that in the Northeast at least, he's fallen sort of achingly close. He was coming very close, very competitive. He may still win Connecticut. He has a lead there, apparently. But you look at the rest of it, and it's gone her way. Especially the big surprise, Massachusetts. I think we're still waiting for Missouri. Very important. Big bellwether state. Hasn't come in yet. She's doing well there. And then we'll look for California.
And we have another projection. Wolf Blitzer has that.
CNN can now project that Oklahoma will go to John McCain. The Oklahoma primary, 38 delegates at stake. This is sort of a modified winner-take-all contest in Oklahoma. Right now, 78% of the actual precincts have reported 38% of the vote going to McCain, 33% for Huckabee, 24% for Romney, Ron Paul with 3%. If we zoom in and take a look at the actual vote that's coming in from Oklahoma right now, we can see that John McCain is doing the best that we've just projected. He will carry Oklahoma. 84,600 for McCain, 75,000 for Huckabee, 53,000 for Romney, Ron Paul with 7,642. This was a state where John McCain had campaigned. He worked hard. Huckabee thought he might be able to do well here in Oklahoma as well. He did well, relatively speaking, but not necessarily well enough with John McCain getting another victory in Oklahoma right now. So he's racking up these victories. We're taking a close look at the all-important delegate count, how they're distributed. This is a modified, as I said, winner-take-all, not exactly winner-take-all, as some of the other Republican states are, like New York and New Jersey. But Oklahoma is still very, very important. 41 total delegates there in Oklahoma. Oklahoma going to John McCain. And we have something else coming up right now. We can project that North Dakota, the winner will be Barack Obama with 21 delegates at stake in North Dakota. This is a state that he worked at trying to get, and North Dakota will go in Barack Obama's corner right now. It's not necessarily as important as some of the other states that he lost, like Massachusetts, for example. It's a caucus state, North Dakota, 13 delegates at stake, 8 super delegates. Mr. Obama clearly is the winner right now. He had a stronger presence there than Mrs. Clinton. Nevertheless, it's still a win for Barack Obama in North Dakota over Hillary Clinton, a win that he's obviously going to be happy that he has. North Dakota for Barack Obama. If we take a look at North Dakota, the 89% of the votes are actually in. 61% went for Barack Obama in this caucus, 37% for Hillary Clinton. A win for Obama in North Dakota. These are live pictures you're seeing now from Little Rock, Arkansas, where Mike Huckabee is meeting with his supporters. They're very happy. Mike Huckabee is doing relatively well in several of these states where he had campaigned very hard to do. He didn't have a whole lot of money, but he did have a lot of enthusiasm. He carried his home state of Arkansas. That was no great surprise. But he's doing well in some of these other states. We haven't been able to project a winner yet. In Georgia, for example, he's doing very, very well in Georgia, fighting for the votes with John McCain and Mitt Romney. But he's going to be speaking to his supporters right now. I think we should listen in.
You know, over the past few days, a lot of people have been trying to say that this is a two-man race. Well, you know what? It is, and we're in it. Tonight, we are making sure America understands that sometimes one small, smooth stone is even more effective than a whole lot of armor. And we've also seen that the widow's mite has more effectiveness than all the gold in the world. Janet and I and our family and team want to begin by saying thanks, first of all, to the wonderful people of Arkansas, where it all started and where tonight we have a wonderful, wonderful victory here at home. We love this state, always have and always will. And tonight we're reminded again why. Because of the incredible people who believed in us early and stayed with us through all of the times when so many people said, you can't get there. And tonight we're proving that we're still on our feet, and much to the amazement of many, we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. We have been standing for small business owners who know that government has for way too long had its foot on their neck with taxes that were too high, regulations that were too onerous. Threat of litigation made it impossible for many small business owners to survive. And our party once stood to make sure that we helped clear the way so that the free market system really worked. And we're going to do it again, because one of these days when I get to be president, and it won't be very long, about a year from now, I really do look forward to nailing the going out of business sign on the front door of the IRS. And when we have the fair tax, a lot of small business owners and individuals will finally have a fair shot at getting a part of the American dream. We're here tonight and winning states across the South because we've stood for the idea that mothers and fathers raise better kids than governments do, and government ought to undergird a family, not undermine a basic family's rights to raise their own kids. And that's one of the reasons we're here tonight. We're here tonight because people want to know that the president is going to secure our borders and make it so it's not more difficult to get on an airplane in your hometown than it is to cross the international border, and that we're going to fix an issue that the federal government is allowed to go unchallenged for a long, long time. We're here tonight because a lot of people in the South and across America know that the Second Amendment is to be respected as much as the First Amendment, and they know that there's only one candidate who has a consistent record of making sure we do that. And one of the reasons that we're here tonight is because there's no candidate who has been more consistent and clear about the fact that we should honor the words of our forefathers who said all of us are created equal. And that means that every single person has intrinsic worth and value. And we should uphold the sanctity of human life because it is a cornerstone of our culture of life. And ladies and gentlemen, tonight, I believe that one of the things you're seeing across this nation is that people are saying the conservatives do have a choice, because the conservatives have a voice. And tonight, they're getting a chance to express that, and from here, they'll get to continue expressing that choice and that voice. Now, it's tough for this old Razorback to say things like, roll, tide, roll, but I'm doing it tonight. And it's tough for this old Razorback to look over there to the state just to the east of us and anticipate being able to say that we're two volunteers. I think before the night is over, I'll even be singing Rocky Top. This old Razorback may even catch some bulldog fever before the night is over. And we're going to forget all about the Cotton Bowl and even be grateful for our friends to the north before tonight is over. I'm fully believing. But tonight is far more important than contests between the rivalry of some of our states in athletics. Starting today with the wonderful people of West Virginia who gave us a surprising, stunning, and wonderful victory. Today has been a day when the people have spoken. And today, people across this country are saying that, yes, we heard what the pundits said, but this is our vote, not theirs. This is our election, not theirs. This is our presidency, not theirs. And for all those people who have made sacrifices to help us be here, I want to say thank you. And I also want you to know that as long as there's still votes and delegates to be won until that magic number of 1,191, there's going to be one guy answering the bell every time there's a new round. Sometimes elections have a way of tearing us apart even within our own party. But the ultimate purpose that we're all in this is not to see our party divided, and it most certainly is not to see our country divided. We got in this because we wanted to see our party pull together again. But even more than our party, as important it is, it's far more important that we bring this nation back together where we once again where we realize that our greatest strength is not in the government we elect, but it's in the ordinary people who do the choosing. It still is a land of the people. And we're going to continue to prove that even with limited resources but lots of heart, the presidency can belong to the people of this country. When I started out as a little kid, believe me, I never thought I'd even see a president within eyesight of me physically. And I've often told the story of 8 years old when my dad said, son, I'm going to take you down to hear a speech by the governor. He's coming down to our part of the state. And governors don't get down here very often. And boy, they didn't. And he said, I want you to go down and hear the speech because he's dedicating a lake, and you need to hear that because, son, you may live your whole life and you may never actually get to see a governor in person. Little did he know that that boy would become the 44th governor of the state of Arkansas and serve this wonderful state for 10.5 years. And I'm pretty sure that he could have never, ever even dreamed that one day I'd be standing here tonight and I'd be saying, folks, in a few more months, you'll help me become the 44th president of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
The former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, speaking to his supporters in Little Rock. He's doing relatively well in several of those southern states tonight. We're watching this very, very closely. We're going to be speaking with Governor Huckabee. That's coming up shortly. We're also standing by to hear from Mitt Romney. He's going to be speaking, we're told, to his supporters as well. And at some point, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama will be speaking, and we assume John McCain will as well. So all of those speeches to their supporters coming up. Our interview with Governor Huckabee, that's coming up as well. Remember, go to cnnpolitics.com. You can get all the latest information, the tallies as they're coming in, state by state, county by county. Much more of our special coverage coming up right here from the CNN Election Center. Two more important projections, two more wins for Barack Obama. Barack Obama will win in the state of Connecticut, where there are 60 delegates at stake. Barack Obama will carry Connecticut. Barack Obama will also carry Kansas, where his mother is from. 41 delegates at stake in Kansas. Two wins. Connecticut was a state that both Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama campaigned hard for, and Barack Obama will come up the winner in Connecticut. In Kansas, he went there, met with relatives of his mother from going way back. He spent some time there. It's clearly paid off in the caucuses in Kansas. Two more wins for Barack Obama tonight. Connecticut, 60 total delegates. Kansas, 41 delegates. Important victories for Barack Obama, who's trying to keep the momentum going with Hillary Clinton. This is a fast developing story. The projections are coming in based on the exit polls as well as the actual numbers officially reported to those states as the precincts come in. Most very important developments for Kansas and Connecticut tonight. Here are the states where we have projected so far tonight that Barack Obama is the winner, and I'll go down and across. Alabama, Illinois. That's Alabama, first of all. 71% of the vote is now in. We project he wins there. He wins in Illinois. We've projected he will win in Delaware as well as in Kansas. As we just said, Connecticut, Georgia, we projected that early. That poll closed the 7 p.m. Eastern hour, and North Dakota. Those are the states that Barack Obama so far tonight has carried. Hillary Clinton has carried other states tonight, and we'll show those to you shortly as well. But two important wins for him that just coming in right now, Kansas and Connecticut. Let's go over to Anderson Cooper, who's assessing this, especially Connecticut. That was a pretty fiercely fought contest, Anderson.
And we should also point out to our viewers, we're going to be having an interview with Governor Mike Huckabee very shortly. Campbell Brown will bring us that. But let's talk about Mike Huckabee tonight. He is ready. I'm told let's go to Campbell. Campbell?
All right, Anderson. Thanks, Anderson, very much. And we want to go now to Governor Mike Huckabee, who is joining us. Are you there, Governor?
I'm right here, Campbell. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your time tonight. And I should say some bold predictions from you in your speech a few minutes ago about what the future may hold for you tonight. Things have been going surprisingly well for you, winning Arkansas and West Virginia, and you're running very strong in a number of other states. How are you feeling overall?
We're feeling great. I mean, this was a big day for us, and it proved that we're still in this. We've been saying that for a long time. You know, we took some blows. Some people were saying we had pulled out of Florida when we didn't. Tried to sort of say our campaign was faltering. We never believed that it was. We were seeing record fundraising going on, record crowds, enthusiasm, and we knew it wasn't anywhere near coming to a close. It was just getting really started. And tonight, I think we're seeing that affirmation.
But, Governor, you may have exceeded expectations tonight, but it is highly unlikely that you're going to get the nomination, and you certainly knew that coming into tonight. So why stay in the race?
Well, I'm not sure that I would say it's so unlikely that we'll get the nomination. No one's got 1,191 delegates yet. Until they do, we're still in it. And nobody thought the New York Giants were going to be the Super Bowl champions, and everybody had all those hats painted up with the Patriots. Guess what? Those are a real bargain today. You can get a lot of Super Bowl hats with the Patriots insignia on it for a deal. So don't be too quick to say it's over, because it's not over until the final bell has sounded, and it hasn't yet.
So you are going to stay in this race until there is a nominee?
Well, why not? The one way I know I'll lose if I walk off the field. Campbell, I've spent my life coming up from the bottom. I've never known what it's like to start from the top. I've never been the favorite. I know what it's like to start deep in the hole, and I also know what it feels like to go from deep in the hole to the top of the mountain. And it's a mighty tough journey sometimes, and you don't always make it. But when you do make it, it's worth it. And there are a lot of people in America who want to believe that they too can go from deep in the hole to the top of the mountain in their own life. And I think my candidacy is restoring that kind of hope and optimism in a lot of people.
Let me ask you about West Virginia, because as you know, there have been some suggestions that there was a sort of a backroom deal between your supporters and John McCain's supporters to ensure that Romney would not win West Virginia. He was leading after the first ballot. Is there any truth to that? Has there been any communication between your campaign and John McCain's campaign in the last few days?
I've not talked to Senator McCain or people on his staff about West Virginia. You know, every time we win something, somebody tries to figure out a way to explain it away. Truth is, people voted for me, and they had a chance to vote for somebody else, and when they didn't vote or when their candidate, either John McCain or Ron Paul, didn't get the votes on the first ballot and they had to pick somebody else, they picked me. It's as simple as that. I think it shows that when this party wants to come together, it looks to somebody they know can carry the message. People in West Virginia believed I could do it. And, you know, yesterday Mitt Romney was saying, don't be a whiner. Now, yesterday he was against whining. Today he's for whining. So I think we need to just say we won West Virginia, and he'll just have to deal with it.
All right. Well, Governor Huckabee, we do wish you the best of luck for the rest of the night and going forward from here. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And let's go to Wolf Blitzer now.
Campbell, thanks very much. There's severe weather unfolding in Tennessee right now. I want to go to Chad Myers. He's watching this for us. It's not only affecting the lives of a lot of people, it's affecting a lot of other things. This is a lot worse. These are live pictures that we're seeing from Nashville right now. We can see that lightning flash. Chad, what's going on?
Well, if you could hear the audio, too, you'd hear the tornado sirens going off for Nashville. A big tornado was on the ground southwest of Nashville. It still is. It has caused damage in Fairview. Now, that is a town a little bit to the southwest of Nashville proper, between Franklin and Fairview. This storm is moving up right into downtown, and we still believe that the rotation is sufficient to have the tornado on the ground. It has been reported on the ground now for almost 75 miles, on and off, skipping around once in a while, but we think it's back down on the ground, moving into downtown Nashville proper. You need to take cover from this storm. This is a very dangerous storm. It has caused a lot of damage in its path all the way from Centerville, which is 50 to 75 miles away, Wolf, and it is still making tornado damage right now. Also, one more tornado warning again for Memphis. This will be the third time the sirens have gone off in Memphis tonight. That storm had damage in Forest City in Arkansas, moving across the river now back into Memphis. Those people that are trying to clean up from that tornado, two of them, the two tornadoes that have gone through already, and now they're in for another round. Wolf?
Chad, forgive my ignorance, is this tornado season down there, or what's going on? Is this unusual, or is this normal?
Well, it was 75 degrees in Little Rock today. It was 74 in Nashville. It was spring-type temperatures, even though the thermometer and obviously the calendar still says winter. It's not winter anymore. This is video from when we had damage earlier tonight, and some of the damage we now know of back into Arkansas and in through Centerville, very significant into Franklin, and also back even as far into Highland, Arkansas. Fire station completely destroyed, and the biggest damage we know of right now was in Jackson, Tennessee. 86 people injured, 50 at a retirement home, 36 at a Union University, and that college is closed tomorrow because two dorms are almost completely destroyed in Jackson, Tennessee.
And these tornadoes not only hitting rural areas, but Memphis and Nashville, that's pretty extraordinary, obviously, as well. All right, Chad, thanks very much. Chad Myers at the CNN Weather Center. Another projection. We're ready to make a projection in the state of Alabama. We just heard from Mike Huckabee. Guess what? CNN can now project that the former Arkansas governor will carry the state of Alabama. 48 total delegates in Alabama right now. The 45 delegates at stake today, 3 super delegates for the Republicans. This was a state that was up for grabs, but Mike Huckabee showing his strength, especially in these southern states. He's carried his home state of Arkansas tonight. He's in a fiercely fought battle underway right now in neighboring Georgia as well. But Mike Huckabee will carry Alabama. He will be the winner in the primary there. Another important win for Mike Huckabee. He's racking up some wins as he needed to do to stay in this race. And you just heard him tell Campbell Brown he's staying in this race until it's over. He has absolutely no intention of dropping out. He says that some of the pundits had earlier suggested it was a 2-man race on the Republican side, and he said, you know what, it is. That would be John McCain and Mike Huckabee. He has no great love for Mitt Romney, as all of our viewers know. There's Romney headquarters, by the way, in Boston right now. He's going in to speak to his supporters. So far, he's carried his home state of Massachusetts. He's carried Utah as we take a look at the rundown. While we wait for Mitt Romney, let's get ready for another projection. Minnesota and its caucus. We could now project that Barack Obama will carry the caucus in Minnesota. This is an important win for the senator from Illinois. 88 total delegates are at stake in the state of Minnesota. They'll be divided up proportionately according to their congressional districts, as is the case with all of the Democratic contests. But Minnesota going for Barack Obama. This is a state that he wanted to win, and he did win. As we digest that, let's listen in to Mitt Romney in Boston right now.
Massachusetts Republican state legislature. To have Governor Weld here and Kerry Healy, my lieutenant governor, and so many friends. You know, and of course, and my family, my sons and daughters here, daughters-in-law, but also at the far end is my brother. And don't ask me if he's younger than me. He's older than me. My brother Scott, he's been campaigning all over the country for me, and I appreciate your being here tonight on a very special night. You know, Ann came to me and she said, you know, the one thing that's clear tonight is that nothing's clear. But I think she's wrong. One thing that's clear is this campaign's going on. Yeah! There's some people who thought it was all going to be done tonight, but it's not all done tonight. We're going to keep on battling. We're going to go all the way to the convention. We're going to win this thing, and we're going to get into the White House. Now, I don't know. At this stage, it's really hard to tell how many delegates we're going to get because a lot of states, of course, we haven't even heard from, the western states. We know that it's going to be close and interesting in states like Colorado and Montana and California and all over the West. And so we're going to see what kind of numbers come in. We'll add those numbers up and have them bright and early in the morning. My guess is at our home we'll be staying up a little bit later than most of you will. We'll be looking at those numbers. But I have to tell you, there was a special feeling in my heart when I realized that the 3 places Ann and I have lived have all voted for us: Michigan, Massachusetts, and Utah. And we expect a lot more delegates come from a lot of other states as well. But you know, this is fun and exciting to be part of an election scene like this, to have all of you here cheering us on. It's just remarkable to know how much work you've done, how much money you've raised, how many doors you knocked out, how many calls you've made. But you know why we're doing it? We're all doing it for the same reason. That is, we care very deeply about, well, in my case, these folks up here, and in your case, the folks at your home, your kids, For me, I'm very concerned about the kind of America they're going to inherit. I want to make sure that the kind of prosperity we've known, the peace that we've always experienced, the safety that we've always felt, that is part of my kids' life and their kids' life and theirs indeed as well. And I recognize that that doesn't just happen. You see, those that brought this to us paid a very heavy price to buy our peace. They built a strong military that was without question the most capable in the world. They built a strong economy that surpassed anybody's in the world. And they also gave to us values that are enduring, like believing in hard work and education and willingness to sacrifice for the future and love of our families and love of our faith and love of our country. And because of these great values and this great economy and our great military, we've emerged as the greatest nation on earth. And now it's our turn to decide what we're going to give to our kids and to their kids. We face extraordinary challenges. I'm convinced, and I mean this very sincerely, I'm convinced that if Washington continues on its same course, America will emerge not as the great nation of the 21st century by the end, but as a second-tier power. It'll be passed by someone else. I can't tell you who it'll be, but it will be passed by someone else. That will not happen. We'll keep America strong because we'll hold on to the values that have always made us successful. Values that Ronald Reagan and George Herbert Walker Bush and Teddy Roosevelt and other great presidents spoke about. They strengthened our military with more troops to make sure that we could protect ourselves. They strengthened our families with good health care and good schools and values that are enduring. And they strengthened our economy. At the base of our ability to lead the world is a robust and powerful economy. Right now, things are a little shaky. You hear people say, well, we're hitting a rough spot. It's more than that. It's more than just a rough spot. There's a long-term slide that we've seen as we're competing with people around the world, Asia in particular, and as our pocketbooks are being emptied by the oil-producing states, taking more and more money every single day from us. We can't allow our economy to continue to be weakened by these other competitors. It's time for us to lift America, to strengthen our economy. We're going to do that by keeping our taxes down, by getting regulation down, by having immigration work for us. That means stopping illegal immigration, protecting legal immigration. We're going to trade. We're going to trade with other nations around the world, of course, but we're going to do so on a level playing field. We're going to invest in technology and innovation and be the best and the brightest with new products and new designs and make sure that we always lead the world. This is the future of this great country. Now, I know that there's some who think that can all be done from Washington, but when it comes time to thinking about how we're going to guide our economy, I think it's more important to know how America works than to know how Washington works. And I think it's helpful to have... comes time to think about how our economy is going to build great jobs for our kids and their kids and maintain the great military we have through our economic strength, I think it's important to have a president who's actually had a job in the private sector. You see, at a time like this, we recognize just how broken Washington is. We've looked to them to solve our problems, and they haven't. We asked them to solve Social Security. They haven't done that. We asked them to balance the budget. They haven't. We asked them as well to rein in excessive pork barrel spending. They haven't. We asked them to get health care that was affordable and portable for all of us, and they haven't. We asked them to get education that's the best in the world. They haven't. We asked them to live by high ethical standards, and they haven't. We asked them to end illegal immigration, and they haven't. We asked them to get us off of foreign oil and let us be able to be energy independent, and they haven't. It's time for the politicians to leave Washington and for we the people to take over. This isn't just about the heart and soul of our party. It isn't just about which party is going to win in November. This is about the future course of our country. This is about whether or not Washington will finally deal with the challenges we face, whether Washington is up to the task of helping solve these problems, taking advantage of opportunities, making sure that our kids and their kids live in an America that's the greatest nation on earth. It must be. It has always been. The world depends upon our sacrifice, our commitment, and dedication to peace and prosperity and to liberty. This is the greatest nation in the history of the earth. We will keep it the hope of the earth. With your help, we'll do it together. Thank you so much.
Mitt Romney speaking at his headquarters in Boston. He's got an enthusiastic crowd there in his home state. He's carried that state, but so far he hasn't done a whole lot of other, whole lot of other states on this night. Utah, he did carry Mitt Romney, making his speech vowing he's continuing this struggle. Clearly, he's waiting to see what's happening later tonight in California. We can now project that John McCain will carry his home state of Arizona. John McCain, the winner in Arizona. There are 50 delegates at stake in Arizona, 3 superdelegates. This is one of those winner-take-all states. In other words, he'll get all of those delegates. This is an important win. Not a surprise. It would have been a huge, huge embarrassment for John McCain if he wouldn't have carried his home state, but certainly he is going to do so. CNN now projects that Arizona will go into John McCain's column. This is an important win for him because it's one of those winner-take-all states. 53 delegates at stake in Arizona. He's building up his strength in those all-important delegates, but everyone is waiting on the Republican side now to see what happens at 11 p.m. Eastern. That's when the polls will close in California. That's the big prize tonight for the Democrats, the big prize for the Republicans as well. Arizona has got some unique, distinctive features. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider are here. Take a closer look at Arizona for us.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that we found very interesting about Arizona was why did it take so long to call Arizona for John McCain? That's because he didn't win it handily. There was a lot of struggling there. So let's first look at what was happening among Republicans, conservatives, really.
Yeah, here's the surprise. It wasn't a surprise that he carried his own state of Arizona, but look at this. Among conservative voters in Arizona, Mitt Romney won by 11 points. Romney 47, McCain only 36% of conservatives in his own state. That means, well, he won Arizona, but he's got a problem there. And he has a problem in the rest of the country if he doesn't do better with conservative voters.
We've seen that reflected a number of times now that we've been up here, so this could be a really big problem if he doesn't figure out a way to resolve that. Let's turn and talk about the Dems. Latino voters critical in the Democratic race. So first, tell me how it kind of fell out.
Well, here in Arizona, we can see that the Latino vote, it's very heavy in Arizona, it's about a quarter of the Democratic vote, voted for Hillary Clinton, 53%. That's not as well as she did among Latino voters in many other states. Barack Obama got 44% of the Latino vote. The voters in Arizona, Latino voters, have often been there for generations, especially those who are registered to vote. The governor, Janet Napolitano, endorsed Barack Obama, but he did very well among Latino voters in Arizona, and I should add also in New Mexico.
So can you look at that Latino vote there and sort of extrapolate everywhere else, or no, it's sort of particular?
No, you cannot. In the Southwest, the Latino voters seem to go strongly for Obama, though Clinton carried them. In the rest of the country, much heavier vote for Clinton.
Back to why it's so close for the Democrats. Age is a factor.
Age is a factor in the Democratic race. Arizona is a big retirement area. Voters who are 65 and older, seniors in Arizona, that was Hillary Clinton's strongest vote, 58% for Clinton, just 33% for Obama. I should point out they were about 30% of the Democratic voters. Among all the voters under 65, all of them, Obama actually was ahead among Democrats. Hillary Clinton is doing well, and the race is very close because she's doing so well in Arizona and elsewhere among senior voters.
And really important to note, Wolf, as we go back to you, that McCain, several times now we've said you got to watch those conservative core He's really struggling there. We should also mention, Bill, more of your analysis at cnnpolitics.com.
And it's interesting that Romney actually won the conservative vote in Arizona, although we've projected that John McCain will be the winner in his home state of Arizona. Guys, thanks very much. We're also watching very closely Missouri. We have not been able to project a winner on the Republican or the Democratic side. On the Republican side, 58 delegates are at stake, 66% of the precincts now. And Mike Huckabee is ahead right now in Missouri with 35% to McCain's 32%. Romney at 27%. Remember, 66% of the vote in Missouri. That's a winner-take-all state, 58 delegates at stake for the Republicans. Very important. On the Democratic side, 60% of the precincts have reported Hillary Clinton is ahead, 53 to 43% over Barack Obama. But yet, based on these numbers, based on the exit polls, we have not yet been able to project a winner. But John King is looking at the Republican and the Democratic race in Missouri very closely. This is a very important state. We'll take a quick break. Stay with cnnpolitics.com. You can see all the results coming in state by state, county by county, and get a lot of other important information as well. We'll be right back from the CNN Election Center. We're told that Hillary Clinton is getting ready to speak to her supporters here in Manhattan shortly. A lot of these candidates, they want to deliver their speeches while people on the East Coast are still awake. So we expect to hear from Hillary Clinton fairly soon. That's what we've been told by her campaign. Once she speaks in Manhattan to her supporters, we'll go there live. Let's take a look and see how she's done so far on this Super Tuesday. We've projected that the junior senator from New York will carry these states with the popular vote: Arkansas, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Massachusetts, her home state of New York, as well as Tennessee. Those are Hillary Clinton wins tonight in the popular votes. The delegates will be distributed, though, according to congressional districts, proportionately in a complicated formula. Barack Obama on this Super Tuesday, he has carried, according to our projections, Alabama, Delaware, Illinois, Minnesota, Connecticut, Georgia, Kansas, and North Dakota. Those are the popular votes in those states. Once again, the delegates will be distributed according to the projections, according to the congressional districts, a proportionate distribution of the all-important delegates. In fact, as we suggested, Hillary Clinton is getting ready to speak to her supporters in New York City right now. She's got her speech there. She's getting excited. Clearly, this is an exciting moment. And as I said, these candidates really want to speak on national television while people on the East Coast are still awake. Her husband and her daughter have joined her up there. And certainly this is something that she's enthusiastic about. It's still a fight, though. It's by no means over on either the Republican or the Democratic side.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, tonight we are hearing the voices of people across America. People of all ages, of all colors, all faiths, and all walks of life. People on the day shift, the night shift, the late shift with the crying baby. Moms and dads who want a better world for our children. Young people who deserve a world of opportunity. All those who aren't in the headlines headlines, but have always written America's story. After 7 years of a president who listens only to the special interests, you're ready for a president who brings your voice your values and your dreams to your White House. And tonight, in record numbers, you voted not just to make history, but to remake America. People in American Samoa, Arkansas, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and the great state of New York. And, you know, on just one really serious note, we want to keep the people of Arkansas and Tennessee in our prayers. They suffered horrible tornadoes tonight. We just talked to some of our folks there, and people have died in both states, and our thoughts and prayers go out to them in this moment of their need. You know, tonight, though, is your night. Tonight is America's night. And it's not over yet, because the polls are still open in California for a few more minutes. I hope that all of you will join our campaign at www.hillaryclinton.com, because you know that politics isn't a game. It's not about who's up or who's down. It's about your lives, your families, your futures. It's about the people who have shared their problems with me, looking for solutions. The mother whose insurance company won't pay for her child's treatment. The couple so determined to send their daughter to college, they're willing to mortgage their home with a subprime second mortgage. The man who asked me what he was supposed to do after training the person who will take his job in another country. The veterans who've come home only to find they don't have the health care, the compensation, and the services they need. It's also about the people who want to seize America's opportunities. It's about the unions and businesses who are training people for green-collar jobs. It's about the auto companies and the auto workers who want higher gas mileage cars so we can compete with the rest of the world. It's about our scientists and researchers who want to be able to do stem cell research right here in the United States of America. It's about our contractors and our construction workers who want to get to work to rebuild America, from the bridges in Minnesota to the levees in New Orleans. Now, for 7 years, we have seen President Bush's answer. They don't know what's at stake in this election, but we do. We know what we need is someone ready on day one to solve our problems and seize those opportunities. Because when the bright lights are off and the cameras are gone, who can you count on to listen to you, to stand up for you, to deliver solutions for you? Well, the Republicans want 8 more years of the same. They see tax cuts for the wealthy, and they say, why not more? They see $9 trillion in debt, say, why not trillions more? They see 5 years in Iraq and say, why not 100 more? Well, they've got until January 20th, 2009, and not 1 day more. Now, we know the Republicans won't give up the White House without a fight. Well, let me be clear. I won't let anyone swift boat this country's future. Together, we're going to take back America, because I see an America where our economy works for everyone, not just those at the top, where prosperity is shared and we create good jobs that stay right here in America. I see an America where we stand up to the oil companies and the oil-producing countries, where we launch a clean energy revolution and finally confront the climate crisis. I see an America where we don't just provide health care for some people or most people, but for every single man, woman, and child, with no one left out. I see an America where when a young man or woman signs up to serve our country, we sign up to serve them too. An America with a 21st century GI Bill of Rights to help veterans go to college, buy a home, or start their own businesses. I see an America respected around the world again that reaches out to our allies and confronts our shared challenges from global terrorism to global warming to global epidemics. That's the America I see, and that's the America we will build together. Yes. I am so lucky to have the most extraordinary staff, volunteers, and supporters across the country. And I am so grateful for all those long hours and late nights that you've been putting in. And I want to thank the most important people in my life. First, Bill and Chelsea for their incredible love and support. They have done so much day in and day out. And I want to thank all my friends and family, particularly my mother, who was born before women could vote and is watching her daughter on this stage tonight. Congratulate Senator Obama for his victories tonight, and I look forward to continuing our campaign and our debates about how to leave this country better off for the next generation, because that is the work of my life. That is why I started my career fighting for abused and neglected children, children who had drawn the short straw in life, because this nation gave me every opportunity, and we can do the same for every child. We must continue to be a nation that strives always to give each of our children a better future. A nation of optimists who believe our best days are yet to come. A nation of idealists holding fast to our deepest values, that we are all created equal, that we all deserve to fulfill our God-given potential, that we are destined for progress together. It's the ideal inscribed on the base of the Statue of Liberty in this great city that has overlooked our harbor through wars and depression and the dark days of September 11th. The words we all know that give voice to America's embrace. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. A constant reminder that here in America, we face our challenges and we embrace all of our people. So today we say with one voice, give us the child who wants to learn, give us the people in need of work, give us the veterans who need our care. We say, give us this economy to rebuild and this war to end. Give us this nation to heal, this world to lead, this moment to seize. I know we're ready. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Hillary Clinton speaking to her supporters here in Manhattan. This is where her campaign headquarters have been. They're very enthusiastic. She's scored several important victories, including in her home state of New York tonight, but everyone is gearing up for California, where the polls have just closed. It's just after 11 p.m. out on the West Coast, and we can only tell you this, what we know about California right now, based on the exit polls that we have, is that it's competitive on the Democratic side between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. And we can also tell you it's competitive on the Republican side between John McCain and Mitt Romney. We cannot, repeat, not project a winner in California. But there is another projection we can go forward with. CNN can project that Mitt Romney will carry North Dakota, the Republican caucuses in North Dakota, 23 delegates at stake. North Dakota, put it down in Mitt Romney's column, that state going for Mitt Romney. Mr. Giuliani had been paying a lot of attention to North Dakota, but Rudy Giuliani had dropped out of the race. Mitt Romney, the winner in North Dakota, the Republican caucuses there. There are still several other Republican contests that are up for grabs. I mentioned California a second ago. It's competitive on the Republican and the Democratic side right now. That's the big prize, the biggest prize of the day in California on the Republican side as well as the Democratic side. Let's take a look at the states that the Republicans have won so far. We'll begin with Mike Huckabee, who's done very impressive work tonight. So far, he's carried, according to our projections, Alabama, West Virginia, and his home state of Arkansas. John McCain has scored several major wins tonight in the popular votes. His home state of Arizona, Delaware, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Connecticut, Illinois, and the biggest prize so far on the Republican side, New York State, and its winner-take-all delegates there. Mitt Romney, so far, we've projected he will carry his home state of Massachusetts, Utah, and as we just reported, North Dakota. But all of these three candidates are waiting for California, and we'll see what the results are then. We've heard, by the way, so far from Mike Huckabee, Mitt Romney. We just heard from Hillary Clinton. We're waiting to hear from Barack Obama. Once he starts speaking to his supporters, we'll go there. We're also waiting to hear from John McCain. Haven't heard from him yet as well. We'll see what they have to say. Let's go out to John King. He's looking at Missouri. We haven't been able to project the winner on the Republican or the Democratic side of Missouri yet. It's a close contest.
Let's start with the Republicans, Wolf, and wow. And on the Republican side, look at how close this is. We're up at 80% of the vote, just about 78%. Look at this. Very close race. John McCain has just passed Mike Huckabee. Huckabee has been ahead for a long time. And if you're watching this trend in, and this is one of the reasons we haven't heard from John McCain yet, they want to see this because despite this close margin, the winner of this gets all the delegates on the Republican side. It is winner take all. Now, this is a sign of Mike Huckabee's strength. This is the Bible Belt. Look at that. That's all Mike Huckabee. Up here, rural areas as well. But this vote has changed in just the past few minutes, Wolf, because of this. The people live here. Almost 20% of the population in St. Louis County. If you're Mike Huckabee, we're now up to 65% here. That was at 30 not that long ago. As this vote comes in, this is why John McCain has passed Mike Huckabee in the state of Missouri. Right here in St. Louis County, a key Republican county, the votes are starting to come in, and John McCain has passed Mike Huckabee. If that trend continues, then this state will go to John McCain, but there's still some counting to go. And even, Wolf, in places like this is St. Charles County, a bedrock Republican, suburban and ex-urban county. Mitt Romney is winning that county, but John McCain coming in second in that county, picking up some votes there. We're still waiting for some votes to come in out here in the Kansas City area. But again, 71%, yes, Romney's winning that county, but McCain is coming in second with a sizable margin over Huckabee. So if that trend continues as the rest of this vote comes in, Romney's winning the county, but McCain goes up on Huckabee there. So fascinating to watch. McCain has just taken the edge there, but it is ever so narrow, so we'll keep watching that. And
one of the things I want to make sure we point out, this is Republican primary in Missouri is winner take all. There are 58 delegates at stake there, and that's a huge prize.
Winner take all, and with 80% of the vote, look at that. A little more than 1,000 votes, even under 1,000 votes separating these two candidates. John McCain narrowly ahead right now. So this state is coming right down to the wire again. At the moment, because this is what is still out, and McCain is winning big there, you have to be nervously optimistic in the McCain camp as you watch this. That's on the Republican side, as you said.
These three counties down here, I don't know how populated they are.
That's the problem for Huckabee. If you're looking, there's nobody in the very rural, small population counties where we assume he'll have the advantage, but not much population. And then we go over here. This is fascinating. Hillary Clinton is winning the state, but the count right now, 80% in. She is the lighter shade of blue. She is winning almost everywhere in the big state of Missouri, but the people, again, live here. It's almost 20% of the state population. 65% of that vote in. Barack Obama is beating her by a large margin. He needs to keep padding that margin there, Wolf, if he's going to have any chance. The state at the moment has a Clinton lead. St. Louis City, notoriously slow counting its votes, now up to 60%. Barack Obama getting 71% there. As the rest of that vote comes in, a chance to make up some ground. But let's pop it back out to statewide again. 79% of the precincts in. Barack Obama needs to make up that ground fast in the St. Louis area. Let's see how much of the percentage is in out in Jackson County. 71%. So he's winning in the cities. Barack Obama is winning in St. Louis, winning out in Kansas City by a pretty good margin. 71% in, though, Wolf. Not much time left as the vote comes in to make up ground. So a very nervous both of the campaigns quite nervous. And this is so close. Remember, the Democratic rules are proportional. On the Republican side, win by a vote, get all the delegates. On the Democratic side, the winner gets bragging rights. Looks like it'll be we'll have to go through the congressional district by congressional district once we know the final results to see where the delegates go there. But it is the bellwether battleground in presidential elections in November in a competitive race, and it sure is proving to be a battleground for both parties tonight.
If Huckabee manages to win in Missouri, that would be a huge, huge win for him.
That would be a huge win for him. As you go west, there are fewer states where Mike Huckabee is a factor. But where he could be a factor tonight, he's doing very well in the South. Got that surprise win in West Virginia with the help of the McCain forces. If he could pull out Missouri, he's a player in this race. And he's somebody, Wolf, Republicans win the presidency by winning the state of Missouri. And to do it, they have to win it down here. Strong. Mike Huckabee, if he does not win the nomination, will have a pretty strong case based on these states tonight to be high on anybody's list to be considered for a vice presidential pick.
And I want to remind our viewers they can go to CNNpolitics.com and they can see what's happening right now, county by county in Missouri. It's a key battleground. We're watching it on the Democratic and the Republican side. Once again, we're also watching California very closely right now as well. Very competitive contest out there. Lou Dobbs is joining us once again. That's going to be the big prize of the night, California. If Romney, for example, Lou, manages to win in California, that all of a sudden propels him. Huckabee is doing well. You know what? We go forward with a real contest despite all the gains that John McCain is scoring tonight.
That's right, Wolf, and I think the headline at this late hour, an early hour on the West Coast, the headline is the Republican race is now a three-man race. We've just heard Mike Huckabee in his celebratory speech talking about it's a two-man race, referring to himself and Senator McCain. But the reality is these three candidates still have a very, in my opinion, a very viable opportunity to proceed into the next month or so of this primary season. On the Democratic side, the story is Senator Obama and Senator Clinton, they're in a dogfight, David Gergen.
Well, they are. If you look at the states that Hillary Clinton has won, she's won 6. He's won 8 at this point, and I think she had a couple of punch-throughs that she can really be proud about. One's Massachusetts, the other's New Jersey. Everybody thought she'd take New York, and she did handily. But he has a couple of bragging rights in Connecticut and in Minnesota. We just were talking about Missouri. Everybody thinks Missouri is this hugely important state. It is. But Gloria and I were just talking about this. You know, Minnesota and Missouri actually have the same number of delegates. So for Obama to win that Minnesota caucus was important for him tonight. Everything we're waiting for now in the Democratic side is west of the Mississippi, and starting with Missouri.
I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Well, I just wanted to disagree, if I may, with you and Wolf about the Republican side.
We'll move on to Gloria.
Fair enough. But I think it's over. I mean, it's interesting that Huckabee did well in the South, and McCain won only his own state in Utah. Romney only won his home state of Massachusetts and his semi-home state of Utah.
Jeffrey, taking your exception, so noted. We'll return to you in just 1 second. We have another projection. Wolf, bring us up to date.
CNN can now project, Lou, that Mitt Romney will win the Minnesota Republican caucuses tonight. Mitt Romney score another win for him. 38 delegates at stake in Minnesota, 3 super delegates. It's proportional in that state, not necessarily winner take all. Delegates run as individuals, not officially allocated to a presidential candidate. Gets very complicated in Minnesota, but score another win for Mitt Romney in Minnesota right now. Back to you, Lou.
Wolf, a timely projection by CNN. David Gergen and I can't wait to turn turn to our colleague, Jeffrey Toobin. And Gloria wants to, by the way, join with David and myself on this.
Well, you know, as I was saying,
You were saying it was a three-man race, right?
No, I mean, I don't think it makes any difference. I mean, it really, the math isn't there for these other candidates. There is just no way for them to catch up. And I just think...
Is there any way,
please,
Mr. Toobin,
yes,
mathematically, arithmetically, as you attorneys like to put it, that Senator McCain can emerge from this with a certain cinch lock on the nomination?
Not mathematically tonight, but if you look at the states that are outstanding, there doesn't appear to be any state that is really going to turn things around. You know, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas. Why should McCain do badly there? He's going to do well there.
I just think we have to look at California. We have to wait till California comes in. If Mitt Romney were to beat John McCain in California, that's a very big story, because that, you know, that is going to matter in the total delegate count. And by the way, Huckabee has done very well for himself this evening. I'm not saying that he's going to be the Republican nominee by any stretch, but I do believe
we should all get out of that business right now.
Right, but as my colleague Dana Bash pointed out to me in an email, she said, you know, we ought to point out that Mike Huckabee spent all of his time in the southern states while these other candidates were in Florida campaigning, and that seems to have made a large difference for him.
That fellow Ed Rollins, managing chairman of his campaign, did pretty well with that Southern strategy in previous campaigns, as I recall.
He did. I think that John McCain is probably going to win this nomination, but it's a sobering night for Republicans tonight, because so far 14 states are in. We've called 14 states. McCain has only won half those states. Right. He was the presumptive winner of almost everything. He was going to sweep tonight. For him, he hasn't won a state in the South other than Florida. He lost all the southern states tonight. He did well in the Northeast. That's not normally where you go. I think Bill Bennett will tell you, that's not normally where you go to win a Republican nomination.
Well, you know where we go for further counsel on this. Mr. Gergender is going to turn to Carl Bernstein. First of all, Carl, give us your thoughts. Is the Republican race, in your judgment, over?
Probably. McCain is going to get the nomination ultimately, but the question is, one, what is it worth? What does it mean? And all of these candidates are trying to satisfy Rush Limbaugh and Laura Ingraham rather than the people of the country.
Well, that's a noble standard. Those are two noble standards to which to repair.
So the question becomes, is the Republican Party going to come out of this thing in a kind of shambles that either Obama or Hillary Clinton can really exploit? I think the big story tonight is as follows. Look, we thought up until a couple months ago, all of us learned people, that Hillary Clinton was going to be coronated tonight and was going to run away and was going to get the nomination tonight on Super Tuesday. That's what they thought. That's what the press thought, until things started to change in Iowa. And finally, what she was able to do tonight was, at a moment of great peril, to punch through a couple states that have kept her campaign not only viable, but have given them a kind of tableau that they like to run on. They're looking toward Texas. They're looking toward Ohio. And at the same time, you've got 6, 7 states coming up, including the District of Columbia, not a state, Washington, Maryland, Virginia, where Obama's going to run very strong. So this thing is going to go on. It's going to break about even tonight. Go. But Amy Holmes has something to say.
Thank you, Carl. No, another big story for tonight is Republicans, they expected, the RNC expected during the holidays that Democrats were going to pick their nominee by Iowa and New Hampshire. That nominee would be Hillary, and then Republicans would be having to be taking incoming fire from a unified Democratic Party. Now it looks like it's going to be just the opposite. The tables have turned. But an interesting finding, just looking at Missouri, for example, late deciders, people who decided, Republican voters today, who to go for, were evenly split between McCain and Romney. What does that tell you? It tells you it was a hard vote to cast. It was a hard decision to make.
Do you concur? Well, let's put it another way. Do you believe that the Republican choices here are winnowed down now to a two-man race, or does it remain a three-man race? or is it a one-man presumptive nominee?
I agree with Jeffrey, even though his prediction was a little premature. But that Huckabee, he did well. He has something to be very proud of, and it might be able to persuade the front runner, who it looks like it's going to be John McCain, to consider him on the short list for a VP slot. But in no way is Mike Huckabee going to be getting the Republican nomination. And one more thing I would say about that I think is interesting is that it's proof that voters like to vote for who they like. That Republican voters who voted for Huckabee did not vote because they expect him to get the nomination, but because they feel he shares their values and they like the guy.
We're going to, Jamal, if you will be patient, and Paul, please.
We'll come back to the second best.
We will come back. We will come back to the preeminent twosome here in just a moment. But let's take a look at some of these numbers that are coming in early from California. Again, I can stress early. And we're going to turn to Bill Snyder and to Soledad O'Brien. Oops, I'm sorry. Wolf, we're going to turn to you first.
Well, I'll go to Bill and to Soledad in just a moment. Lou, let's take a look at California right now. 2% of the precincts have reported on the Democratic side. Right now, Hillary Clinton has 57% to 32%. This is, though, very, very early. We have simply been able to project that this is a competitive contest between Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Right now, with 2% of the vote in, Hillary Clinton has 104,994 to Barack Obama, 58,265. 441 delegates, total delegates in California, are at stake. So far, we've been able to allocate, based on our estimate, and this is a CNN estimate, 22 of those delegates will go for Hillary Clinton. They're all super delegates. 12 super delegates will go for Barack Obama. We have not been able to estimate, obviously, any of the elected delegates based on the election today, the primary in California, but a total of 441 delegates at play, 2% of the precincts reporting. On the Republican side, only 1% of the precincts have reported. McCain has a lead over Romney, 46% to 23%, Huckabee 12%, Ron Paul 4%. If we drill in on the numbers, you can see 46,377 for McCain, 22,700 or so for Romney, 12,000 for Huckabee. This is a competitive contest, we're told, based on our exit polls between McCain and Romney. 173 delegates are at stake in California. That's not one of those Republican winner-take-all states. It's more complicated in terms of the congressional districts. Soledad and Bill Schneider, you guys have been looking at California. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider, shall we say.
Soledad and Bill now. It's late night. Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. The truth is you want to kind of drill down on what's really going on in California. And one of the factors there that is making this race so close is race, frankly, on the Democratic side, certainly. So let's start with what white voters are doing.
What are white voters doing? They're a bare majority of the Democrats. They're voting for Barack Obama by 6 points over Hillary Clinton. White voters for Obama in California. And, as you might expect, so are African-American voters. Let's take a look. They're also voting very heavily for Barack Obama. Look at that, 81 to 16. Clinton not doing well among African-American voters. If whites are voting for Obama and African-Americans are voting for Obama, how does Hillary Clinton have a chance? Well, there's a lot of other voters.
The Latino vote comes in, certainly
yes,
here.
The Latino vote. Let's take a look at that. Here in California, where about 29% of the Democrats are Latino voters, Clinton is carrying 2/3, 2-1 for Clinton over Obama. And one more group we don't pay a lot of attention to.
And we haven't talked a lot about tonight, but it is Asians in California, a big important group, certainly for Hillary Clinton.
That's right. They're about 8% of the Democrats, and Hillary Clinton very well among Asian Americans, almost 3-1. So if Hillary Clinton carries California, it won't be because of whites, and it won't be because of African Americans. It'll be because of Latinos and Asian Americans.
Right. Let's talk about some of the issues when you're looking at the Republican side. People who said their top issue was the economy. McCain got their support.
Yep, that was a surprise because Mitt Romney advertised himself as a business executive with a lot of skill in managing the economy. Here it is over here. McCain beat Romney by a solid margin, 46 to 33, among voters who said their top issue was the economy.
If they said their top issue was illegal immigration, which is a huge issue in California, totally different story.
Very different story. California illegal immigration is a big problem. Romney, 53%, beating McCain by 30 points. This is not John McCain's issue. This is one of the main reasons why he's struggling in California, and that's one of the big things that Romney has going for him, not the economy, immigration.
For people, Wolf, who said they strongly approve of Arnold Schwarzenegger, they actually had a big impact on who would take the lead.
That's right. Arnold Schwarzenegger endorsed John McCain. And among those Republicans in California who said they have a strong approval, they strongly approve of Arnold Schwarzenegger, their Republican governor, McCain wiped out Romney by 50 points. McCain 68, Romney 18. Wasn't even close. So it looks like Schwarzenegger delivered.
Yeah, he certainly did. So, in a nutshell, that's why it's so close. We're going to take a short break. We continue to crunch the numbers for you. We'll be back right after this. Stay with us.
Welcome back. We're at the CNN Election Center. We're watching the results come in. Several states have projected winners, but several others have not. John King is here. Let's talk about some of these Democratic states. And I'll remind our viewers, John, that the dark blue is Barack Obama. The light blue is Hillary Clinton. Let's take a look at Arizona right now. We have not been able to project a winner yet. 48% of the vote is now in Arizona, 67 total delegates. Clinton has 51% so far to Barack Obama's 40%. This was always seen as a pretty competitive state.
And a key test of Latino support for each of these candidates. Senator Clinton in previous states has done better among Latinos. We'll have to see when we get to the other board which vote is still out. Obviously, only half of the vote in, but if you're Senator Clinton, 51% is a good place to start, but it all depends on what's missing.
Let's talk about Utah right now as well. Utah is a state that Democrats don't necessarily do well in a general election on, but this is a Democratic primary in Utah. Right now, with 11% of the precincts reporting it's very close, 45% for Obama to 44% for Clinton, 29 total delegates.
This is the one and only night of the election year which we will use the words Democrat, competitive, and Utah in the same sentence. So let's enjoy it while we can. In the general election, that one's going red. But this is, look, we're in a delegate battle among the Democrats. And again, if you split a state 45-44, then we have to lay the congressional districts over, look through all the proportion rules. But this is another very competitive state between these two candidates. Look at the margin up there.
Less than 100 or whatever, a little bit more than 111% of the precincts in. Let's take a look at Missouri. You've been looking at it, studying it. Right now, 87% of the precincts are in. Hillary Clinton maintaining a slight edge, 50% to 47% for Obama. This is one of those bellwether states, 88 delegates at stake.
And the cities are notoriously slow counting, especially St. Louis. She is maintaining a lead, but it is shrinking. As more votes come in, her lead is shrinking. We can take a closer look on the other board, but she's ahead, but this is getting tighter and tighter. And again, St. Louis and Kansas City still are not at 100%. Obama is winning in the cities. That's what he needs to do to make up that gap.
Kansas City and in St. Louis. All right, let's walk over, take a look at the Republican side, see what's happening in Georgia right now. Look at this, 89%, almost 90% of the precincts are in. Huckabee's winning so far with 34% to McCain's 32%, Romney at 30%. This has been neck and neck. This poll, the polls at Georgia closed at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's hours ago, and we haven't been able to project a winner yet.
And the vote that's still outstanding is Fulton County, which includes the city of Atlanta, some of the places right around it, some of those suburbs votes still coming in. Most of the rural vote is in, so most of Huckabee's vote is in. If McCain's going to make up that gap, it has to be right in that area, right around Atlanta. This is a proportional state, Wolf, so if you look at no matter how it ends up, it's going to be fairly close between the three Republican candidates. All three, again, we have to look at the districts when it's over, but all three will come out of Georgia with at least some delegates.
And I'm told our experts right now are crunching the numbers in Georgia. Let's see what happens. Tennessee. Let's take a closer look at Tennessee, another state we haven't been able to project a winner in yet. Right now, with 88% of the precincts reporting, Mike Huckabee maintaining a slight edge over John McCain, 34% to 32%, 24% for Romney. In these southern states, it's becoming an almost familiar refrain. Huckabee is doing remarkably well for a guy some thought was out of this already.
Mitt Romney spent the entire time between Florida and today talking about how he is the conservative alternative to John McCain. But across the South tonight, in what is the ideological and the geographical base of the Republican presidential party, it is Mike Huckabee and John McCain who are doing most of the battling.
All right, stand by, because we now, John, have a projection. CNN projects that Mike Huckabee, you see the check, Mike Huckabee will carry the state of Georgia. 89% of the precincts are in. A big win, a huge win for the former Arkansas governor, 34% right now with almost 90% of the precincts in. But based on that, based on our exit polls, CNN now projects that Mike Huckabee will carry the state of Georgia. Right now he's got 308,000 or so votes to 293,000 for McCain, 269,000 for Romney. John King, we were just talking about Georgia a moment ago. I said our experts were crunching the numbers. They've crunched and they've declared, they've projected a winner.
A narrow victory for Mike Huckabee, but he's winning in the southern states. Again, as we move west tonight and we look at the later contests on the calendar, there aren't that many places you look at and say, that's a Mike Huckabee state. But he proved himself still to be a factor and a player in the race tonight. The long-term prospects aren't so great. But Wolf, he's winning in the rural areas. He's winning among evangelicals. He's selling his economic message in the rural conservative areas that are critical to the Republican Party. Again, this is a man, if he doesn't find that lightning in a bottle and find a way to get to the nomination, which is very unlikely, who is proving himself a very likable candidate in places Republicans need to win national elections.
You got to give him credit. He's got a limited amount of money, but he's got a lot of passion, a lot of excitement. He's carrying some of these important southern states. Let's go back to Missouri right now. 88% of the precincts reporting. McCain right now at 33%, Huckabee 32%, Romney 29%. This is extremely close. 58 delegates are at stake. This is a winner-take-all contest for the Republicans. Let's walk over to your board and get a closer look. Before we do, look at this. 170,399 for McCain, 169,999. What a slight difference. That is Romney with 150,000, 88% of the precincts reporting. Let's walk over and take a look at Missouri, because this state is really important, important for the Democrats, even more important for the Republicans, because it's one of those winner-take-all.
Because of the winner-take-all, is essentially the margins are very similar to Georgia, but Georgia's proportional. Missouri is winner-take-all. You'll see the Democrats come up first, but let's switch over and do the Republicans first, because we're up at 88%. So most of the vote is in. And you see this tiny margin right now. Governor Huckabee is actually ahead by fewer than 1,000 votes. But, Wolf, here's what you're thinking. As you watch this vote come in, look, this is Mike Huckabee. This is the Bible Belt. Look how well Mike Huckabee did here. More rural conservative areas here. But what is the vote that is out? That's what we need to see. John McCain is winning in St. Louis, 66%. So there's still 33% of the vote in this county to come in. It's about 20% of the state population. Look at the margin that John McCain has over Mike Huckabee in this county right here, where there's still a lot of the vote out. So while we come back to the statewide look, take off the telestrator and come back to the statewide look, Mike Huckabee, again, has a very narrow lead. But where the votes are out are places where John McCain is beating Mike Huckabee. Even out here in the Kansas City area, Mitt Romney is winning this county. Let me clear this up so it's not confusing. Mitt Romney's winning this county, John McCain coming in second. But again, John McCain is beating Mike Huckabee. So as the final votes come in, this is why you're looking at this state, and both campaigns are saying, wow, because it's winner take all, incredibly narrow. Mike Huckabee with a narrow edge right now, but if I'm trying to figure out where the votes are, the votes that are still out, have not been counted, are in places where John McCain is winning. So they're going to watch that. Let's switch over to the Democratic side. Excuse me, that's over here. Hillary Clinton is winning most of the state.
She's the light blue.
She's the light blue. And if you look at it, she's got 50% to 47%. She's holding that lead, but it is shrinking. She's winning most of the state, but the people live in the cities. St. Louis County, again, almost 20% of the state population. And Wolf, look at this. Still a third of that vote out. And Barack Obama is beating her 60% to 38%. Still a lot of vote to come in there in St. Louis County, and in notoriously slow to count St. Louis City. They're now up to 83% of the vote there, and he's winning big time, 70% to 29%. So as you watch the vote that is still outstanding, that is why we have one county out here with no votes at all. But look, it's a very small county, less than 1% of the state population. So in a very, very close race, a small county like that matters. But Kansas City out here, we pull out Jackson County, 85% of the vote in. Again, Barack Obama is winning in the cities. And so as we watch the vote come in, Senator Clinton had a much bigger lead early on. Now that St. Louis and Kansas City are slowly coming in, the lead is narrowing, and we want to watch. We're up at 88% right now. This is where we want to watch the votes. This is where the people are. Only two-thirds of the vote in here. Barack Obama running up good margins. And you can trust me, in both the war rooms at the Obama and the Clinton campaign quarters, they are calling out to St. Louis County to see what precincts are still out. Where are they? Are they African-American precincts? You get in here, you're more African-American areas in the city. In these out-of-county, out here is more suburban Barack Obama, remember.
On the Democratic side, it's largely, though, correct me if I'm wrong, bragging rights to whoever wins, because they're going to divide up the delegates given the nature of the Democratic system.
Given the margin like that, they will be dividing up the delegates. However, in the cities, you have more congressional districts because you have more population. But yes, they'll be dividing them. The person who wins the cities tends to get more of them just because there's more congressional districts where you have more people. But that'll be a margin somewhere around 50-50. You're dividing the delegates. And this is just, well, we talked about this, how much of a bellwether it is. In both of these hotly contested races, Missouri is proven to be a huge state. And you see now we're up to 88%. But that's we're in a holding pattern for the slowest area in the state always to count, which is right here, St. Louis County, St. Louis City, waiting for those votes to come in.
And we can't stress this, as important as it is for the Democrats, the winner-take-all nature of the Republican contest, so much more important for Huckabee or McCain. Did you think going into tonight that the battle for Missouri would be between McCain and Huckabee? Because a lot of the experts were suggesting this state was up for grabs between Romney and McCain.
This is tailor-made for Mike Huckabee. This is the evangelical Bible Belt. You know what this is, Wolf? That's Arkansas. Bill Clinton did well in Missouri. Hillary Clinton did well down in this part of Missouri because that's Arkansas. And very, very strong area for Mike Huckabee. And Mike Huckabee has proven, he spent time here. He has proven he's a good candidate. All week long he complained, everybody's forgetting about me. He promised he would make a statement. Now, again, though, even as we look at a very strong night for Huckabee, when you move west tonight, and then when you look at the calendar after tonight, there are fewer opportunities for Huckabee. He's proven himself to be a player again, and we'll see how Missouri goes in the end. If you can pick, that would be a great victory for Mike Huckabee if he can get it. But we're holding at 88%, and it's just way too close to call, Wolf. But again, the votes that are out are in places where McCain is winning. So we'll watch.
And we're still waiting to hear from John McCain. He's going to be speaking to his supporters at some point. We'll go there live. Once he does, he's at his campaign headquarters in Arizona right now. And we're also waiting to hear from Barack Obama. He's in Chicago. We haven't heard from him yet. Once he speaks, we'll go there live to Chicago. In fact, we're taking a look right now. There he is, John McCain and his wife, Cindy. They're out in Arizona right now. He's getting ready to speak to his supporters. It's been a pretty good night for him. You can't complain at all if you're John McCain. You're still waiting, though, for the big prize in California. That's going to be a huge, huge prize for either John McCain or Mitt Romney. Our exit polls show it's very competitive out there. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Tonight, my friends, we've won a number of important victories and the closest thing we've ever had to a national primary. We've won some of the biggest states in the country. We've won primaries in the West, the South, the Midwest, and the Northeast. And although I've never minded the role of the underdog, and have relished as much as anyone come from behind wins, tonight, I think we must get used to the idea that we are the Republican Party frontrunner for the nomination of President of the United States. And I don't really mind it one bit. I'm so grateful to so many people for what we accomplished tonight, all the staff, supporters, and volunteers who stuck with us through thick and thin, and it was thick and thin, and worked so hard on my behalf. I owe you all a debt I can never fully repay, but I promise I'll never forget it, and I'll work every day of my life to prove myself worthy of your faith in me. I want to especially thank those of you who have recently joined our campaign and were so indispensable to our success tonight. Thank you, of course, to my family, my wife, Cindy, my children, Megan, Bridget, Doug, and Andy, and my children who could not be here, and my wonderful, wonderful mother, Roberta McCain. who in 2 days will be 96 years old. We're taking her everywhere. It's obvious to me, as it is to everyone, that I couldn't have done this without you. And finally, thank you, Arizona. It's wonderful to be home tonight among so many of our friends to celebrate this night. You know, I was over 40 years old before I could claim a hometown, and I can't express how fortunate I feel to have found a home in this beautiful state that has come to mean so much to me. You know, I am, as is often reported, a little superstitious, so I don't want to make any exaggerated predictions, and there's still a long road ahead. However, I think it's fair to say that we might have come a little bit closer to today, to the day when mothers in Arizona might be able to tell their children that someday they could grow up to be President of the United States. I want to congratulate Governor Huckabee and his supporters for their success today and tonight. Not for the first time, he surprised the rest of us and proved again his exceptional skills as a campaigner and the extraordinary commitment and determination of the people who believe so passionately in him. I salute you. I salute Governor Huckabee. And I want to congratulate Governor Romney as well on his wins today. You know, he and I have been going at it pretty hard over the last few weeks, and he's a tough competitor. The closeness of the contest in California is testament to that, and to the dedication of his supporters, and I salute them too. This election, like any election, is a rough and tumble business. We all want to win, and we fight as hard as we can to do it. But I have respect for people who are willing to accept the extraordinary demands, all the ups and downs of such a tough and long contest, and Governor Romney has mine. We still have a ways to go, but we're much closer to the victory we've worked so hard to achieve. I am confident we will get there. And I am mindful that I'm not only running for the highest office in the greatest country on earth, but that I'm also running for the great privilege of leading the party that has been my political home for a quarter century. I'm grateful for and humbled by the prospect, and I promise you, if I am so fortunate to win your nomination, I will work hard to ensure that the conservative philosophy and principles of our great party, principles that have done so well by the country we love, will again win the votes of a majority of the American people and defeat any candidate our friends on the other side nominate.
Senator John McCain from his headquarters in Arizona going now to Senator Barack Obama's headquarters. He and his wife Michelle have just stepped out to salute and thank their supporters. Let's listen in.
Senior senator than our great senator from the state of Illinois, Dick Durbin. I have too many friends to mention, each one of them individually. But it is good to be back home. It is good to be home. It is good to be home. It is good to have Michelle home. The girls are with us tonight, but we asked them, did you want to come on stage? And Malia, our 9-year-old, said, Daddy, you know that's not my thing. So they're upstairs doing what they do. Before I begin, I just want to send my condolences to the victims of the storms that hit Tennessee and Arkansas today. They are in our thoughts and in our prayers, and we hope that our federal government will respond quickly and rapidly to make sure that they get all the help that they need. The polls are just closing in California, and the votes are still being counted in cities and towns across America. But there is one thing, you know I love you back. But there is one thing on this February night that we do not need the final results to know. Our time has come. Our time has come. Our movement is real. And change is coming to America. Only a few hundred miles from here, almost 1 year ago to the day, as Dick said, we stood on the steps of the old state capitol to reaffirm a truth that was spoken there so many generations ago, that a house divided cannot stand, that we are more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and always will be the United States of America. What began as a whisper in Springfield soon carried across the cornfields of Iowa, where farmers and factory workers, students and seniors stood up in numbers we have never seen before. They stood up to say that maybe this year we don't have to settle for a politics where scoring points is more important than solving problems. Maybe this year we can finally start doing something about health care we can't afford. Maybe this year we can start doing something about mortgages we can't pay. Maybe this year, this time can be different. Their voices echoed from the hills of New Hampshire to the deserts of Nevada, where teachers and cooks and kitchen workers stood up to say that maybe Washington doesn't have to be run by lobbyists anymore. Maybe the voices of the American people can finally be heard again. They reached the coast of South Carolina when people said that maybe we don't have to be divided by race and region and gender. That crumbling schools are stealing the future of black children and white children. That we can come together and build an America that gives every child, everywhere, the opportunity to live out their dreams. This time can be different. And today, on this Tuesday in February, in states north and south, east and west, what began as a whisper in Springfield has swelled to a chorus of millions calling for change. It's a chorus that cannot be ignored, a chorus that cannot be deterred. This time can be different because this campaign for the presidency of the United States of America is different. It's different not because of me. It's different because of you. Because you are tired of being disappointed. And you're tired of being let down. You're tired of hearing promises made and plans proposed in the heat of a campaign only to have nothing change when everyone goes back to Washington. Nothing changes because lobbyists just write another check. Or politicians start worrying about how they'll win the next election instead of why they should. Or because they focus on who's up and who's down instead of who matters. And while Washington is consumed with the same drama and divisions and distractions, another family puts up a for sale sign in their front yard. Another factory shuts its doors. Another soldier waves goodbye as he leaves on another tour of duty in a war that should have never been authorized, that should have never been waged. It goes on and on and on. But in this election, at this moment, you are standing up all across this country to say, not this time. Not this year. The stakes are too high and the challenge is too great to play the same Washington game with the same Washington players and somehow expect a different result. This time must be different. This time we have to turn the page. This time we have to write a new chapter in American history. This time we have to seize the moment. Now, this isn't about me, and it's not about Senator Clinton. As I've said before, she was a friend before this campaign. She'll be a friend after it's over. I respect her. I respect her as a colleague. I congratulate her on her victories tonight. She's been running an outstanding race. But this fall, we owe the American people a real choice. We have to choose between change and more of the same. We have to choose between looking backwards and looking forwards. We have to choose between our future and our past. It's a choice between going into this election with Republicans and independents already united against us, or going against their nominee with a campaign that has united Americans of all parties, from all backgrounds, from all races, from all religions, around a common purpose. It's a choice between having a debate with the other party about who has the most experience in Washington, or having one about who's most likely to change Washington, because that's a debate that we can win. It's a choice between a candidate who's taken more money from Washington lobbyists than either Republican in this race, and a campaign that has not taken a dime of their money because we have been funded by you. You have funded this campaign. And if I'm your nominee, my opponent will not be able to say that I voted for the war in Iraq, because I didn't. Or that I gave George Bush the benefit of the doubt on Iran, because I haven't. Or that I support the Bush-Cheney doctrine of not talking to leaders we don't like, because I profoundly disagree with that approach. And he will not be able to say that I wavered on something as fundamental as whether or not it's okay for America to use torture, because it's never okay. That is the choice in this election. The Republicans running for president have already tied themselves to the past. They speak of a 100-year war in Iraq. They talk about billions more in tax breaks for the wealthiest few who don't need them and didn't even ask for them. Tax breaks that mortgage our children's future on a mountain of debt at a time when there are families who can't pay their medical bills and students who can't pay their tuition. Those Republicans are running on the politics of yesterday. And that is why our party must be the party of tomorrow. And that is the party that I intend to lead as President of the United States of America. I'll be the president who ends the tax breaks to companies that ship our jobs overseas and start putting them in the pockets of hard-working Americans who deserve them, and struggling homeowners who deserve them, and seniors who should retire with dignity and respect and deserve them. I'll be the president who finally brings Democrats and Republicans together to make health care affordable and available for every single American. We will put a college education within the reach of anyone who wants to go. And instead of just talking about how great our teachers are, we will reward them for their greatness with more pay and better support. And we will harness the ingenuity of farmers and scientists and entrepreneurs to free this nation from the tyranny of oil once and for all, and we will invest in solar and wind and biodiesel, clean energy, green energy that can fuel economic development for generations to come. That's what we're going to do when I'm President of the United States. When I'm president, we will put an end to the politics of fear. A politics that uses 9/11 as a way to scare up votes. We're going to start seeing 9/11 as a challenge that should unite America and the world against the common threats of the 21st century: terrorism and nuclear weapons, climate change and poverty, genocide and disease. We can do this. We can do this. But it will not be easy. It will require struggle and it will require sacrifice. There will be setbacks and we will make mistakes. And that is why we need all the help we can get. So tonight, I want to speak directly to all those Americans who have yet to join this movement, but still hunger for change. They know it in their gut. They know we can do better than we're doing. They know that we can take our politics to a higher level. But they're afraid. They've been taught to be cynical. They're doubtful that it can be done. But I'm here to say tonight to all of you who still harbor those doubts, we need you. We need you to stand with us. We need you to work with us. We need you to help us prove that together, ordinary people can still do ordinary, extraordinary things in the United States of America. I am blessed to be standing in the city where my own extraordinary journey of service began. You know, just a few miles from here, down on the south side, in the shadow of a shuttered steel plant, it was there that I learned what it takes to make change happen. A young organizer intent on fighting joblessness and poverty on the South Side. And I still remember one of the very first meetings I put together. We had worked on it for days. We had made phone calls, we had knocked on doors, we had put out flyers. But on that night, nobody showed up. Our volunteers who had worked so hard felt so defeated they wanted to quit. And to be honest, so did I. But at that moment, I happened to look outside, and I saw some young boys tossing stones at a boarded-up apartment building across the street. They were like the boys in so many cities across the country. Little boys, but without prospects, without guidance, without hope for the future. And I turned to the volunteers and I asked them, before you quit, before you give up, I want you to answer one question. What will happen to those boys if we don't stand up for them? And those volunteers, they looked out that window and they saw those boys. And they decided that night to keep going, to keep organizing, keep fighting for better schools, fighting for better jobs, fighting for better health care. And I did too. And slowly but surely, in the weeks and months to come, the community began to change. You see, the challenges we face will not be solved with one meeting in one night. It will not be resolved on even a super-duper Tuesday. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. We are the hope of those boys who have so little, who've been told that they cannot have what they dream, that they cannot be what they imagine. Yes, they can. We are the hope of the father who goes to work before dawn and lies awake with doubt that tells him he cannot give his children the same opportunities that someone gave him. Yes, he can. We are the hope of the woman who hears that her city will not be rebuilt, that she cannot somehow claim the life that was swept away in a terrible storm. Yes, she can. We are the hope of the future. The answer to the cynics who tell us our house must stand divided, that we cannot come together, that we cannot remake this world as it should be. We know that we have seen something happen over the last several weeks, over the past several months. We know that what began as a whisper has now swelled to a chorus that cannot be ignored, that will not be deterred, that will ring out across this land as a hymn that will heal this nation, repair this world, make this time different than all the rest. Yes, we can. Let's go work. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you, Chicago. Let's go get to work. I love you.
Barack Obama speaking to his supporters in Chicago. Yes, we can. That's become his familiar refrain in addition to the theme of change. He scored several impressive victories tonight. You can see them right up here on the screen. Alabama, Delaware, Utah, Idaho, Kansas, North Dakota, Minnesota, Connecticut, Colorado. We're also ready to make another projection right now. Another win on the Republican side for Mike Huckabee. Tennessee, the former Arkansas governor will carry Tennessee. An important win for Mike Huckabee. He's been doing very, very well in his native South. 52 delegates at stake in Tennessee. Another win for Mike Huckabee. Lou Dobbs, you got to give Mike Huckabee a lot of credit.
Absolutely.
He's done this without the staff, without the money that some of his rivals have had.
You're exactly right. And for Huckabee to be the other Republican we're talking about tonight rather than Mitt Romney is certainly one of the headlines of this, as Senator Barack Obama put it, super duper Tuesday. Huckabee has to be thrilled. His campaign has to be thrilled. Senator McCain is probably not thrilled because he wanted to walk out as with the mantle of the presumptive nominee. I think that's been denied him.
This race continues on the Republican side, as it will on the Democratic side. And remember, we're still waiting for the super duper state of California to come in. That could really color what's going to happen next.
Absolutely. Gloria.
Well, you know, I think we have to wait till California comes in to see whether McCain does become the presumptive nominee. All of these wins are very, very impressive for Mike Huckabee, but he may just be that regional candidate that we thought he was, and we just don't know. And I think that that he's done really well. Some of us were joking that maybe a McCain-Huckabee ticket would be in the offing, and then my friend Bill Bennett reminded me that that Huckabee is not conservative enough for a lot of conservatives, so that perhaps he would not be a good guy to put on the ticket with McCain.
Well, let's turn to Jamal Simmons, who has been patiently waiting throughout all of these speeches. Senator Obama he did not give a speech of celebration tonight, Jamal. He gave a speech of exhortation to his supporters, and it looks like he took advantage of some relatively inexpensive airtime tonight.
Well, you know, he's got a couple of big contests coming up. Louisiana is going to be big. Then they go into Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. So he's got a good stretch of contests that are coming up. I think what we saw today is Barack Obama won all over the country. He won in the South. He won Connecticut. He won Colorado, North Dakota. And he won in states that Democrats have to do well in, not just in states that are traditionally blue states. Senator Clinton did very well in some of the big states, but if Democrats don't win New York and Democrats don't win Massachusetts, then we got much bigger problems than we do running in Colorado and North Dakota and some of these other places that Democrats can do well. And don't forget, Barack Obama raised $32 million in January. Hillary Clinton raised about $13.5 million. That's a lot more money that he's going to have to campaign in these upcoming states. He's going to do very well.
Paul Begala, all the talk going into this was the Obama momentum. All of the talk was Hillary Clinton on the defensive. We're looking at what looks like right now, a split decision. What's your reaction?
Right. And in fact, you know, who knows how the delegates go? I think California will determine that. Missouri is still out. But, you know, I think the exit polling probably undercounted Hillary's supporters so much. And frankly, the coverage and the commentary did. Why? Because the big divide in my party, bigger than race, is class. And if you look at the exit polling and how people voted by income group, Hillary Clinton carried everybody who makes less than $50,000 a year. Barack Obama carried everybody who makes more than $50,000 a year. Well, guess what? The people who are reporting on this race, they all make more than $50,000 a year. They don't know anybody who makes less than $50,000 a year except you and me.
Hey, my friend.
So, but this is a part of the problem that Hillary has.
I think that is a powerful point that you're making, because the issue of income, people forget in this country, just about half of the income earners are making $35,000 or less in this country. So that's
listen to what Barack said tonight. Very smart. He spoke about his experience as a community organizer working with poor people. The income demographic that Hillary did best with were the poorest Americans, people who make less than $15,000 a year. The income group, cohort that Barack did best with, the people making $150,000 to $200,000. So Barack gets the message from the exit polling here. He wants to get back to his roots as a community organizer with poor folks, but Hillary is going to try to beat him there, and she's already ahead there.
He also wants the Edwards vote, and perhaps the Edwards nod from the candidate himself. And part of that speech was about that, on top of which he very carefully delineated the politics that he wants to enunciate, make her look like the candidate of the past, almost a machine politician, the old Clintons.
What was your reaction to her speech tonight? Because, again, it wasn't a victory speech.
Stump speech.
I thought it was remarkably, if you will forgive the expression, wonkish.
No, a stump speech. The same thing she's been saying out there pretty much every day. And he's laid out where he wants to go now. Look, this is going to be a war. and
What in the world has it been?
Well, no, Begala's been there. And this is where...
Yeah, it's been more civil than war.
This is going somewhere, though. Now we're going into the trenches. We're going to try and fight over Florida and Michigan, and that's going to raise holy hell among the Obama folks.
This is a war on both sides. There's been no blitzkrieg. I mean, nobody has dominated anybody else, both on the Republican side and the Democratic side. What we've seen is a really spirited contest. And I know we're not giving Huckabee a lot of credit here, but the Huck is back. I mean, I think he really has put a foothold back in this race.
Harry Fleischer has joined us, former White House press secretary.
It's good to be the Republican here.
And you've got an interesting contest to watch here. This was supposed to be the presumptive nominee night for Senator John McCain. What is it?
Well, I wasn't sure it was the presumptive night. This was the night I think he could safely say he was trying to pull ahead, and it didn't happen. What you have is a mess in both parties. Everybody's saying February 5th, the big states, everybody going one day, it's going to be over. Well, guess what? It's going to continue for both parties, which is just an amazing fact to think of. But the strength here for Republicans is we're really watching two heavyweights fight and punch each other out on the Democrat side. And that is, in a tough environment, bad year for Republicans, a ray of hope that Republicans have as Hillary and Barack go at each other. I think the Republican race will still get settled before the Democrat does.
Now, which of the two is a better candidate against you guys?
Oh, there's no question about it. Republicans want to, and we pray every night to run against Hillary Clinton.
See, that's what Obama was talking about in his
You call this a mess.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you that I'm going to bet you that most folks in this country right now are saying this is a splendid mess.
It's a splendid
because we're
mess.
going to see a political process in which we might actually see what's supposed to happen in a national campaign, a presidential campaign, that is the creation of a national consensus around divisive issues so we can move forward.
And not only that, but what this campaign is showing too, and what Huckabee is showing it, is money doesn't count for what it used to count for. Mitt Romney has all the money and not enough of the votes. Mike Huckabee has virtually no money, he's getting votes. It's a very interesting new dynamic. A splendid mess, Lou, is a great way to put it.
It's, I'm frankly getting excited about it because we're hearing candidates...
We're going to be here for a good while.
Well, that's great, because the American people are going to be here for a very long time.
But one thing to keep in mind about these two Democrats is how much they don't like each other. That's what's underneath this thing.
You know, as my late Hungarian grandmother would say, psaklev, which is Hungarian for dog's blood, which is a different animal sort of metaphor we would use in Texas, something different. That's baloney, Carl.
No, it's not baloney.
This campaign has never, on the Democratic side, has yet to see its first negative TV commercial. Okay, now when I do campaigns, we run the first ad before the filing deadline. Neither Barack nor Hillary has attacked the other on television once yet. This is extraordinary. So look at the debate that Wolf moderated. They talked about issues the whole time. It was wonderful and civil and uplifting. This wasn't nasty. They don't hate each other.
This is a sweetheart deal.
Have you talked to your ex-friends over there?
I have friends on all sides of this.
One last point on this. I think because the Democrats are doing a very historic and breathtaking thing, groundbreaking thing right now, we're going to pick either a woman or an African-American to be president. And one of the things that's happening is people around the country are having a chance to sign off on the choice. So nobody's going to be able to say anyone was rammed down their throat, they didn't have a say. People in America are going to be able to choose which one they want, and that'll be their nominee.
You're excited about it?
I'm excited.
All right. Because I think most Americans, this is my guess, most Americans right now are thrilled with what they've seen transpire here. Now we're going to see the issues unfold, we certainly hope, if we in the national media and in pundit land do our jobs as we should. Let's go over to my colleague, Wolf Blitzer. We have another CNN projection. Wolf?
CNN projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Arizona. Hillary Clinton, the winner in Arizona. Arizona state with 67 delegates at stake. 11 of those delegates, super delegates, as they're called, 56 delegates to be determined proportionately today. But in the popular vote, Hillary Clinton will win in Arizona. Let's take a look at the numbers that are coming in. 63% of the precincts have now reported Hillary Clinton with 51% to Barack Obama's 41%. 153,000 for Hillary Clinton. Barack Obama, 124,000 or so for him. Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Arizona. Another win for the New York senator. Let's take a look at what's happening in Missouri right now. Incredibly close on both sides. On the Democratic side right now, almost all the precincts have reported 98%. A slight edge for Barack Obama, 49% to 48% for Hillary Clinton. Clinton. If we zoom in on the actual numbers, you can see how tight this race in Missouri is. 391,470 for Barack Obama, 386,544 for Hillary Clinton, a total of 88 delegates at stake. On the Democratic side, there will be huge bragging rights for the senator who carries this state, but in the delegates, they'll divide up the delegates because of the congressional district proportionate representation. Look at what's happening on the Republican side right now. 98% of the precincts have reported John McCain with a slight lead over Mike Huckabee, 33 to 32%. Mitt Romney not all that far behind with 29%, but this has been a two-man race now for some time. 190,218 for McCain, 182,733 for Huckabee, 168,246 for Romney. A very, very tight race. It's much more important for the Republican contest right now because Missouri is one of those winner-take-all states. Missouri, very, very close right now. We're going to wait and see how that state unfolds. California closed its polls a little bit more than an hour or so ago. 15% of the precincts have reported on the Democratic side. Hillary Clinton with an edge, 55% to 33% for Barack Obama. Let's zoom in on the numbers that have been reported so far in California. Hillary Clinton has that lead. So far, she has about 641,500 votes. The Barack Obama's 381,000 votes. 15%, though, of the precincts. Still a while to go. We're saying, based on our exit polls, this is still a competitive race. It's competitive on the Republican side based on our exit polls as well, but with 15% of the precincts, McCain has a nice lead over Romney, 44% to 25%. Huckabee a distant third at 12%. Let's zoom in on the actual numbers in California. So far, McCain has 422,835 to Romney's 238,000 or so, 111,000 for Mike Huckabee. You can get all the latest numbers, by the way, in real time. CNNpolitics.com. That's where you can go. You can see state by state, the undecided states, county by county, CNNpolitics.com. We have a lot more coverage coming up from the CNN Election Center. We're going to go out to California as well. Larry King is standing by to join our coverage. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We're still awaiting the big results out in California right now. California, the huge prize for the Democrats and the Republicans. The competition there intense. We're still also waiting for the results in Missouri. That's a very, very competitive race. We've been watching McCain and Huckabee in Missouri and Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama in Missouri. We're standing by for that. Still some uncertainty. We have extensive coverage still to come here from the CNN Center. We're watching all of this unfold with the best political team on television, Bill Schneider and Soledad O'Brien. They're getting ready to share the latest exit poll numbers with us. They're coming up. John King is looking at what's happening in the state of Missouri and in California right now. We're getting new information as more and more of these details come in. Anderson Cooper has got the best political team on television watching all of this. They've been busy all night. The analysts that are sharing their assessment what's going on. Larry King is also out in California watching all of this. Larry, I don't know about you, but this has been an exciting, thrilling night for all of us who are political news junkies, and I know you are as well.
You're not kidding, Wolf. This has been an amazing day of coverage on CNN's part, and will continue to be throughout the night and into tomorrow. We're going to have more programming tomorrow night when we're back at our regularly scheduled time. It's been an incredible evening. If I had to pick If something would jump out at you, Wolf, would it be Huckabee?
Yes, I think Huckabee has really emerged as a surprise tonight. He's done remarkably well for a guy who's got limited resources. That's been a very impressive ability for him to stay in this race. He says he's staying in. And you know what's surprising is it looks like this three-man race on the Republican side will continue, Larry, and the two-person race on the Democratic side, it continues, meaning we're going to be working Saturday, we're going to be working next Tuesday, probably the following Tuesday. We got a lot of work ahead of us.
Yeah, but we love it, Wolf. Let me ask Ari Fleischer a question. How, Ari, do you explain this Huckabee showing?
Well, it's evangelical votes. It's really the conservative base of the Republican Party in the South, and they identify much more with Mike Huckabee. It's still a sign of John McCain's problems with conservatives. That, too, shows his frustration among Republican rank and file with none of the above. It's still a problem John McCain is going to have to overcome if he becomes the nominee, which still looks likely. He just has to hang in there longer.
David Gergen is our friend from Illinois. Is that going to go down to the wire with Hillary?
I think it's gotten a lot closer tonight than it looked like about 3 hours ago. Right now, Larry, Barack Obama has a lot of bragging rights coming out of this. There are 22 states up for grabs tonight. He's already won 11 of them. He seems to be closing in on Missouri, which would be 12. He's behind in California, but he might well pick up Alaska and New Mexico. He could come up with as many as 14 states tonight. And while he'd probably be a little bit behind on delegates, that gives him a lot of bragging rights coming out of today.
John King, no one covers this more thoroughly than you. What has surprised you the most?
Well, Larry, the Huckabee is very interesting. We're looking at the state of Missouri right now. I mean, Huckabee, the fiercely fought thing. The thing that has surprised me most, Larry, if you look at the entire map, though, is that Mitt Romney said this was going to be the night where he proved that he was the conservative alternative to John McCain. And if you look at some of these Republican races, let's switch over to Republicans. In Georgia, Mitt Romney only winning up here in the Atlanta area in the suburbs. Move over to Alabama, Mitt Romney not showing up on the map at all. And we come on down over here, Tennessee, Mitt Romney winning only in the Nashville area. So if you're Mitt Romney, you're trying to make the case you're the conservative alternative, you're having a hard time proving it tonight. Arkansas, of course, Governor Huckabee's home state. This state, Larry, we're still watching to the very end. This is Missouri, 98% in. Senator McCain has pulled ahead. It is very close, but he has pulled ahead because as the votes come in where the people are in the St. Louis area, especially out here in St. Louis County, he has passed Governor Huckabee. But again, if you're trying to say you're the conservative alternative to John McCain, the conservative alternative to John McCain in Missouri, in Georgia, and in Alabama tonight was Mike Huckabee, not Mitt Romney.
Ed Schultz in Fargo, North Dakota, our prominent talk show host on the left. What has surprised you tonight?
You know, Larry, what really I think jumps out at everybody on the Democratic side is the man that was not there tonight, John Edwards. It's very apparent to me, anyway, that a lot of his supporters went to Barack Obama. Barack Obama won in rural America tonight. He won in sections of the country that are probably the least diverse when it comes to cultural diversity. When you look at Utah and Kansas and Idaho and North Dakota, he was strong in the caucus states. He won 2 southern states again tonight in Georgia and Alabama. It's very apparent to me that John Edwards being out of the race, that power shifted over with Barack Obama. Big shot in the arm for the Obama camp.
All right. Ed, hold it right there. We have a couple of important projections in the state I'm in, California. Wolf, what's up?
CNN can now project that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of California and John McCain will carry the state of California on the Republican side. 2 huge victories for John McCain and for Hillary Clinton in the biggest state in the Union, the biggest prize in the Union. The contest there clearly going in the favor of Hillary Clinton and John McCain. Disappointments clearly for Barack Obama. He hoped to do better in California. It was always a long shot for him, but he worked aggressively there in recent weeks. Hillary Clinton only weeks ago was way ahead in California. That gap had narrowed, though, in recent weeks, but Hillary Clinton manages to score an important victory in California. John McCain, there had been some narrowing in the polls out there. Mitt Romney was doing very well in some some of the polls, but John McCain emerging as the winner in California. 441 delegates at stake for the Democrats in California. They'll be divided up proportionately according to those congressional districts. In the same, basically, in California for the Republicans. It's not winner take all in California for the Republicans, a more complicated process, 173 delegates. We have another projection ready to go right now. In Missouri, a huge win, for John McCain. We can't over-exaggerate how significant this is because 58 delegates are at stake in Missouri, and the winner takes all. This is not divided up. Narrowly defeating Mike Huckabee in Missouri, but John McCain, CNN now projects, will carry Missouri. It will be an important bellwether, an important bounce for him between California and Missouri. John McCain scores two incredibly important victories on this Super Tuesday. No doubt he is smiling all over. No doubt his supporters are smiling. He doesn't have it wrapped up yet. Mitt Romney still in this race. Mike Huckabee still in this race. There's still a contest on the Democratic side, but important wins for Hillary Clinton in California and John McCain in California and Missouri. Let's go back to L.A. and Larry King.
Thanks, Wolf. Let's go to Dana Bash at McCain headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. What's your read on this victory for the senator in California?
It's huge, Larry. I mean, normally I'm here at McCain headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Normally you would see this place absolutely erupting, but of course John McCain has already come out and he's already declared himself, even before these big wins in Missouri and California, he declared himself the front runner, which until now he has been reluctant to do. He's been reluctant to use that F word, front runner. But I just spoke with Senator McCain's, one of his top aides here, Steve Schmidt, who said that he called this a victory of immense proportions, pointing out that John McCain has tonight won some of the biggest states from coast to coast, from New York now to Missouri, and of course to California. You know, he's making the point that, so the second thing that they are saying here in the McCain campaign is the need already to unite the party. You heard John McCain talk about that tonight here. He is going to be talking about that nonstop as they go forward. But one other note, you know, we've talked a lot about the animosity between the McCain campaign and the Mitt Romney campaign. Well, Larry, another thing that Steve Schmidt, one of John McCain's top advisors, said tonight, Mitt Romney has got a lot of thinking to do. He said it was a debacle for him tonight, and he said if Mitt Romney were to be a ship, it would be the Titanic. Larry.
Thanks, Dana. John King, how's this going to break down tomorrow with delegates? And that's the most important thing that counts, the people who will vote when they come to Denver and St. Paul. How's it going to break down tomorrow?
Well, Larry, we could show you a rough estimate, and I emphasize rough estimate because in most of these states, especially the Democratic states where it's done proportionally, you have to see the final results, you have to go through the congressional districts. But let's look at something. The beginning of the night on the Republican side looked something like this. This is the finish line. This is where you need to get to Clinton's nomination. The beginning of the night was roughly this. So you see Romney and McCain about tied, Huckabee a little behind. So this is where we start the night. Now, if we move this out and we come out here now, look what happens. Again, it's a rough projection. We need to go through the states, but look at what happens. We started about here. John McCain is now, Larry, way out here. Now, that only gets him halfway, and we have to still learn about California, but he's here. The other guys are back here. And the Romney campaign before the night, the Romney campaign said to be viable, they thought they needed to be over 400. By the end of the night to keep up with John McCain. There's still some more to go, and these states could be Romney states, but at 340, and again, these are rough estimates. I want to say that again and again and again because some of these states are proportional. We need to see the final results by congressional district. But Larry, you see there how John McCain moved the ball, and I'll show it to you one more time. If we get out of the telestrator and come back, we go back to the start of the night. We're way back there. Then we come out to roughly, emphasis on roughly, where we are now, and John McCain is way out here. So that's a lot of progress. That still only gets him to about the halfway point, so there's more to go. But as you can see, he's using that front-runner word Dana just talked about because he is pulling away. And this will change a little bit, Larry. I want to emphasize that when we go through all the congressional districts. Georgia is a proportional state. California, of course, the granddaddy of them all, the delegate loads. We have to see the congressional maps there, and the results are still early, even though we project McCain the winner. So a lot of work to do on this, but that's a rough estimate of the gains John McCain made tonight on the Republican side, Larry.
Gloria Borger, our CNN senior political analyst, if we were to look at a loser tonight, would it have to be Romney?
Yeah, I think it would have to be Romney. And when you look at the history of this campaign, with Romney writing his campaign so many large checks, millions and millions of dollars, and being a national frontrunner at one point, seeming to have momentum, so far at the end of tonight, we can say that Romney has not won a primary outside of one of his so-called home states, Utah, Massachusetts, and Michigan. And so, you know, this is not a great showing for Mitt Romney. And obviously, Huckabee has upstaged him. Huckabee's upstaged him in the South. Huckabee has upstaged him in every way. And that's, of course, been very good for John McCain. He's been the beneficiary of it. And I think we can say tonight that John McCain is the presumptive nominee of the Republican Party.
And Ari Fleischer, is Mr. Huckabee the presumptive vice presidential nominee?
Oh, I wouldn't even try to get into that guessing game. I think it's way too early for anybody to say that, and that'll really be an individual decision whoever the front runner, whoever the nominee will be, has to make. Too early to say that. But I do think that for Mitt Romney and Mike Huckabee, if somebody is going to defeat John McCain, one of those two has to get out. Otherwise, it's a battle of attrition that John McCain wins, and Republican hierarchy will prefer to have this one quicker, sooner, and that way John McCain can mend fences with conservatives if he is the nominee, while Hillary and Barack Obama fight it out.
Hey, Larry.
Are you? Yeah.
Roland Martin here. I'll say
Roland,
it.
I didn't know you're there.
I'll say it. I think Mike Huckabee has done a heck of a job tonight, and he is making the case to potentially be the VP to John McCain. Look, you know, they can shake your heads all you want to and say no doubt about it, but look, he's doing very well among evangelicals. The whole issue in terms of conservatives, look, he did well tonight in Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, even Missouri. I just don't write this guy off. He is certainly a governor, again, strong among evangelicals, southern state, likable guy, gets along with McCain, shores up his base with conservatives and evangelicals. That's an important constituency. So you could say Charlie Crist, maybe, Florida governor. I like Mike Huckabee, so we'll see what happens. So I say, go Huckabee.
Go Huckabee. Ed Schultz, as a Democratic supporter, would you fear a McCain-Huckabee ticket?
Well, you know, Larry, it's interesting. You asked me that question when I was in New Hampshire, and I told you that I thought that Huckabee was the guy that the Democrats got to fear, because he is the one candidate out there on the conservative side that can get that Dobson and Tony Perkins crowd. He proved that tonight with a tremendous showing. I think the losers tonight are the right-wing conservative talkers in this country who tried to usher Mitt Romney to the nomination. I think a big win tonight, as far as the money is concerned, is Hillary Clinton's just announced and projected win in California. Money now becomes an issue for the Democratic candidates. Barack Obama seems to have enough to go the distance, but I think that the Clintons are going to have to rearm, and them winning in California certainly helped them because they've farmed that territory for a long time.
Paul Begala, our old friend, CNN contributor, Democratic strategist, who's supporting Hillary Clinton, so obviously is elated over California. This is not a slam dunk, is it?
No, this is a great race. It's an incredible contest. I mean, we haven't seen the likes of this kind of talent squaring off against each other in the Democratic Party since I can't remember when. But I think you got to say at this stage, call Super Tuesday for Hillary Clinton. You know, she won the big enchilada of California. And by the way, I'll point out, about 100 years ago when we first went on the air tonight, before I'd seen any exit polls, before we'd had any returns, I said the states I was going to watch were Massachusetts, New Jersey, and California. Hillary won all three of them. Of course, she won her home state. Barack won his home state, and they divided up the rest of the country. But those three big prizes all went to Hillary. The last one out, though, is Missouri, and that's an important state. Let's see where that goes.
But, Paul, it doesn't say anything about the other states that he won in the midsection of the country. I mean, as David said earlier, he's going to make the case in terms of the other states that he won. Sure, she won the biggies, right? But don't you have to be able to show that you can win multiple states versus the big urban centers?
Which I don't think Barack has a problem.
There were also states that had been written off a few weeks ago that, in fact, were given to Hillary, and Obama has come back. What's so extraordinary is how the race has moved. It's down the middle in delegates right now where we are. It's going to be pretty evenly divided. She's got more super delegates. So now you go into all these states that are an unknown equation. Texas and Ohio, they think work for them. the Clintons, but you got 6 or 7 states coming up first, particularly Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and then you got Pennsylvania, Louisiana. You heard Obama talking about people down there without their homes. This is going to be a hell of a fight. And Vernon Jordan, you know, the Clintons' great friend, said the other night to some people, he said, you know, it's hard to run against a movement. And that's what's going on here. There has never been a situation where someone who has almost been an incumbent, such as Hillary Clinton, has run against a movement. And that's a really interesting juxtaposition.
Before we get too far down the road in terms of who is going, what states are next, tonight's not over.
That's right.
As far as California is concerned, you know, there's an old expression in real estate: location, location, location.
Good point.
Tonight we have to wait for margin, margin, margin.
Yeah. Right.
How much did Hillary win by? How much did John McCain win by?
Guys, hold it a second.
50-50.
Yes, sir. Let me get a break, and we'll check in with Jeffrey Toobin. We haven't checked in with Jeffrey yet tonight. Bill Schneider's still to come, and lots more on our continuous coverage on CNN. I'm Larry King. Don't go away. We're back with our continuous coverage of Super Tuesday. It's the best coverage on television. Let's check in with my old pal Jeffrey Toobin, our CNN legal analyst. He is in New York. What surprised you tonight?
Well, I think what surprised me is that it's very hard to tell who won on the Democratic side. You know, Paul Begala just gave you the case for Clinton winning because she won California, she won New Jersey, she won Massachusetts. But it looks like Barack Obama will either win 13 or 14 out of the 22 primaries and caucuses tonight. That's a pretty good batting average, and I think that allows him to continue raising money at the clip he's been raising. And I think the Clintons are going to have trouble raising money at anywhere near the pace that Obama has, because most of his, or many of his, her contributors have already given the maximum, whereas most of Obama's contributors are low-dollar contributors who can come back, they can go back to again and again. So I think as the campaign moves forward, Obama's going to have more money and at least equal bragging rights to having done well tonight.
You know, Larry,
Carl Bernstein, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think you have to say that winning California for Hillary Clinton is really the tone setter for the evening. Imagine what we'd be saying here tonight if Hillary Clinton had lost California. But heading into these next states, as everyone has said, Barack Obama has a money advantage, and now Hillary Clinton wants to debate every single week because she doesn't have the money to compete with him for paid media. So we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot more of Obama and Hillary Clinton one-on-one.
How do you explain, Carl Bernstein, Barack's unusual ability to raise money?
Because it's from the bottom up. And as he says, he hasn't taken money from lobbyists, though he has had some of this bundling going on from organizations that are one step removed from him. This is a movement, as Vernon Jordan has said. Movements have the ability to, you know, to gather moss, and that's what's happening. And he's going to keep raising money, as Gloria just said, because he can get the small contributors. But this question of debates is really crucial, because we heard Barack Obama tonight talk about the issues he's going to raise. And they're going to be tough issues, and Hillary Clinton is going to go back to her strengths, and we're going to be back in this territory of experience, change, inspiration, specifics on health care. And it's going to go back and forth like this, as well as a huge struggle for superdelegates, which is the other part of this that is not about money.
But Carl, you know what? One thing we saw Thursday night was very interesting in Los Angeles. Obama became a policy wonk on Thursday night, Larry. And so Paul and I were talking about it earlier. Basically, he said, look, that's your strength. I'm going to go at you on your strength. And what was interesting, this is the first time it has happened this entire campaign season. Nearly after every debate, the Clinton campaign sends out a memo saying the reviews are in, she wins the debate hands down. Thursday night was the first time They did not send an email out saying she won the debate. And so he wants to be able to say, I'm going to combat you policy by policy, because the weakness people say is that he's talking about inspiration and hope and change. We don't hear specifics. If he goes at her being a policy wonk, act like he's back in the classroom, I think he's able to counter that whole notion of, you got specifics, I've got specifics, now let's do battle.
Also look at the fact that the war is the second big issue, and that's the issue that indeed there's about a 30% differential that voters are saying that's why we want Obama, because we do not like the stand that Hillary Clinton took on the war, and that counts for a lot. True. But you know, the truth is, we don't know where this is going. That's part of the excitement. Did anybody up here?
Well, Paul said he should debate.
But I don't think, we don't know where this is going. Well, this is really uncharted territory.
We do know one place where it's going, and it's going on.
It's going on, right.
And especially on the Democrat side.
David Gergen, you have been around a lot of political races and a lot of campaigns.
Probably too many.
What jumps out at you the most about this one?
I think what really struck me tonight, Larry, was that we had two front runners who couldn't put it away tonight. You know, a lot of people thought John McCain would be able to put it away on this tonight. He simply did not do that. I think he's still the very likely nominee of his party, but this reveals a certain inability. He hasn't made the sale yet. He hasn't closed the case with conservatives. That's very clear, as Bill Schneider's been reminding us all night. I still think because he can divide and conquer, he's likely to win the nomination. On the Hillary Clinton side, winning California, as Gloria said, is a major development here. We'll all be looking to see what the margin is. But still, when you look at the whole evening, I think Jeffrey Toobin was right. When you look at the whole evening, for Barack to come out with 13 or 14 of the 22 states in play, means that she's not been able to convince her electorate either. And on the Democratic side, in contrast to the Republican, there is a sense that the longer this goes on, the more it favors the challenger, the more it favors Barack Obama. He's got some good states coming up. But the fact is, he gets better when people get to know him more. In California, the people who decided more than 3 days ago went heavily for her. And the people who decided in the last 3 days, he won those people. In other words, the more he gets known, the better he does. And now he's got a chance to take his case to a lot more people in places like Pennsylvania, where he could really surprise.
We've had a terrible weather tonight in 3 states, and in a minute, Anderson Cooper will get us up to date on what happened. But first, let's go to Wolf Blitzer and another breaking news update. Wolf.
Larry, we can project now that Barack Obama will carry the state of Alaska. The Democrats had caucuses there tonight. They are closed. Barack Obama will carry Alaska. It has 18 total delegates. They will be distributed proportionately according to congressional districts out there. There's one congressional district, maybe there's 2. I'll check that. But clearly Barack Obama wins in Alaska right now. Another win for the junior senator from Illinois. Let's go back to Anderson Cooper. He's got some other important news we're following as well.
Yeah, we've been following this terrible weather that hit in the Arkansas-Tennessee region. Let's check in with Chad Myers at the Severe Weather Center to get the latest. Chad, what's going on?
Anderson, all these numbers are obviously moving targets, but so far 51 reports of tornadoes, and now we're up to 18 now up to dead there. 7 in Arkansas, 3 in Kentucky. We only had 6 in Tennessee. 2 more just found in Sumner. Found dead in Sumner County, Tennessee. That makes 8 there. We add them all up. That's 18 fatalities, and many people are still missing at this hour. Some video from earlier, Jackson, Tennessee. This is Union University. The girls' dormitory completely destroyed by a tornado. This tornado that you see there, that's Arlington near Memphis. Here's the building now in Jackson, only about 75 miles or so away. And this is just an ugly scene here. The chancellor says basically that this dorm is unusable, completely wiped out, will not be able to be used again nor repaired. Also some damage to the boys' dorm, but right now that looks okay. We still had some trapped about an hour ago. Don't have any updates whether those trapped girls are actually out of there or not. There were 9 at one point, but they were getting to them and they all were responding. That's the good news there. This is the very first storm that we had a tornado warning on early. This was near Memphis. Now, believe it or not, Memphis was hit twice. This storm moved up toward Memphis and then out toward the Jackson area. As it got to Jackson, it was much larger and then became a very strong tornado with basically baseball-size hail in Jackson, Tennessee this evening. Now, Jackson, let's go with this, put these numbers together because you won't believe them. 36 people injured at the university, 50 injured at a retirement community, 86 injured, 15 actually went to the hospital, the rest were treated at the scene. Hickory Ridge Mall in Memphis was hit right at the Sears building. That building is almost a complete loss. The infrastructure is lost in that building, and the airport was actually brushed in Memphis as planes were moved around, jetways were moved around as well. Even the fire building for Federal Express was damaged, but FedEx says all packages are going out. They're moving again tonight. Nothing actually significantly damaged that's going to hinder them. The Highland Park, Arkansas Fire Department completely destroyed, and about 40 tractor trailers flipped over on its side because of the wind on I-40. Many of these storms literally went right up the I-40 corridor and all the way from Memphis right into Jackson, Tennessee. Now they're moving to Lexington. Now they're just had a tornado warning for Louisville, Kentucky. That has now since expired. It has moved a little bit farther to the east. Many polling places, and this is going to affect the outcome of the elections. Many polling places were evacuated when these tornadoes came in, and then when you could get back in, there was no power because hundreds of thousands are without power this evening. We're still trying to tally those numbers. All of these numbers are moving targets. Obviously, those fatalities will not be going down. Those are all confirmed at this point, 18, and probably likely to go up. We'll keep you advised. Anderson?
Fatalities, a horrible toll. Chad will continue following that story. We heard a number of candidates commenting about the fatalities tonight, sending their thoughts and their prayers to the people affected by that. We'll continue to follow the story. We have a lot more close races to follow, a lot of numbers. We're watching CNNPolitics.com. While we're in the break, you can check more numbers coming in there. We'll be right back.
I want to take this moment in time to welcome back to the air a sorely missed talent. Campbell Brown is back, our new anchor. She'll be hosting the 8 o'clock hour, preceding my hour at 9 Eastern. And this was her first day back on the air. So let's hear it. Campbell, welcome back.
Thank you, Larry. First day back from maternity leave, so
yeah.
We'll see how
How's
this
the
one
baby?
He's hopefully at home watching our coverage as we speak.
All right, and what is his mother's analysis of this night?
I'm struck by a number of things, but I think, you know, on the Democratic side, how much we still don't know at this point. Still a lot of numbers crunching to be done before we have a real delegate count, but it's pretty clear that Democrats want this race to continue. And I think it'll be interesting to watch sort of how things evolve in the weeks ahead. I'm curious about a lot of things, about whether John Edwards will endorse and who, and where his voters are really going. Do we have a sense for that after tonight? Also Al Gore, whether he will be making an endorsement in the coming weeks ahead that could really make a difference, what sort of impact that will have. And I think on the Republican side, you have to be struck by the resiliency of Mike Huckabee. You know, no one predicted that he would pick up the number of states that he did tonight. Clearly, he is resonating with voters, and he made it clear in our interview with him that he is not planning on getting out of this race until there's a nominee, Larry.
Yeah, thanks, and welcome back, Campbell.
Thank you.
Well, good to have you with us. And now let's check in with the man on the bus, Bob Green. He has been on our CNN bus traveling everywhere in the United States. What's it been like for you, Bob?
Well, today was really great because we keep talking about the candidates and who's done better and who's up and who's down. We're at a polling place in Fullerton, California, and all day to see the people coming to vote, both the sometimes first-time voters, sometimes parents with their children. I think about the people standing in line because, you know, if someone came up to you on the street and said, will you do me a stranger, and said, will you do me a favor? Will you go to this address in the city for me? And I know it's your day at work. Take an hour off. And you said, why? And the person said, I need you to stand in line for a while. And then when you get to the front of the line, will you please, you know, officially declare that you like me? Because that's what the candidates do. That's what they're doing. We don't know them really, and they're asking. And these people stand in line, and there's something quietly majestic about it, to see the people coming all day. Because so often, politics is thought of as a game or a contest. It's not a game, and these people play it straight. And to see them coming to vote makes you think that it's not really about the candidates. It's about the people who come here because they believe this makes a difference.
Well said, Bob. Very well said. Let's check in with John King for a little look at California, if you will, John. How those delegates are breaking down. I know we don't have 100% of the vote counted, but do we get any sense of who's getting how many delegates?
Larry, I'm making my way back over to the board as fast as I can get there, and let's show you what's happening right now. And you make a very interesting point, because this is the main election map right now. This is the election map as it's coming in. Only 18% of the vote, so we need to be careful here. Right now, John McCain is winning, and winning quite convincingly, all up and down California, including, at the moment, Orange County, which you start saying, where are the conservatives? Where would Mitt Romney do well? Here's Orange County. McCain winning, again, only 5% of the vote in there, so we need to be careful. But let's switch it out, and let's go to our delegate map. This is where it gets interesting, Larry. I'm going to pull California out, make it a little bit bigger. As I make it bigger, you see those lines? Those are congressional districts. I can't make it big enough to show you all 53 because it is a giant state. But let's clear the telestrator here. Watch these lines up here. Okay, here's the finish line. That makes you the Republican nominee. Here's our rough guess of where McCain is about now. Emphasis on rough, because we don't know a lot about tonight. And you see Romney somewhere around here, Huckabee somewhere around here, Romney a little bit ahead based on what we know so far, a lot to do. But this can all change because California is 53 different races. The winner of each congressional district gets delegates. Right now, John McCain's winning up and down the state, but it's very, very early. We need to see how the congressional delegates go early. But you could have something. Now watch these numbers up top. I want you to watch these numbers up here. If John McCain runs the state, meaning he wins all the congressional districts, then he comes way out here. But if Mitt Romney or Governor Huckabee, but probably Mitt Romney in the state of California, Governor Huckabee's not viewed as very strong out there, if he starts winning, the lines start moving again, and the numbers start moving too. So this is very dependent, Larry, on how these congressional districts go as the things come in. You could literally see a swing of as many as 100 delegates based on how the congressional districts break in California, and we're very early in the count. And it's exactly the same if we switch it over and go to the Democratic. You see right now, Senator Clinton is winning all up and down the state, but we don't have a good sense of the districts yet. But again, the numbers can move based on the congressional districts. And so California is going to be a fascinating study, and it's going to be a fascinating study, Larry, for a number of hours. I think we will be past breakfast, maybe heading into lunch, before we can start assigning those congressional districts. But if McCain and Clinton keep the early numbers they have in California right now, they're going to end the night very happy.
Isn't Obama doing very well in Los Angeles itself, John?
Let's come back out to our map, Larry, and I can answer your question. This is the delegate map. Now we'll come back to our election map, and you see the early, let me clear this so nobody's confused. Again, just about 20% of the vote, 19% of the vote in. Senator Clinton winning statewide. In Los Angeles at the moment, to ask your question, let's bring it out. 28% of the population in the state, and at the moment, no, Larry, the answer is no. To your question right now, Larry, Senator Clinton's getting 58%, only 8% of the vote in Los Angeles, though. Big city, as you know, a lot better than I do, Larry. So with 8% of the vote in, it's Clinton blue right now, but we have a long way to go before we know if that's truly the case. It's a very big state. The votes are starting to come in. As you see now, even just in the few moments, Obama's starting to pick up a little bit up in San Francisco, up here in the northern part of the state, but it's very early on. Remember this as your early look at California. The light Clinton shade of blue. We'll see if that holds up as the count goes on.
Thanks for an excellent job, as always, John King. Ari Fleischer, is this obviously going to be the largest turnout election ever?
Oh, it sure seems so. You know, I remember